I posted
science
it.
institute place here, in Oregon. But I've tried like a lot of other things that involve dehydrated milk, like put into certain recipes. And yeah, it's kind of just a sweet kind of tangy dairy flavor, but not so much a delightful fresh dairy flavor.
Okay. So maybe it's good. All right.
And you can keep your chugga chugga coffee.
Yeah, right. Just don't eat that Mexican the night before. Hot chop. That Mexican coffee.
What do you got to do? Drink milk the night before to have a light roast coffee in the morning?
A latte, yeah.
Shit.
Hey, on that thought, I think it's worth pointing out that most of the dry powder creamer you find in like most places for coffee, it's just hydrogenated soybean oil bullshit or something like that. But, it's another example of a dried dairy product potentially tasting good, but in a very different way than a fresh one, is when you have the real powdered milk or powdered creamer. It's a different flavor, but a good flavor, but it doesn't taste like fresh cream.
This is not medical advice because this is not, I am not a medical professional, but of all hydrogenated oils, they crystallize in your veins and arteries and they cut up the insides of them and leave scar tissue so plaque can build up and strokes and heart attacks.
Yeah,
Body can't get rid of it, the crystals that form from it.
Use butter.
Have you guys, on a conspiratorial note, you guys heard of the movie called Soylent Green? Soylent Green.
Yeah, someone brought it up in this Discord like 4 or 5 days ago. Yeah, it's supposed to take place. It was made back in the 70s or the 80s or something like that, and it's supposed to take place in the future, and it's supposed to take place in the year 2022. Is now.
Correct.
It's kind of funny. And basically the premise is some guy starts investigating something, a private investigator, or maybe he's a police investigator. I'm not sure, but either way, he stumbles across the secret that this Soylent Green, this material that they're selling in the future that everyone's addicted to and uses as a replacement of food, that the secret ingredient is people. Soylent Green is people.
Correct, that they're starting to use humans as fertilizer. Now, when you start to look in the codings of how they use aborted fetus tissue as a meat byproduct that can be added to our foodstuffs, they are exploring ways of using cremated and liquefied human remains to grow the new GMO crops of the future. And I've always been skeptical of soy, and just the name Soylent Green made me almost feel justified in that skepticism.
Oh wait! What I think is so funny is that there's this. I've never bought it, but I've seen it like 7-Eleven and convenience stores like that. There's this new drink that's supposed to be like a soy latte or vanilla drink, something. I don't know what the hell it is. It's like a protein shake, I think, or something. And it's called Soylent. And then at first I didn't get it when somebody posted like a picture of it. The joke behind it, part of the bottle is green, like it's mostly sort of eggshell white, most of the bottle. But there's this one rectangle right below the label, that the name of it, that's green. So it looks like it says Soylent Green.
Yeah, what would you do with, say, 4 to 5 billion humans that suddenly die off? Say you had a plan in motion already where people were voluntarily lining up for their own euthanasia, and that suddenly you're going to have a overwhelming amount of protein. What do you think we should do with that? Put it to waste or sell it back to the population?
Well, it's all about what we let them get away with, right? Oh, hey, back to the dairy thing is something I thought was interesting. I have to go like more carnivorous myself, but I've almost bought this, and I've tried a lot of products that have this as an ingredient. But what's funny now is there's actually powdered butter. In fact, most of the people doing this, I think they do it from grass-fed, organic sources. So pretty much the only type you can find like this is grass-fed and organic. But what's funny is powdered butter. You can use it like as coffee creamer, but you can like use it to make all sorts of different things. But it's funny because for some reason it has like the same nutritional properties as regular butter, but the flavor, I don't know. Some way it tastes sweeter, almost like there's a little bit of sugar in it or some kind of sweetness of some kind. There is none.
I mean, I use like heavy cream, but I haven't in like 6 months or so. But whenever I get the craving, I just use heavy cream, heavy whipping cream. It's delish. And coffee.
Yeah, and the reason I brought up that conspiracy topic was that if you're buying something in a powdered form and it's got preservatives and additives and colorants and bleach was applied to it to get it to a uniform color and all these other things, we're no longer consuming food. We're consuming
chemical extracts, I would say, man. At that point. Like, if you look at, like, bread, go to supermarket, look at ingredients and whatever, your favorite bread, and just madness. An essay. It's like, woof. Wow. They tell you, oh, this is, preservative that or whatever this is. Like, oh, okay, sure. It's for color and...
Yeah, they the orange juices, when they bottle the orange juices and the milk too, they have to make the milk look white, because the milk doesn't even look white once they get finished with it. And the orange juice is not orange. They have to make it look orange by the time they get finished with it.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Don Pettit, and I made a sandwich out of a trash can lid, and they call me the Pet Tit because I was the first one to show my breastises off to the cameras when we landed. Anyway, this is peanut butter on this. This is peanut butter. Ugh, what is on that fucking thing? Is that like?
You should look at him, man. This guy's an
That's what they could use to make coffee.
And that is exactly what you are thinking that it is.
He has a patented fucking space cup. Do you guys know that shit? He made his space. Oh my god! Please, do you know about his coffee cup? Plastic inverted fucking thing. It looks like a shoe. Here, like. This is anti-gravity, so this works on ISS. So here. I mean, they have videos on this shit, but this is what it essentially looks like. He made it out of a bag, and the video was saying how much of a genius he was. He solved the mystery.
Wow! So you melted a bag into the cup?
Oh, dude, here, I'll get you the video, man.
Oh no, it's a cup, but it's all fucked up.
Don Pettit cup. I got this. I'm YouTube that Don Pettit.
Is he cooking those eggs right in front of his face? Is he just like tossing one up in the air and it goes fully cooked?
Here.
And yes, I am the Pet Tit.
What's he saying? He got them on the space station. He smuggled them in his ass to get them on.
Yeah, how the fuck you getting eggs up there?
I haven't watched.
He says, "Don't ask me how I got them on here."
Take it with you, motherfucker. Like, how would you? Yeah, you take eggs.
Did he say, "Don't ask me how I got him up here"? It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, he does.
Why did he? What the fuck?
And that is exactly what you are thinking that it is.
He didn't. Did he really say that?
I don't know.
Hey, Glad, watch
What?
the video.
Egg contraband.
That one, man.
Okay.
Yeah, just watch that.
Oh, this is great.
Lots of material for you. He's a genius, dude. He's so smart. Wow. Incredible.
I made this from a piece of plastic that I was able to snag from some of our procedures. And, anyway.
You guys are a great distraction when I need to get my mind off other shit.
Good.
That's why I love you guys so much.
Okay, so 1 minute, 13 seconds. And yeah, this is, I mean, that's what makes this place great, was when you can have a good time. So just laugh. Otherwise, it gets fucking boring. Oh, ships sail beyond the horizon, disappear, bottom up. Southern, fuck you. It's like, oh my god, fuck this, man. What is this shit? It's like, come on, man. I'm done. I retire. Watch Dom Pettit videos, man.
Wow. I'm not going to get that time back.
Dude, I want to invent something like him. He's like, look at the stuff Tesla invented. Then just like look at 1 minute, 13 second like timestamp of that video. Look at that great invention. Just look. Compared to the magnifying transmitter. Come on, man. No brainer.
Jeez. See, I hope Don Pettit doesn't actually talk like that in real life.
Right, does.
You think it's a troll?
I think it's an act. I do.
No, man, I think he's a fucking retard, man.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know.
They're trolling us, be like, look, we're gonna put this fucking retard in your face.
Well, yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah.
Those two are supposed to be some kind of NASA fans, or NASA, or YouTubers, or what is that?
Fans. Bro,
The ones in the video.
this is the lead
Don
actor.
Pettit?
Don Pettit. He's been
No,
how
no,
many
the other
hours?
two that are like interviewing or whatever.
Oh, those guys. I don't know. I've got no idea. I wasn't paying attention to them. I thought you didn't know who Don Pettit was. I was like, what?
Oh no, he's having a good old time.
Capped on tape, man. Look at him.
What does that say right there? Is that in Russian? Yeah. That's in Russian. Baby wipes. Russian Cinderella baby wipes. Wow.
Damn.
I've heard lately that the only way they can get to the ISS is through Russia. Is that true?
I don't
think
You're
think that
gonna
could
have
be
to ask the
right.
Russians, man.
Is that why we have a shitload of Russian bots in the YouTube chat?
Seems nuts.
Could be.
I mean, damn.
Oh, that's a good point. They were the ones pushing the Trump propaganda, right? They got him elected. Russia did.
Right. Yes. Yes. Somehow.
That's either Russian or Greek. I can't tell. I think it's Russian.
Oh shit! Look at that space selfie. Hold on. I'll clip this shit from. Oh, I got this. In the video, look at him. He's got his selfie here. Look, with the cup in space, in the ISS, to prove to the fucking flat earthers it was made in space, son. Yeah. Look at it floating. How about them apples, huh? That's right. Floating space cup.
Yeah, the last few people, which is, I don't know, I haven't been around it too long, but the last few people have really not bought any of the fake space stuff, and it really comes down to, or I should say, they make it apparent that that's what they're holding on to, right? CGI and NASA and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal. I don't want to say flat earthers. I want to say those of us who have truly looked into these subjects. We're crushing someone's worldview when we say Earth is flat. 98, 99% of people, we're going to crush their worldview. We're going to tell them
that emerges is such a mystery, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The outcome of it is incredible.
That means flat Earth solar. That's so true. That's how it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clyde. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I always compare it to like going up to somebody who's middle-aged and then saying, "Okay, you can never use your hands again," and seeing how they react. That reaction is or would be the same as a glober saying, "You're so fucking stupid," or just flat. What about the ISS?
Oh, did I tell you guys?
Can't. Good.
I was gonna tell you about Jab app, like
The
overseas.
juice.
So they have an app, right, with the QR code thing, yeah, the juice, right, for every Omicron or whatever, Delta crowd. I'm looking at the meme, solar code. So in Poland, in their app, they had 8 slots to begin with, right? So that information found me, so I thought I would tell you guys, and I found that interesting. They pre-programmed it for 8 slots, right? And now we're up to 3, obviously. So maybe, maybe total 8, I'm assuming. We'll see. Time will tell.
I just can't wait to start.
I was
Go ahead.
I was talking about the meme with the waterfall, though. By the way, it's like that's my favorite one. Of the ones you just posted. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really good one too.
Yeah, it is good.
What were you saying?
It's just a waterfall, guys. Fucking conspiracy theorist. Trying to find shit where there's nothing. You're like, I just told you there's a waterfall, and you're approaching it. Like
There's not. If there was, I'd have heard it on TV.
100. That's what they all say.
Yeah. But glad you were.
I don't know now. It's okay. I forgot. It's fine.
So it's like the older gen would say that. Then the youngsters would say, "How do you know that's real? How do you know that the waterfall is real?" That would be the youngsters, right? Teenagers of today.
How do you know that anything's real? Everything's a simulation. How do I know that I'm not just a brain in a test tube and that this is just a simulation? Like, come on, man. Fuck.
Streams, right? So
you ride over the waterfall. I'll walk around and follow the trail. When I get down there, you tell me how real that pain is. You're feeling when your leg is like bent up behind your head, wrapped around your neck.
And once they break it, tell them, how's that simulation feel? Which is sad, but that's just, it is what it is.
Sometimes I fall asleep imagining, like I can see. No, sorry, Zeus. Just killed my cat. No,
I had a cat named Zeus. No, I love Zeus, man.
Yeah.
Great fucking cat.
So when I close my eyes, sometimes when your eyes are closed, you can still kind of see like lighter shades of light and dark. Even though your eyes are closed, and so I'll sit there and I'll imagine I'm in like a pod, like a either a Matrix pod or like one of the ones in Aliens, right, on the ships, those kinds of sleep pods. and I'm laying down with my arms crossed, and I'm not supposed to be awake, but I'm looking right up at the people hovering over me and looking and just doing their scientific things and and then I go to myself, I wonder if they know that I'm looking at them, knowing I'm inside of this body.
That's a strange one.
It's crazy.
No more Matrix movies for you, Black.
Yeah, I know.
Bro. Fuck, have you been smoking, man? You sound like you've been. I don't know. Have you been getting enough sleep, Platt?
Yeah.
All right. Sounds like you're losing it there, bud.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Are you?
I don't know what the fuck this place is, and I really hope that I did not choose to come here.
I know, right?
What a dumbass. What a fucking idiot.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
They're like, oh, it's gonna be fun. You're gonna go down there and you're gonna learn some lessons about yourself, and you'll put some stuff in the spiritual Akashic Records bank there, and you're gonna learn some stuff, and it'll be great, and you'll use it moving forward. Oh, by the way, it's gonna be the worst thing you've ever experienced. Wait, what's that?
Akashic Record, man.
And by worst thing you've ever experienced, it's like not that bad, right?
Well, okay. Can you imagine going from full sensory deprivation and just existing as like a thought process to all of a sudden having to like deal with pooping? Fuck that.
What?
You see what I mean?
But
that.
pooping is a good thing. Like your brain releases endorphins when
No,
you
you
do it.
shouldn't
It like
have
rewards
to.
you.
Listen. We create disgusting stuff that if something else eats it, they get sick. That's bad.
You should eat less gluten. It'll make it, not such a bad process.
Poop always smells.
Yeah, it's fertilizer though, man.
No. I mean, it's not. It doesn't affect its smell. It makes it so it hurts when it goes out. It hurts to take shit for some people if you have gluten in your.
So you're telling me to make my poops a worse experience?
No. I'm saying if you eat, a rice cake and use rice bread to make your sandwich instead of wheat bread.
The point I was making, thank you, but the point I was making was that
it'd be easier to take a crap. Is what I'm saying.
If
gluten just fucks you up, I'm just saying it does.
It's an effort-based meat sack. We have to come in here. We have to come here and try and do stuff and accomplish things. Fuck all that. I just want to float around.
For some people, it is a pretty miserable time,
Well, dude, the first time you get a cut on your hand, you're like, fuck. I came here for this. Fuck all that.
It depends on how much you're aware of, too, how miserable it is.
Right.
I'm telling you, because when I wasn't aware of so much, it's like I could just go along and enjoy life a lot easier than I can now.
It's because you're smarter now.
It's just disconnect.
I was going to say there's the flip side to the cut on.
You're roboting, bud.
It's not helping. Robot man can.
I was going to say there's a flip side to the cut on the hand being once you experience a woman, you're like, oh, now I know why I came here, to have my heart broken.
Exactly. Yep. Well, that's what I was saying last night about
Have my heart broken.
The fallen angels. Like, women are so beautiful. I don't blame them for coming down and making all those mistakes.
If that was true, sure. You can believe that.
I don't have a belief about that stuff.
Belief system.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. I think with more technology, somehow we've become more lonely, and I find it fascinating but kind of sucky how that's reality. But it could just be correlation. I'm not saying that's necessarily causation, but let's be honest. We haven't really been living like this for that long.
It's the way social media can be consumed on your own in a very social setting. It's like ludicrous. It's the most antisocial thing to be on your own, whereas they call it social media so that you can consume it on your own.
They want everything that you experience to be false, like to give you a false sense of freedom. a false sense of hope, a false sense of happiness, a false sense of everything. So that's it's just another form of a false sense
Yeah,
of
you
something.
nailed it.
I'm reading a book right now based on true events. One of my father's best friends has written about in the book. And some of the things I'm learning about the way quote unquote law enforcement people do things, it's just mind blowing, man. Like they get people killed. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, taking life is a big deal.
And I used to say to myself, "Oh, there's good cops and bad cops." No, there's only bad cops because the guys who should be doing good and reporting their fellow man doesn't want to get beat up in the alley, doesn't want to lose their pension, yada yada yada.
Well, it's a little more complicated than that in more than one way, because if you want to be really concise, you gotta very specific. You got to point out that if there's an unjust law that's being enforced from either the point of the cop or his higher up. What I'm saying is, like, you got to change the freaking law in order for the cops to be good in certain situations.
That's another problem, Ryan. The law, according to man. Well, then the majority rules, right? That's a problem, bro. That's a real big problem.
Especially when everybody's so fucking stupid.
But I'm not talking about the process of changing it. I'm just talking about the law itself.
Well, it's still a problem.
Whether it's from a dictator or whether you're voting on it.
If the majority chooses to kill the minority and I'm one of the minority, I'm fucked. Well, I'll defend it.
Polizia, police, or the root word polizia, was policy enforcers. So the entire narrative of a police force is to force a narrative or force a policy of whoever's got the power to make those policies. So your point now is, well, we need to change the law or the policy, but they're there to enforce the bad policy that's been put in place in the first place.
What I meant to say, too, by the way, is it's not all cops are bad people. What I'm saying is, say you got a group of corrupt cops who are going and busting drug dealers and doing lines of blow and putting all the cash in their pockets and not reporting any of it and yada yada. And then Joe Sixpack over here, he's straight-laced. He does everything by the book, and he sees these guys doing it. And in fact, he gets put in their unit. And so now he has to go do all this bullshit with them. Put yourself in his shoes. Would you tell on these guys?
I don't believe that. It's a problem.
I think good cops let bad cops be bad cops. That's what I think.
You're right. And the gentleman that's written about in the book, he signed it for me.
What was you saying, Cyrus?
I was saying I don't think it's morally incorrect for humans to sell a plant extract to another human if they.
Oh no, I agree.
Oh yeah, and more and beyond. Oh, sorry.
I mean, even if that killed, like, you know what I mean, like coke or whatever that substance may be. That's why I'm saying, like, man, it was so God put it like, and I know I hear like this is law stuff. So yeah, outside the realm of man, I have to subscribe to higher law, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. And it's just so simple. It's fair. That's the only thing that's ever fair. Anything other than that is not fair. Period.
Well, and that touches on the point I was going to make, and I'll make it really quick, Orion, because I know you were going to say something. Was that even the cops that people want to say, the good cops and the ones who are going by the law and that think that they're doing good, it's an illusion that they're doing something moral when they're in fact it's going against laws of nature and going against morality in some ways and whatever. But that's the best ones that you're going to get. Think that they're doing good when they're not. But anyway, I'll shut up.
And also on a religious code, because thou shalt not kill unless I have this badge and I get handed a gun by my police officer. And then thou shalt not lie unless I'm a lawyer, then I can lie for my job. And from a very biblical perspective, these things are set in place that no man shall do it unless a man tells you now have the permission to do it from a man.
No. Man.
Oh, and beyond all that, I was just going to point out they're not technically constitutional. So all drug laws. So from a constitutional perspective,
I like
from the very base of our federal government, constitutionally speaking, when the police go to your house and take your drugs and arrest you and put you in prison for possessing those drugs, constitutionally speaking, that is theft and kidnapping. It's very important to understand this. These laws are, it's not just that they're unjust. Yes, they are unjust, and that's important to point out. That's very important to point out. But they're not actually even legal, technically.
Yeah, but you
from the base level. And it's very important to remind people of that. It's not, so like take for instance, drugs, they're not mentioned in the Constitution. And there's a clause in the Constitution that says that anything not mentioned in the Constitution is state rights. And so it just all boils down to the state.
Well, people voted on it a long time ago, right? We're voting on, lighter shit.
Oh yeah, well yeah, but I mean that's just with weed. That's just with one drug, and that's just with certain states. Some states are still following the federal way, some are not. That just depends on where you live. My place obviously not. Yeah. But it's just the same thing applies with literally every single other drug. And this is like,
you know what I mean? Like goons show up.
How it is.
That's like even if you're aware of this, if you engage in such activity, the risk is so high that. What?
Oh yeah. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not. Don't follow the law. I'm not saying ignore the law. Yeah. What I'm saying is, it's just like it's almost a little bit like flat Earth in the sense of it's just pointing out the obvious, but it's obvious at the base level of things. It's, No,
I like the Constitution. I think our founding fathers worked hard to make it fair. I like it. It's great.
Yeah, and everybody needs to remember that it's not for us to abide by. It is for them to stay within the bounds of, so that they do not infringe on things and take things from us that God give us. That's the purpose of it. People, they misunderstand that a lot, and they say, I've got this right. It's written in the Constitution gives me this right. No. It doesn't. God gives you that right. The Constitution is there for them to stay in the bounds of, so that they don't infringe on that right.
My rights are born with me. They belong with me wherever I go. They're not ink on paper that's passed by some old fucks that I can defeat in combat.
It's about dominion.
No, thank you. I'm very Viking. You want to take me down? Come take me down. Not some bunch of fucking old dudes with ink.
Well, they got their drone armies already.
Yeah, it's not about the ink though. It's about integrity.
Well, they get the
consistency and integrity.
They have no integrity. They're playing God or whatever.
No, I'm not saying they have integrity. What I'm saying is we need to have the integrity to stay by our word and everything that we would agree to make a law about. Like we have laws for basic things. Like you can't murder people. Theft is illegal. A few other things are definitely illegal for good reason.
You can go far. Like you're coming back super biblical, like Torah. Like where are you going?
Well, yeah. I know. I'm saying, but like.
But extra.
Never mind.
See, I'm accepting no addition to God's law. That's my problem as a man. I shall not accept anything but that and only that. Addition to that is just horseshit, man-made horseshit.
I'm going to go even further into, like, if you want to call it biblical Torah or whatever, it's just God's way, right? A king cannot remain king if he doesn't follow his own decree.
Well, that's where it gets religious, and I was like, I'm sorry, guys, didn't want to take it there, but kind of with the law stuff, for me, it makes sense. Like, yeah, the religious stuff makes sense. Law stuff, like, it is so basic, so simple. You shall not take another man's wages because his horse is faster than yours, and he caused no harm. That's it. Why shall you take from his fucking wages? That is theft, and he can cut your hand off when you do that. Legal in God's law. Because you're trying to take from my family's food because my horse was fast and yours is slow, which means I was speeding, officer. It's like, what the fuck, man? Did I cause any harm? Remember, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. So I didn't cause any harm. What's your problem? See, it's simple. When you apply God's law, everything just works so smooth. No theft. No one's gonna steal from you because
I'm
when
sorry.
you were speeding, you didn't fuck me up. What's up?
I'm sorry, officer. I thought you wanted to race. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd love to race. Let's race, man. As long as we cause no harm to other human beings, because if we do, and we take life, then King will take our life. So watch out, right? And that's how it should run. So if you're playing around with your vehicle and you're speeding like an idiot, and you take life, dude, if the family doesn't forgive you under God's law, poof, your life might be taken for that. So don't be a retard. But if it was an accident, it was an accident. It's forgiven. Things happen. But if you're an idiot, no, you should pay for being an idiot. You're an idiot. It's simple, But that's like the extreme end where you actually kill somebody. But yeah, you cause harm. Oh, fender bender. All right, fix this shit. Who's wronged you? All right, you pay for it. Done. Or you owe him this many hours of labor as payment. Nice and easy. Real simple. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right? You just weigh it on a scale and you give them the equivalent and no more. You don't tip it to either or. Just keep it equal.
And no usury.
Hey, so earlier today, I was handing out just a few more of those cards for a few minutes in downtown Portland, and oftentimes there'll be like, handfuls of up to like, I think the biggest group must have been like 12 at one point in time, but there'll be like, typically 4 or 5 skateboarders skateboarding down towards the river, because a lot of Portland, like where the skyscrapers are, it's actually kind of on a hill, sort of good section of it. So it's like an easy kind of slope, take down the sidewalks on. Anyway, they're like going by, and what's fun about it is that I hand out like flyers and cards, so they're on their skateboards riding by, grabbing it from my hand as they're going by. It's, kind of funny. But what was great is so like I hand out like 3 of them or 2 of them, 3 of them as they're going by, and then they like stop and like start yelling at me from like halfway down the block, like, hey, wait, you think the earth is flat, and all that stuff. And they all cross over the street and come stand next to me or whatever. And I didn't see this girl like skateboarding with them, but I guess there was some girl that they were just meeting up with right there. But it was like these 5 dudes and this one girl, and so there's these things called I think they're called Bunsen bubblers is the official name of them, but they're these iconic funny water fountains that exist in downtown Portland that they're constantly going. They look like water fountains, like kind of decorative, but they're for drinking. And so I'm standing next to one of these things, and 3 of these punk rocker dressed teenagers, but they're nice guys for the most part. They take the cards that I handed them, and they start putting them in the Bunsen bubblers, and destroying them, getting them all like mushy or whatever. I'm like, oh man, don't fucking destroy that. I want to give those to like someone that, would want to keep them. And at first, before they're ever doing that, one of them tries to walk up to me and hand one of them back to me, and just saying to me like, no, man, I don't think this makes any, I think this is just wrong. Like, here, you can have this card back or whatever. So I'm like taking the card back, but even that guy at the end of our conversation, as I'm talking with all of them, he takes that card back. All right. And then 2 of the 3 of them that I think were putting them in the Bunsen bubbler, they ended up asking me for extra cards at the end, so that one of them could give it to his mother and the other one could give to his teacher. And they actually put them in their pockets, And it was funny because the last one, he was like, I thought he was really going to like, tear it up in front of me or whatever. So he was like asking me for like an extra few seconds, like, come on, man, let me have another one. Let me have another one. And I was like, no, man, no. And he was like, and I was like, all right, fine. Like, I gave him money. He actually took it and put it in his pocket and went away, And I was like, oh, well, shit, But it was just kind of funny. Oh, but there was also this funny part where one of the guys, he kept saying to me over and over again, no, man, I think it's a planet. I think Earth is a planet, And he was saying this over and over again really loud. And what was really funny about it is like, I said to him, I think I got this idea from a joke about how, with modern culture, modern like leftist culture, it's like the opposite of Rage Against the Machine from the 90s. So the joke was like, it was back in the 90s, it was fuck you, or yeah, fuck you, I won't do what they told me. And these days it's fuck you, do what they tell you. And I was basically saying to them, you guys are like that, And I thought it was funny because they didn't laugh, but the one girlfriend of theirs that was there, the one female friend, she laughed at it, and I thought that was hilarious. And
should have taken her home, bud.
No, they were all
I'm just
too much younger than me, But
Was she
but
hot?
like they were
Hey
like
man, if
teenagers,
she's old enough to laugh at that joke, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
No, but I just thought it was funny because it's like that she was like dressed up a little bit like a punk, but not really like a punk herself. She was just more like normal clothing, but they were all dressed like like they were dressed like literally like Rage Against the Machine band members. Like they were wearing clothes like they would wear. You know what I'm saying? That's why it was funny. And like, but anyway, so I just thought that was funny how they were like putting them in the Bunsen bubblers. And at first I was thinking to myself, oh, you're okay, whatever. You're wasting a few cents worth of materials. What do I care? Like I don't give a shit, but that sucks anyway. But then like them being like, oh, wait, can we have, some of those cards or whatever? And like, I just love it how one of them said he was going to give it to his teacher. I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I want you to do with that.
Yeah, memory spans or memory retention is very short these days. Just, I think it was 2 years ago, it was my body, my choice with the whole abortion debate. Now it's your body is society's decision as to what they want to put in you for the common cause of everyone in society.
Was that the slogan? My body, my choice.
And it's still the same when it comes to abortion. It's like it depends on what you're talking about, whether or not your body is your choice.
Oh yeah, it's not your sperm. Like, come on, let's be fair. Let's just be honest. Your body.
And another human inside you is not your body and your choice to then do with another human growing inside you. So even that my body, my choice is flawed. But yet it would be more logical at least if people were still reciting it now. But they're not.
Well, when a woman can create the child by herself, then it will be all her choice.
Yes, I agree.
I still disagree because it's still another human being inside of you. You want to go cut off your arm?
You're right. It's still not her choice. You're right. It's another life, and she shouldn't. But I'm just saying, she can never do it by herself anyway. So it just
that way, it would never reach that because you can't. And then yes, it's a third body, or it's another body. It's not your body. It's his or her.
That was laziness on my part to say it that way, but it'd never get that way.
Well, good luck trying to tell these females that shit. Like, man, I do what I want. Like, yep. Stay away from me. Thank you, cunt.
Poor Karen.
Mm-hmm. They're all Karens today, man. I don't know what's going on. Or I'm turning into a fucking Karen, bro. Help me out. I'm not sure. Aren't you like a shrink? I'm becoming like an asshole. Where it's like, what the fuck, dude?
It's not your fault.
I don't know what's going on.
It would have been before COVID, but not now.
Ooh, yes. I think it's the jabby jab. They're all angry. Goodness, they're just super Karens, all of them. Roided out Karens, man. Just dosing.
Special K.
Fucking juiced.
You guys seen that interview by Prince just before he died, when he was describing how with a chemtrailing and then suddenly an entire neighborhood is all fighting?
Right.
I've often wondered whether Karens are actually created, that certain weak minds are able to be steered through some other method.
Yeah.
Past couple of years, society has changed, man. And I really feel it. And it's the muzzle. Like, I have to look it up. I'm not sure if my state, like, the numbers are spiking because everyone is gloved up and shit today. It was kind of weird. I was like, maybe it's the beginning of the week and asshole governor said, some mandate shit and that I'm not aware of. So I should really Google, but I don't really.
People were wearing gloves.
Yeah, like a lot of them, and everyone, like, higher percentage was masked than usual. I was like, interesting. So, like, I would find like me, but today I was almost like the only one man, or I'd find one here and there, and that's not usual. It's not the norm. So
I've
I'm
seen them
wondering.
wearing gloves. They're wearing gloves now where you're at.
It's the new variant, the Omicron, or however you say that shit. Whatever, Transformer shit, variant, Transformer variant. So I think it's spiking in my state or something. Because I had to pay my water bill over the phone because now, like, you can't even go in person. Like, yeah, it's bad.
Wait, you used to pay your water bill in person? Who does that?
Well, let me tell you why. Because it's not
that?
under my name; it's under my landlord's name and shit. So.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
No, yeah, I would go pick it up from the. I live in a small town, so it's 2 minutes away. Anyways,
Actually, I have to go tomorrow in person. I'm going to go in person to pay the water bill.
Yep.
I've got an awesome bill payment story if y'all want to hear it.
Go for it, dude.
I can only imagine. Go ahead.
A friend of mine was having issues and he was really worried, so he called an ambulance and went to the hospital, and they told him it was gas and blah, 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 and sent him home. And he ended up going to another hospital, and it was a major issue. He needed surgery. I think it was appendix, something like this. Anyways, the original hospital sent him a bill, and he didn't want to pay it, but he didn't want to have a bad name at the credit bureau, so he wanted the ambulance bill paid off. And he had pennies, a big pile of pennies, but he didn't want to go in and pay it. And so he asked me to, and I was like, sure. I walked into the hospital, and I made her give me a receipt first, and then I dumped the bag of pennies on the counter and turned around and walked away, and the look on her face was priceless. She's
My
like,
goodness.
I gotta count all of these, like they're not gold or anything.
You're like, yeah, you do.
Poor lady, bro. Poor lady. She was having a decent day until you walked up. It's like,
Yeah, she didn't count those. She packed them to Kroger's at the very least and throwed them into that machine and paid 8 cents on the dollar.
Coin starter, man.
Crazy though. They shouldn't have billed them for the ambulance. They got it wrong, so. Anyways, yeah, it was awesome. I was so happy I got to see her face, and I'm just thinking, my buddy, he should have seen that, but he was out in the car waiting.
Well, pay him when you can, and like these guys, they want quite a bit of money for my ankle injury, and I'll pay him when I can, sure. And they want outrageous numbers, of course, but I didn't even talk to him yet, but you can talk to him and be like, yeah, I can't pay that much. Then they'll be like, all right, how much can you pay? However, you have to talk to someone. Someone from the hospital told me to do that, so I was like, he was a nice guy.
My computer's having problems. This is what it sounds like.
Sounds like you're jerking off.
No, I haven't been that quick for a long time.
Okay.
The carpal tunnel setting in.
Your computer really making the noise?
Yeah, it's a game I was trying to play that's not installed right.
Also, it does. Okay, I thought you were just messing with us, man.
No. No.
The normies. Oh my god.
Look at cut the shit. He's like, you haven't been that fast in a while. He goes, that's fast. He's like,
I just saw that too. Yeah, that's There's no way. That wouldn't even feel good. Destroy the dick.
Torture, dude. That's fucked up, man. I should get some sleep.
Dear, what are we doing?
Yeah. Bored.
We're waiting for those globies to come in and show us curvature and all that.
It's late night, man. Yeah, it's almost 1. 12:42 my time.
It's almost 3 here.
Yeah. You guys are up late.
I'm usually up pretty late.
Quarter to 4 in the morning for me.
Quarter to Canada. I gotcha.
Quarter to Canada. So what happened? Did you start going to bed at a decent hour or something?
I did. Yeah.
When did that happen?
I don't know. I've changed a lot of habits, and like I said, with these new supplements, take them early in the morning, take them religiously, and I feel great. Asshole for sure. More aggressive. Fuck yeah. Almost got into a fight last week. It wasn't. Yeah, it would have been terrible for the other guy.
Well, that's how you know it's working.
Yes, I know, dude. I know.
I hate that.
My
It's
hairline,
like almost
my
getting
hairline,
like,
my hairline is evaporating. It's fucking getting smoked. That's how really working from that, you know.
There's ways
What's my
around that.
excuse? Because I'm not taking the supplements and I'm not a guy, so I don't think it would.
It's actually good for women too.
Yeah.
Same way, but I've been a bitch. Like I feel like I've been becoming a bitch lately, and
look, I'm still nice. Like I'm still kind and generous. However, it just the little things like when I drop something or something like that, it's like this momentarily aggression that's just too much. It's like, dude, what the fuck, man? You know, that's what I tell myself. It's like, calm down. It's like, what's wrong with you, dude? Like, relax.
Dude, nothing ruins my day more than if I forgot something upstairs when I'm leaving.
I
get in the car, I turn the car on, I'm like, all right, let's go. Wait, fuck.
Yeah. See that? If that's multiplied by 10, I know there's a problem. I know that I'm not normal. And like that's these supplements really work. Like that professor of neuroscience said, you know, it's great. It's if you're interested, truth, because I know I like the plant stuff, and I vouch for them. They really do work. One is Tunga Ali.
Tongkat Ali.
Yeah, that's it. Tongkat.
Yeah. It was pronounced that way when I first started taking it.
So you take it. Nice.
I used to. I've taken all all that stuff, the herbals like the tribulus and all that stuff.
Oh, tribulus is awesome. Dude, how about Fedosia? Fedosia agrestis.
I've never had that.
Okay, so this guy said this. The Tunga and Fedosia together. Why? The Tunga or Tunka, whatever, works on the SHBG, decreases sex hormone binding globulin, SHBG, because you have SHBG and albumin that bind to testosterone to deliver it to muscles, right? So Tunga lowers, and this has been proven in many studies, lowers SHBG, right? So it frees up testosterone that way. And then Fedosia agrestis works on the luteinizing hormone. It increases luteinizing hormone through the pituitary gland. So in that way, it signals your ball sack to create more testosterone, and it will make your balls get bigger, which is interesting. And it did, which is interesting. However, my hair, man, fucking vaporizing, man. It's like,
hey, but hold on. There's a way around it. There's a
finasteride
there's a shampoo. There's a
ketoconazole shampoo.
God damn it! Stop talking. It's called. it's called Nioxin. Here, I'll post it.
I think I have it.
Do you have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Two guys with taking testosterone supplements. can talk to each other.
we love testosterone talk. I'm sorry, it's just delicious. It
No,
makes
it's
me
just
feel
listening
great.
to you guys trying to talk to each other. It's just funny as hell. It's like, oh my god, I'm about to cry here.
Good times. Yeah, that stuff is. I don't know. It's just when I got off. So that guy said, the neuroscientist. He said this through many studies. So if you were normal, it will increase your test like quite a bit. But if you were like critically low, that's where he saw the enormous increases by like 400 points, which is ridiculous. And when I got off, I was so depressed. I was so fucking depressed. It was incredible. So I got back on, of course. And so that's not good. Like, I shouldn't feel this depressed, which means it was really fucking working. I was probably like, I don't know, flying really high. Because I shouldn't feel depressed when I got off.
You'll have to post
really
something about it because I have no clue as far as what you said and how to spell it and all this crap. So you just have to post something.
How about like podcast video? Or
I don't care as long as it's got the name of it.
Or you want the name of here at the herb? Sure. Tribulus is now. Tribulus, for like he said, and it worked for me. The first day I took Tribulus was profound.
Yeah, the first time you take it, it gets you. Oh yeah.
Wow,
So
man.
it helps with depression too, like
everything.
It's even better.
You're just Superman.
You're just more vital. Everything about you's enhanced as a man.
Great. Feel phenomenal. It's insane.
And like physically, you just feel more confident in everything you do. I guess it's like
so confident.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It is, man. That's Tribulus terrestrius.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And Fedosia agrestis, and Tunka. These, I love that stuff here. Tunka.
So I have taken the Tunka. I'm going to call it Tonkat because I've just been calling it that forever. Tonkat.
Tankari. Yeah.
Is that how you spell it?
It's here. I'll post something about it in the.
Yeah, that's Tribulus. Yep. So the Tonkat, the Fedosia, I think the Tonka is okay for women too for fertility. It increases fertility for both. So does the Fedosia too. Here.
Long Jack, Uricoma, Longfolia.
Yeah, that's
Uricoma Longfolia.
I have no clue where to start with that one, Brian.
Just get some.
I can't even freaking say it, man. It's like what was it? What was it again?
Tunga. I call it Tunga. Tunga Ali.
Yeah, Ollie. Yeah, you'll just have to post something about it.
Oh, sure. I'm trying to find a wiki.
I got something here.
Got wiki or something?
No, I don't want to do that.
Oh, you don't want to do that?
I got like pubmed.gov.edu thing.
Okay.
Okay. You're right about the hormone-binding globulin concentrations.
Yeah, SHBG. Yep.
Okay, well, this abstract.
Blood work has shown for these supplements that it does actually work, blood work-wise. That's why we're not just talking out of our ass here. It's been proven by blood work, so it does actually work. But you got to get the real. They said the Malaysian, I think Tunga or Tonkat, the Malaysian stuff is the stuff that works. So I followed the neuroscientist, the brand he used for that. That right now, the brand he used for the Fedosia is sold out, so I bought another one. But the Tunga, I do have the stuff, and it's quite cheap. It's like $12.
Yeah, it is not expensive at all. That's what I love about it. I think Tribulus is even more expensive than that, and Tribulus is cheap.
It's cheap as fuck, yeah.
Okay, so I posted PubMed, NIH National Institute of Health.gov website thing about Tonkat Ali on stress hormones and psychological mood stabilization. Excuse me. And now I'm going to find somewhere where you can get quality stuff.
Here, this is the stuff I use. The neuroscientist, like at least he tested this, and this is stuff he used. So through him, I know that this is what it is. And he said to use 400 milligrams, and these capsules are 400 milligrams pop. And this alone makes my hairline vaporize. So this alone is freeing up a lot of testosterone. because I'm very responsive to DHT, like, which that's what makes your hair fucking fall. So, and I respond quite well to DHT, like muscle building wise and just everything. I'm a hyper responder of DHT.
That's good.
It makes my hair fall. It's not good because I have androgenic alopecia. So.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
And you're fucking with your hormones like this? You crazy motherfucker.
I feel like Superman. I couldn't, when I got off, it's like, fuck the hair. Like
energetic alopecia. Now I know what alopecia is, and it's generally brought on by stress, but I've never heard of like energetic alopecia. So
androgenic from androgens.
okay.
Yeah. So all this increases the androgens in your body, testosterone, right? So it's based like androgen. You have androgen receptors in your body, and the funny thing is, you have them in your brain, if I'm not mistaken. So that's why testosterone is psychoactive. So for me, during this whole experiment, like I told you when we were talking, Lou, in the past 60 days or so, I purchased 2 vehicles. That's not. I don't behave this way. To build something that's really fast. For speed, to chase speed, it's kind of. And I said, remember, I lost that since I was a teenager. The love for speed, and that's yeah. You see, and it's correlation here is very strong. Where when I bumped up my test quite high, when I was flying my testosterone quite high, guess what came back? The love for speed. And it's sticking, right? It's like, and I like it. It's like, no. I like the way this stuff makes me feel. So, fuck the hair, I guess. Does suppress my appetite a bit. I have to say that.
I would be curious though of the neuroscientist that you follow.
Oh, he's cool. Yeah, I've been studying a lot of his shit. So, learning a lot of stuff. Kind of fixed my brain that I fucked up. Drugs.
I'm just trying to fix mine from. Well, I'm sure I probably messed it up probably in some way with those 2, but just more from traumas and shit, you know.
Okay, here. I'm gonna study this one next. I got you. Trauma. Boom. He said how to erase trauma. One. I got you. Awesome that you mentioned that. See, because I saw the thumbnail for it, and I was like, ooh, this is the one I'm studying next. Just finished the one on dopamine. So that's the one I'm really interested in. So I know I fried my receptors. For sure. From the Adderall usage. So whenever you feel that euphoria, that's your neuron saying goodbye from the overvolts. Too much voltage. So you're frying your fucking neurons every time you feel that euphoric feeling. So you should never ever feel that.
Really?
Yes.
Whenever you feel that euphoric feeling, that's what's going on?
It's neurodestructive, yes, because they're getting too much electricity, and that's why you feel euphoric. It's hilarious.
That makes no sense. Okay, whoa, just hold on.
Yes.
Because that's like
drugs, though. We're talking certain drugs like meth, like Adderall, because they do the same thing. They work on the same mechanism. Yes. Taken off. Yes. You feel that euphoria.
Well, neither of those 2, but there have been other ones that, that gives you that.
Yes.
But anyway.
Euphoria in general is your cocaine, that's dopaminergic too. So they do kill your neurons from too much activity. That's what kills them. Is just too much activity, too much juice. You should.
See, you would think it would be the other way around though, because maybe if it wasn't chemically induced and it was natural.
I got
euphoria, or because with the synapses in the brain, it's like every time that you create a connection, that connection is strengthened, and then it's like then you become more sensitive to it and you're able to perceive it better the next time, and then so forth. That's how your vision and
Funny
hearing
enough.
gets established.
Well, funny that you say that, because meth or Adderall can be actually can promote neurogenesis, which is interesting, right? And the whole neurogenesis and learning new tricks and learning new circuits and developing your circuitry, it has to do with the molecule dopamine. And that's why you can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? Why? It's dopamine. Because his body doesn't want, like, how come you can't learn new languages when you're old that easily, but when you're young, you can? Because your brain rewards you when you're young with dopamine. So you keep on learning, rewards you for learning. You see? But when you're older, it doesn't. However, you can hack that by introducing neuroplasticity by using cheat codes, right? However, in proper dosages, because if you use it too much, it'll create that euphoric effect, and you start going the other way around, where you're killing neurons instead of learning new tricks, right? So, but I've been learning a lot of shit like that, where it has to do with, like, I'm interested in, like, how to hack it with, like, not pharmaceuticals, but extracts and shit like that in general, you know. And I'll send you a lot of shit if you're interested in this kind of stuff. I got a big playlist.
Oh yeah, I've been. I don't know, man.
What?
I just tagged myself there so that I can find it easier. Like, because I can't leave this page while I'm in a voice call on this laptop. If you're wondering,
I can DM it. I think I still got the link copied. Let's see. There you go. DM.
I just wonder anymore if it's even fucking worth it. Like, I mean, damn, yeah. See, this is where
I always wanted to ask you that.
the what?
The shrooms.
Not yet, not yet.
Oh,
Still,
okay.
it's yeah. Not yet, but I have been taking lion's mane though for a long time.
Okay, cool. I've tried that. I stopped just because I ran out. It's not like I felt anything, but it's not. It's supposed to promote neurogenesis too. Yeah. If it says neurogenesis or someone is claiming that it promotes it, I'm interested. For sure. And I know what pharmaceuticals do it already, so I'm not interested in that. I already know where to go.
Pharmaceuticals and neurogenesis, like
Yeah, but for taking the proper dosages, which the doctors don't prescribe. Which
is.
Or you take like 5 milligrams of Adderall. This is not what medical advice. This is research.
So Adderall is the only one that you're aware of in the pharmaceutical.
Oh, you can take Ritalin, but Adderall is better because the name brand works molecularly different because it has another one.
Adderall's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
they have. I've seen the over the counter
how many
shit
milligrams?
that's supposed to be
Don't
like
even talk to me about it.
That's the problem, sir. You're actually destroying your brain. So careful. Listen.
No, bro.
Taking a lot.
Let me tell you what I mean.
Okay.
I'm a substance abuse counselor because I did so many fucking drugs. I'm not on Adderall right now.
Okay. Cool. Great. Man, that stuff, when you take in high dosages and you smoke, the euphoria.
It's pretty crazy.
Oh, that's all your neurons.
Dude, imagine. I would do that every time we would play a show. I would get that way, and then I'd go fucking play music in front of my friends. It was just, yeah.
I know the feeling, man. The best. It's the best. That's it. See that's neurons dying, man. That's so bad, but you feel so good.
It's crazy. And like, it's funny. The Train Spotting, the movie Train Spotting. So it's like they were trying to describe what heroin kicking in is like, and he's like, imagine your best orgasm, right? And multiply that by 1,000, and it still doesn't come close. And I'm thinking to myself, no, I've been pretty fucked up before. It felt way better than an orgasm.
Dude,
I feel bad for you guys. Like, it doesn't sound like you guys have had proper orgasms.
Oh no,
I'm
you
just too
take
busy giving them out.
And no. There's horrible recipes in life. Truth, you should never ever try, ever, because you're never experience it again in your life, and you're always going to change. And you're just like Molly and sex.
Oh yeah,
acid and sex. No, like too soon. No,
don't do it.
No, don't do it.
Don't do it, kids.
It's gonna ruin you for life. You're screwed. Because the way your nervous system is going to work, you're never, ever going to achieve that sober, and everything's going to suck.
Yeah, it's like you're going to have to spend a lot of time being celibate and kind of forget how all that feels so that you can kind of start over.
Yeah. Or find your new chick, or something. I don't know. Just something.
Hey, you know what? That's the benefit. One of infinite number of benefits to stopping watching porn, right? Like, I don't know how to describe this on a live stream, so never mind.
It's bad for you.
All I'm trying to say is that all your relationships will improve, but especially your romantic ones if you stop looking at porn.
Doing okay on that.
Fellas.
Great. Well, okay.
Of course. It desensitizes you, man. I mean,
it sure does.
I'm telling you, with these supplements, I don't even give a fuck to watch it. It's crazy. I'm so horny all the time. Trivials. Don't talk to me with trivials. Please, that should give me random bonus. Don't talk about trivials.
I felt like I was 13 again.
Let's not talk about that stuff.
Yeah, we don't have to, because it's been like over 6 years for me too, so.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm good not talking about it, and I don't need supplements to make to cause. Trust me, I'm good.
Yeah, no, like that. Yeah,
and I don't need Molly either. It's like I could probably have very near to good experience naturally as people good with Molly.
Sure, no, whatever. You have a 10 out of 10 naturally, and peasants achieve a 6 out of 10. Okay. Now, with just whatever Molly does for you, it's going to multiply your 10 by 10. It's always going to multiply by 6 by 10. So you're always going to be ahead. See, that's the difference. But that shit is
don't get used to it.
Don't do it. No. What I'm saying is never, ever do it. Is what I'm really saying. Ever.
Yeah, don't plan.
I got lucky too, because the one time I did
I'm 80 or something. Maybe then it's time to maybe try something like that. But that
try it by itself.
When I'm at 80,
right?
Yeah, don't try it and have sex. That way, sex will just get you'll be desensitized to it. Like it's gonna be boring. Like it's just not gonna feel like it's like, oh, this is some boring ash. This is fuck that. Like that's not good. You don't want to reach that. You're gonna dwell on that stage for a while, so you don't want to be there.
I've been even without that. So
yeah, well, amplify it. That's it. Yeah, just amplify that. That's pretty much it. But anyways, Adderall. Yeah, if you take
how it is, if the relationship isn't right, it's just kind of boring because the relationship. That's what does it. Anyway.
For sure. Exciting human will always be exciting, and that's the human you try the Molly with, right? But however, yeah, it's still fucking dangerous. Like, especially it's the exciting human that you like. It's like, should I do this? No, bad idea.
I mean, if someone were to, like, I'm not planning on doing Molly. I'm not saying this because of this. I'm just saying if someone were to want to, they wouldn't have to like do. Couldn't they like limit and do like a minimal amount just to?
Maybe, but it's really like there's a threshold that you cross when it actually kicks in. When enough of it kicks in to where you're rolling, and you take just a little bit, and it almost gives you like a little pep, little speedy feeling. But then it just doesn't get you there. There's a level you got to get to with a certain amount of stuff there.
Your senses just work. differently. Like, I don't have good, like, heavy Molly experience. Like, I'm still to have a decent session with Molly. I call this stuff session. However, acid, oh no, don't even talk to me about acid, please. So many trips.
I'm glad I'm never going to do it again. Yeah.
Same here, bro. I think I actually retired last trip. Changed me for life. I still see the fucking kaleidoscopic images a year later, more than a year, with my eyes closed. It just, I could not close that veil. So it's like, all right, that's enough. I had enough. Obviously, it's like,
Yeah.
you're fried. All right, when you can still see the lights with your eyes closed, you're fried. You're fried.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Tool lyric, prying open my third eye. Prying open my third eye.
Remains like the fractal images, you know what I mean? Like sometimes, only sometimes, just my eyes shut, I would just see these vertical lines with fractal images. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, I'm not on acid. It's been a year and what now?
It comes and goes. You know, I think it's an old wives' tale that it gets stuck in your spinal fluid. I do think that there's something to be said about, like, you can test someone's hair follicles till they're dead, and you'll be like, oh yeah, they did acid here, and they did this here, and this here. Your hair's going to tell the story. So
Really?
something's in there telling it.
Well, I cut it. It's pretty short. So I think the chemical substance goes away, it gets flushed out of the system quick, because you don't build up tolerance for that long.
I don't know. Yeah, well, for a lot of things, yeah. But a doctor told me once that there's certain stuff, especially the way they used to, like when they put strychnine in it and stuff that's just gonna stick around in your body forever.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe that's why I felt that the last stuff too wasn't clean too. It wasn't. It felt not clean. You know, it was just too much, kind of. And you're right. The residual shit that just never went away and shouldn't be like that. Acid is not like that.
Right.
You know, that's the danger of these offshoots if you don't test them.
Every once in a while, though, you know, the placebo effect about flashbacks that I grew up hearing. Oh, you're gonna have flashbacks. Well, you know what? I'll risk it. But every once in a while, nowadays, if I like run out of breath or something, and you know, like I get kind of dizzy, I'll stop myself and then I'll wave my hand in front of my face and I'll see huge tracers and I'll be like, oh, okay, alrighty.
Nice.
But it's just because I'm working myself up. But to me, that means
I wish
there's something in the body that still allows me to do that, and or it's just something in my brain I fucked up and it's never going to get repaired. No. I'm not sure.
I can never.
Or maybe it's just where you created the synapses, right? And
right,
you
yeah.
have those connections formed that if you focus on them and tap into them, you can still make those connections. Maybe that's the purpose of those types of things.
I agree.
Maybe
form those.
Funny enough, you say that because according to this guy, I didn't know this before. Did you know that your eyes are not actually fucking organs at all? They're pieces of your brain that live outside of the skull. They're attached directly to your brain. They're pieces of your brain, and their job.
Well, I mean, I never thought of it like your brain on the outside, but yeah, it's definitely
it's
directly
like
connected.
that. It's insane. You gotta listen to this guy talk about it. He's a fucking professor, so he knows some shit about that stuff. And it's very.
The channel that you posted.
Yep, his channel, Huberman Lab. Great stuff. Right now I'm working on watching like strong majority of this stuff, but still scratching the surface. You know, a few videos in or whatnot. But I've been watching other guys too about neuroscience and the pharmacology and the pharmacokinetics part of the pharmacology of like how the pharmacology works in the body is what I'm really interested in. It's very cool stuff. If I was to go back to school, I would study this shit. Neuroscience for sure. Neurochemistry, 100%. Stuff is so cool. I just like it. Maybe because I fucked up my brain with the acid. I don't know. Because yes, I see like I can't see the fucking streakers, bro, but I see images, right? The lights, the fractals. I still see the fractals. So the vision part of it, I know I'm not seeing that really, but I can still see it with my eyes closed. So it's the circuit that's in my brain that's just still on, really. That's what I think of it. It's just the chemistry, I think, left. It's just the circuit is just still hot, really, never cooled. Because I remember looking at myself in the mirror, and it would. I would always have a smile on my face. Where the next day, my cheek muscles would be sore from smiling the whole time for 12 hours.
Yeah, I love that.
Smiling for 12 hours, so your cheeks get sore.
Yeah. Oh man, I missed that. That's like the best part of tripping.
No, that got stuck with me, man. I find myself just smiling, just by myself, dude. It's like,
what's
fuck.
wrong with that?
Nothing.
I do that anyway. Like I'm doing it right now.
I'm smiling.
Well, I'm smiling because I'm telling you guys about it. But when you're by yourself, listening to the same music on acid, and it makes your cheeks fucking tingle, and it's like, no, that's not good. It's not good. It's that circuit being activated from the music, you know. It's triggering the fucking smiling, just jittery dancing. It's like, no. It's great, though. It's great. Obviously, you can tell I love acid, but I think I'm done with that stuff.
No, you may not be. I can hear it in your voice. That's okay. I have to be done.
I'll tell you. Okay, I'll be honest. You caught it. With a friend, I would do it. Like, if a friend wants to try it, yes, 100%. Yep, I'll have tons of experience. Like, yep, give me. I'll try it first, and actually, I'll let you try it after I tell you how much to try. Sure, guinea pig, 100%. But by myself, because all these trips were by myself, so it's like I'm done. I don't think there's anything to learn. And every time I would do it for a month straight almost. I would take a day off, day on, day off, day on, day off. If I would microdose, I would microdose every day for like a week. But it would be more than a month or a month of experimentation, and I would take about 2 years off and experiment for a month. And the first trip in that like experimentation period is the most profound one every single time. It's the most profound one. And every other one I could never, can't really grasp what's there. You know what I mean? It's too much. But the first time you can actually, because I would write notes. The first trip after like 2 years apart is all I would need. So I figured it out. It's like, yep, and with a friend would be cool. By myself, I'm done. I've journeyed in this land for many, many hours. It's like I've seen what it has to give, which is too much that you cannot utilize and harness. Only if you could funnel that fucking energy somewhere, but it's just too much. You cannot actually funnel it. Two neurons firing in all fucking directions. Too much. Just too much. It's like, yeah. It's great. Only if I could do something with it, you could conquer the world, you know? In truth, you would have to try it to like enter the kaleidoscope.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I think you'd enjoy it, I'll be honest.
Well, a lot of it, honestly, it's like a lot of the shit you guys talk about when it comes to that. It's like I already experienced a lot of that, so it's like I'm thinking, I don't know. I'm pretty out there as it is. Like
It's not. It's in there. It's not really out. Kind of for me. I take them at night by myself, and anyways, I'll go. I take it intentionally. All the psychedelics to go inward, all the fucking time. I never ever take it to go outward ever. DMT, however, is just a different story. That's just it's the bee's knees on like it just there's something else. It's so warm and so nice and just melts your reality and I don't know. It's like it's something that you would experience and you don't have to keep on experiencing. It's kind of weird. Like
yeah,
again, for me,
inward would be the proper term.
What's up?
I said, yeah, inward would be the proper way to say it.
Inward. I like most people don't like to go inward. They like to party on drugs like this. That way you go out and you lose yourself. No. I want to go in and solve and piece myself together and find these dark spots so I can work, massage that shit out. Because oh my god, will you cry? Like it's shit is terrible if you go inside. Like it's terrible for you. Most people don't want to go there, but you should. So you get it over with quick.
That's where I've already been going anyway for the past, I don't know how long.
But it's healthy though. It's healthy.
Wow.
Okay, watch this. Last trip made me a germaphobe. How about them apples? Now I read after that it will, in some cases, some reported cases, did actually do that to people, which is funny, because it did the same thing to me. Huh? Interesting. And I remember I washed everything, almost every square inch of every wall of my house. It's that fucking bad. Yes, and I'm not like that. I now like look at my house now, look at my kitchen. Dirty dishes are just filthy animals.
I have this little light that you can shine on things and it'll show you where anything
UV
is,
light.
if anything has been there that's, yeah, it's biologic in any way, it glows. I guess that is what it's called. I don't know. Is it? Is that what it
Yeah,
is? UV
it's
light.
ultraviolet UV.
Yeah.
4 or 5 nanometers.
It's kind of green, yellow looking.
Purplish or makes your fingernails glow. I want to sleep. 118.
Yeah, dry skin, fingernails.
UV.
Kind of creepy shit, really. But
Yeah.
I used to be a germaphobe. I'm not anymore. Used to have OCD terribly bad.
I wasn't.
Things had to be perfect. Now it's opposite. Now it's like I don't care. It doesn't bother me, and shit is definitely not organized.
It
Just
brought
take my
out.
word for it.
It brought out little manic episodes inside of me, which I did not know they fucking exist. It's not good. Like I'm telling you, last trip. That's what I'm saying. It's the last session that I'll do like that. Like, I'm good. Oh, a trip here and there, okay. But a session like that, it's like, no. I've recorded my changes very like that time. It's like, no, not good. Started changing me for real. It's like, this is not really. What is this? So I started reading. And some people, I guess, that are prone to bipolar will bring that shit out. So it's like, really? It's like, yeah. Huh. So it's interesting shit.
And what do you mean prone to bipolar? It's like
read about acid.
That's-
That's what I'll say. They've experimented a lot with that substance, so
I think bipolar is bullshit, like the way that they toss it around so much. Because if you really read about what bipolar is, like they literally, people that they claim to be bipolar, like literally think that they have some kind of freaking superhuman powers and shit, like really psychological shit going on there. But they throw that term around on people that just like they misuse it. That's the most, I think, the most misdiagnosed thing
There's
ever.
another acid human. I call him the acid buddy. That kind of starts living. It's like, no, dude. That's like you behave. That's trust me. It's kind of. I felt it. That's why it's like, maybe we part ways, buddy. It's like, nice journey. I like it. I enjoy it, but I think I'm done. It's like I think I'm done. It's like, all right.
You don't think it was part of you? You don't think it's like part of you, like a shadow person of you that
It is,
you
and it's
are not aware of?
It's entering the circuitry, the danger. Like it's rewiring my brain. Like the circuits were changing. My behavior was changing. Like and I didn't like it. Is it to the better? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. Not sure.
Is it a fear of not having control over that person?
No, not at all. No, that's why I dabble in quantities. Like I never ever fear like the psychedelics. That's why I love them. It's kind of I enjoy being in that zone. It's however I understand that I cannot harness it, so it's kind of waste of fucking killing my neurons. Really, it's like microdosing is cool, but just like I said, a trip every 2 years, great. A
Well,
trip
there's
once or 2
obviously
hours,
benefit.
not so great. Not so great.
I have to do it with best friends or girlfriend or people I'm really emotionally close to, because I get really emotional.
Cry. You're gonna cry. You're gonna laugh. It's
Well,
phases, man. When you read it.
It's like, well,
How about
it's
you cry, you laugh at the same fucking time? How many
right.
times that?
Shit'll set me off. It's like something sad will make me sad, and I'll cry for a second about it, and then I'll laugh at myself
Laugh.
crying, and yeah.
Yep.
Is it good to do it with someone you're already emotionally involved with, though?
If the relationship's going well, yes. If you guys are fighting, don't.
Bad. If that person makes you
No,
always
never
like,
fighting.
feel
Yeah.
great around that person.
Can you imagine? Cyrus, did you ever get in any fights when you were tripping?
Yes. Not me,
It's
though.
not fun.
Not me, bro. It was. I never remember the substance too. It was not acid. It was DOM. It's an acid offshoot, much stronger.
Mm.
Waves hit you like a fucking. You just feel it through your fucking toes from the ground. It's like, what the fuck is this high voltage shit, man? It's like, what?
Well, you know what's so funny about it, man, is it's enhancing our electro capabilities somehow, somewhere in the body, right? It's enhancing like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's all
yeah.
electrical signal.
It is. You can feel the waves come from like through the earth.
Yeah.
And that stuff, man. DOM was just intense, and my buddy and his nephew, wow, they really got into it and it ruined the entire fucking trip. Really ruined it, and yeah, wow. I think for like 8 hours, it was just killed the whole fucking buzz. But I was trying to, cool things off. So. While shaking and fucking shivering and trying to control the electricity. It's like, hold on. It's like, hold on, charging. It's like, let me gather my thoughts.
I've actually had people tell me before that, like they won't touch me, but they can just be near me and they can feel like an electrical charge coming off of me. Like they can feel it.
I could see through walls on that stuff. I swear to you, if you make a sound behind the wall, I'll see right through the wall exactly where you're at. Like it just, you could draw like the location of the sound to be accurate, right? You can't see the sound, but you'll be able to draw it and pinpoint it like no other on that stuff. It gives you the ability to almost see through walls in that fucking sense. And I remember at Planet Fitness, microdosed. I spotted a piece of glitter across the whole. It's a big fucking place.
Yeah, you would see it.
And I swear to God, bro, I walked up to it, man, and it was a piece of glitter, and I was like, "There's no way I spotted this," and I actually did. And it was insane. I was like, "Did I just?" Wow! I was like, "The acid must be kicking in." Go home, son. And I did. I was like, get in the truck. It's kicking in. Let's go. It's like, how the fuck did I see that thing? like that's not good. It's kicking in too fast. I'm like, let's go. You took too much today. The microdose isn't so micro. But it wasn't that much of a dose. It was small. But yeah, it's interesting. See better.
Well, I mean, the controllers,
Then you see worse.
they use this shit, man. They use it and they look into the neuroscience. They want to understand it. And you were mentioning like how people, like something's changed and you wonder, who was it? I think it was Solar. Oh, he's gone. Anyway, had mentioned something about like some kind of change or shift. And I mean, it very well could be. This could be had been the ploy to get everyone at home staring at a device for as many hours as they could get them. I mean, they're already staring at a device pretty much most of the hours that they're awake. But when they're working, they can't be doing it while they're working. So it's all right. Oh, make everybody stop working so that everybody has nothing else to do but stare at devices. And then this technology that they have now through the devices, through the internet, through Wi-Fi, the software, all these new updates and shit, like probably has this shit in there. I don't know, but where they can psychologically manipulate people with their through their nervous system and other means by using frequency through these devices.
Yeah, and there's guys that stare at goats and kill them too.
Maybe, I don't know about that, man, but sure, if you can prove it, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, there's patents on it. They've studied it. They've been
Right.
studying more about
Technology's there.
how to control our brains through and in so many different ways, and through pharmacia.
It's interesting. Like your muscles are controlled through acetylcholine, but your nervous system fires the electrical signals from your brain down to your spinal cord to there are like two types of neurons. You said, anyways, then it goes out to your peripheries, and then it splashes fucking acetylcholine on your muscle, makes it contract. How fast does that work? Extremely fucking fast. But that's how it works. It's crazy. So it's kind of, the more we understand, the more we'll be able to tap into this electrically, because it's electrical that emitted acetylcholine. Remember? So it's like, so what if I just make a button and put these electrodes here? Acetylcholine release, boom, then you contract your muscle. It's like you have no choice. So it is. The more we understand, the more we'll be able to hack it. That's why it's like, cool. Let me learn what the 21st century has to give me. So I think like 10 years ago, like we weren't as advanced now, for sure.
If you don't govern your own mind, someone else will.
So I want to learn what they know, like at least the mainstream, what they're saying about neuroscience. Let me just learn what they're learning. Start there. There's, if there's my globe detectors detect anything, I'll omit that shit. If not, take it.
Globe detector.
Yeah, of course they're gonna feed you horse shit on there. You know what?
Yeah.
Evolution. Oh my god!
Yeah.
I just figured out what hermaphrodite is. Well, I mean, I know what they are, but hold on. Hermes and Aphrodite. Hermaphrodite. Hermes, Aphrodite.
Oh.
Holy shit! Because Hermes was a guy and Aphrodite was a girl, and when you're both male and female, you're hermaphrodite.
Oh.
Right, Don Pettit.
I'm gonna change your name, bro.
Pun did it. Pun did it.
Pun did it, yeah.
Dude.
Sounds like a Ponzi scheme.
So is that actually that's where they got hermaphrodite from? From Hermes? No. Aphrodite? No.
I don't know, man. That's where the word came from. It's a Greek word.
Maybe, bro. Then you're right. Yeah.
I'm gonna think I'm right until somebody proves me wrong.
I'm down. I'll rock and roll with that. Sounds good.
I'm inclined to
sounds good, man.
That you're right.
If it sounds good to my ears, it's right, dude. That's it, man. What's up?
Man, that dude is like starting to get on my nerves, Resolve. It's like, make him stop.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'll post something else.
Oh, wait. So the Fedosia, you should look into, I think, the Fedosia agrestis. However, in some studies, it's been shown that it's toxic in mice. Huberman said in men, it hasn't been shown in humans. But there is negative stuff out there about it. I'm just put it out there. Toxicity-wise. However, in humans, it hasn't really been shown that it's toxic like that in mice. But because it increases luteinizing hormone. So, and for women, it's good too, if I'm not mistaken. When luteinizing hormone is increased for women. Which for men increases, it promotes the release of testosterone. So for women, I'm not sure what it would do. Promote estrogen release? Let's see. Fedosia agrestis.
Yeah, I don't know that a lot of estrogen is a good thing.
Not a lot. It's balancing stuff out.
Yeah.
Well, that's annoying. Never mind. Taking that down.
kills my appetite. Shreds it.
What kills your appetite?
Fadoja agressus. Because appetite is actually called ghrelin. It's a hormone. It's chemistry. I'm telling you, it's just the human's fucking chemistry, ball of chemistry. I get depressed in the winter, obviously, but when it's chemical and you actually can change, it's hilarious, right? You laugh because you understand that chemistry is kind of driving you. When it's out of balance, really, it's out of balance. It'll drive your mindset for sure. So you want to keep that in balance. Then it's only your mindset. But if it's not your mindset, if it's the chemistry that's wrong, fix the chemistry first. And I don't know if something is wrong with the chemistry or not, but I'm just dabbling with the chemistry to see how I feel, and it's making changes. So the ghrelin hormone is what your body releases. The hunger. That's the hunger hormone, ghrelin. So yeah, that's it's obviously fucking with my ghrelin hormone, so I don't get hungry when I take Fadoja. I have to force feed myself.
See, I already have to kind of force myself to eat, and even when I don't feel hungry, I have to, cause I'll go. I can't suppress my appetite too much.
Well, it's not good for
I've got ways
body suffers. So
fix that though.
I mean, for me, it's defeating the whole purpose of raising your testosterone to hold more muscle when you're not eating. It's like you're like taking a step forward and 10 backwards, man. It's like, what are you doing? So, but I like that sort of shit. Plant extracts, plants, it's cool stuff. You know how humans found out that those plants work? The Fadoja is by watching animals. And that's how the mating is controlled through nature, by the diets of the animals and what's available for them to eat. And when quote unquote nature has a lot of Fadoja for them to eat, they're really horny and population goes up. So it's
Okay, well, I've got guys' attention. I wanna ask from a guy's perspective. Do guys wait around for the women? Like, okay, so as a male, so I don't know whether to say guys, girl, man, woman, whatever. Anyway, do you guys wait around for the woman to like call you,
To make a move?
or do you
where are you?
like, or do you just call them? Like, I mean, I don't know, because
Where are you? Like, are you where?
what do you mean?
Location. You're somewhere in public. Where?
Yeah, dude, don't ask somebody where they live. Come on.
No.
Oh, I'm in Kentucky. You know where I'm at.
No, I mean like like the guy. Like, are you at the gym, right? Or are you like in a bar or in a club? Like, you know
Oh,
what I
are
mean?
you? Oh, you mean
Like,
like getting hit on or
set-
hitting
No, I'm
on?
at,
Yeah,
I am
set
at
it.
home. I am at home.
Right? Are you waiting for him to call you?
Are you waiting for the dudes to hit on you?
I don't know if he's waiting on me to call him or if
Listen. The woman should always make that, all right? Because it takes a lot of courage for a dude just to approach a woman, right? So if
Mm-hmm.
you give him your number or you guys exchange numbers, reach out. Trust me, we never get that. We always have to fucking be the ones to pursue every time. So if you like a guy, let him know. We like honesty. We don't care about all that craziness. We don't. The small talk is just for you guys, all right? If you want to initiate a small talk, you call the guy. I mean, because what we care about is not the same things you care about. You know what I'm saying? So it's best if you have his number, call the guy. He'd appreciate that. Trust me. I wish that's how it worked for me. So yeah, you're in the right place to know what guys think. Yeah, trust me. We would like to have that phone call. Makes it easier for us.
I second that.
Yeah, if you have his number, I third that. But I thought you were just saying like, oh, just random shit. Like, hey, if I'm at this place, who should hit on me, or should I hit on them? Like, do you have someone in mind, or like it was just random? Because okay, I was at Safeway and a chick that's friends with another chick that works there walked up to me, like, "Hi, I'm X and Y," shook my hand, and she was like, "Can I give you my number?" I smiled, and I was like, "Okay, sure." She was wearing a mask, of course, so that doesn't help. 100% doesn't help. 2, she was drunk. Of course, liquid courage. Liquid courage. That's why she was able to do that, and I know that. And I have her number. I never fucking text her. I don't think I ever will. So I'm not interested. Now, if I was interested in her, I was like, yes, of course. I would have texted her right away. It's like, yeah, but I'm not interested. So,
Well, see, that's what that's what. Okay, so that's what I wonder. It's like, is it that I
she
mean,
took the risk with an asshole, and I'm just not interested. It's okay. Fine.
But here's the thing.
Hold the fuck on. We don't know the story. Okay. She's just asking a broad statement, a broad question. Might not be anything specific.
Explain the
Was it?
the interaction.
Yeah,
What
right.
happened? Did he approach you? Did you approach
No.
him? How did it work?
I think, yeah. So,
I mean, we've talked before, but it's like the last time we talked, it was kind of like both were busy. Everything that
I
we
think
discussed was kind of like settled, but there was like a lot of time that was shared that and I'm look, I can be bold. I have no problem whatsoever with being bold and just coming straight forward. I want to be like if it's not like I don't know, right? Because you guys are just weird.
Yeah,
You
but
guys are very weird.
you got to look at it like this.
And
We are
I don't
adults.
know if you guys are waiting for the woman to I don't know if he
Yeah,
feels like
but
maybe he
all
would
right.
be being too pushy or whatever.
Right. We don't want to be pushy.
Yeah, true.
yeah,
Check this. Listen,
yes.
you have to be honest and straightforward. That's how it works. We're adults. We're not children. We're not in high school. It's not passing notes. You tell the person how you feel and what you're thinking. If they don't return it, you move on. Simple.
Proud you're
I mean,
advanced.
but you're a woman. The woman usually holds the power in this game of cat and mouse, right? When man's chasing a woman, you guys hold all the power in the beginning
And everyone
because
plays games.
In
because
the beginning.
because the main thing is you have to
Yes.
know what. But as a man, you know what men want. You know what we want. We're just going along with everything else until we get that. And when that happens, then you find out, is this person the right person? But you got to know what you're getting into. So you got to vet the person properly, right? So all I'm saying is, if you like this guy, let him know. And if he doesn't, you have to figure out, is he trying to just get in my pants, or is it something real? That's where you have to make the judgment call on that. But I'm just saying, just be honest though, regardless. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. What's there to lose? We're adults, we're not children. You know what I'm saying? You get your feelings hurt for a couple of days, you're good. If it doesn't work out, you know?
Yeah.
But you have to make the leap. I mean, seriously. I mean, but truly though, if a guy is really into you, he's gonna call you a lie. Now, just to be honest.
100%.
Most of the time.
100%.
Yeah. Most of the time.
Yeah, see, that's what I was
And
feeling. So it's kind of like I think that maybe I should just
I fear
just
being
let
pushy.
it be how it is.
No, then now I'm more calculated because I understand that don't be like, if I'm like a pup. For some fucking women don't like that, and I understand. So I have to be the grown-up pup, even if I'm so excited about the chick. It's just like I have to be calculated, and I don't like fucking games. But yeah, like Fraud said, it's the dishonesty part that the women. I don't know why, but they play. I saw, and I know that they play that shit. I don't know why, but they do. So they're dishonest to reflex. But I like to be myself, and I like when I meet chicks like that. But anyways, you'll find something else that you won't like, but whatever. Yeah, they're like excited pups, and it's cool, and you're honest. Yeah, so if you like the guy, just fucking text him or something. You don't like him, whatever, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, and
That's it.
also like if you've already guys have already done the do, you know, you and him, and then the phone calls or whatever, goes by the wayside, then you understand that what the situation was about. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Well, yeah.
it just if you guys have moved, past what level, I don't know what level you guys are up to, but I'm just saying, if it's just the beginning, be honest. If it's moved past a certain stage, then you know what I'm saying, then it is what it is, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah, it's not to the done to do. I think if that's what you're referring to as between the sheets shit. Yeah,
I have
yeah,
not
so
made him breakfast yet. No.
Yeah.
no, so, yeah, if it's the
no, no,
beginning
no, no, no.
stages, let your intentions known. There's nothing to lose from that. Then and
If it had made it to that point, I wouldn't be asking this question.
That's true.
Truth, I ask out any hot chick that I see at dinner because for me, I'm just gonna lose money because that's like the hardest fucking exam she's ever gonna have in her life, but she doesn't know that. And it's a big setup for me to have fun, and I'm just there to have, bro. I'm just there to have fun. I'm not trying to get laid. I want a wife. Right?
Sorry, you realize we're talking about Truth's situation, not yours, right?
Yeah, dude. Where'd you go?
I'm explaining to her how a male that's of my fucking retarded testosterone mind does things. It's like they do exist out there.
You're still young, man. Truth and I are probably similar in age. Truth and I are probably similar in age, so I understand. So when you get to a certain age, you just don't want to deal with the bullshit anymore.
Yeah, bro.
You don't want that dumb shit.
I don't want to deal. I don't want to deal with the games, none of that shit. I'm straightforward. If I meet somebody I like, I tell them straight. I never used to be like that. I didn't have that courage.
Oh, bro.
When I got old, I realized that. Wait a minute, what the hell am I doing? I need to be honest because being honest with myself is being honest with other people. So even if someone doesn't like me, at least I tried. You know what I'm saying? I used to hate rejection, but it's like I didn't learn to accept it until I got older. You know, it's weird.
Yeah, hell, when I was 30, I would just like freaking just play just for the fun of the game, even if
what game? Like I'm not trying to gain anything. I want a family. I don't want a fucking game. So I got no time for that shit. Never had time for it. But humans like to play games. That's what I'm saying. It was like I can play games, bitches. Like sure, right?
No, that the games come from insecurities, and we all have. So it takes a while to
play. This person's pretty honest and
well,
straightforward.
there you go.
Yeah, so just be real. Just tell them how you feel. I mean, seriously, that's what I do. I mean, literally, and it just saves so much trouble. You know what I'm saying? Because either they disappear or they hang out, they hang around. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I just love the honesty part because it just works well, and no one gets hurt. You know, really, I mean, you don't really get hurt. I mean, would you rather find out now or find out 3 months, 4 months later when feelings are involved? You know.
I think we hurt ourselves when we put false fucking expectations in front of our eyes. That's the truth. And I think that's, for me, I guess, because I could only speak for myself. Yeah. Put a false expectation for yourself, you're always going to fall. But again, do you want to rock and roll with no expectation like me right now? High tea and just don't give a fuck? No. It's not healthy, and I know it, but I like it. So it's like, you don't want that either.
So you're saying that the guy could be interested in and still not be calling because he doesn't want to be pushy?
Correct.
No, yeah, because he might not know. He might not know how you feel. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. So he probably scared to call. It's just an observation.
He doesn't want to scare you away.
So you don't
right,
run.
exactly.
Yes.
But so he might not know how to deal with this. You know what I'm saying? Certain guys don't. They haven't figured it out yet. Like I know this shit. I'm calling it. You answer or not, too fucking bad. I'm gonna call you till you answer, and if you mind it, you'll let me know. If you don't mind it, you'll answer every time I call, right?
You're really interested then.
You know, so he could be scared. So I'm just saying, you could just reach out and see what happens. You know?
Yeah, that's just putting the hammer down, like what he said. He's interested. That's why he's putting the hammer down.
Yes. True.
Interested.
How long has it been since you guys talked?
There you go. That's a good counseling question.
Well, I was a little short the last time that we talked to.
Oh shit!
It's been a few days.
Okay, you got to get a hold of him.
Damn days.
Yeah. Sorry, you do. You got to get a hold of him. Because if you guys ended it, the last conversation on terms where it's kind of like, well, should I even call her back, or should I even call him back, or you know what I mean? The air needs to be cleared. There's some unfinished business. If that's the case, if what you told me is true.
And you've got the downside where you were a little bit short last time, so he might think you're not interested.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad way. It was just like no extra, you know. No extra. What would you call it? Like
sentimentality.
Yeah, no extra. None of that. It's just like kind of like leaving it not in a bad way, just in a neutral way.
Boring.
Normie, I don't know.
Yeah, but listen, you said he's honest, and that's good.
Yeah.
So just reach out. I don't know. You know how to do the do.
Yeah, I mean, especially since it's on your mind, you might as well do it. You know, clear up your mind.
Yeah, we don't have to keep talking about it. I was just wanting to know, like, from a guy's point of view, you guys told
I'll
me.
tell you what,
Okay, I
us boys,
appreciate it.
we are honored to talk to you about this, aren't we, fellas?
Oh yeah, we love because it helps you. Trust me, it'll help you out a lot to know what we think. You know, seriously, when it comes to this stuff.
Like when I receive a text, I text back right away. That's just me.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same way. Doesn't matter who it is, unless I don't like
Same as me.
it. You know, I'm generally like that. You know, if someone I ain't heard from someone in like 2 years, I'm gonna text right back. And I'm like, wow, you know, that's just how I am. You know.
Well, now text, it's like I don't look at my phone and look for texts. I can have texts that are 2 or 3 days old, and then I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I just saw this," and it could be 2 or 3 days. I don't I
Let
don't
me
look at
give you a little
text,
bit of
but
information.
it's like just online. Call me or reach out to me online, and I'll see it.
Like when a guy likes a girl, right? This is the difference between men and women, right here, right? We can work, let's say, a 48-hour shift, right? Straight up. Come home, want to spend time with our woman, right? Like you, serious time. If we really like the woman, a woman can't do that. Physically, you guys just aren't built that way. You see what I'm saying? So like, we will move heaven and earth literally for a woman we like. That's just how we're. That's just how we're generated. That's just how we're
Damn right.
created, right? You know. So like, yeah, like if you were like to call him now, I'm just being just hear me out. He would answer if he likes you, and he would fucking talk. He wouldn't give a fuck. He got to get up in 2 hours. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how we are. So I'm saying that's just how we're
Like
made. You
5
know?
a.m., man. It's 5
I know
a.m.
it doesn't matter to us because
I second that shit.
listen, woman is the
Heard.
best thing in a man's life. You have to understand that.
Yep.
We do everything. Everything is revolves around a woman. You usually don't understand that. That's how we are. It's how we're made. The world of revolves around women. It might not seem like that, but that's everything is made for women to get a woman.
Bad circuitry. It is. It's terrible.
I mean,
That's
granted,
awesome.
men have harems. It's not that they you know they just woman is what we live for. I'm just being honest. That's just what it is.
Yeah, man. You know, nothing sounds better than a female genuinely laughing.
I know, right?
It's a
Or the
You know
way
what I
joy
mean?
gift right there.
smells, you know, the
I
scent.
love that gift.
Oh yeah.
See how easily distracted I am? I'm like a cat with a toy.
I've driven 200 miles to see a woman. You see what I'm saying? And like, oh yeah, I'll be right there. You see what I'm saying? We do stuff like that, you know. So
I
you
did
guys
two,
are very
2
important.
years. Yeah, I did
Just
2 years,
drive.
2.5 years of long distance before I moved in with this girl. I drove to see her 14 times, 900-mile drive every time. But there and back, so I guess 1,800 miles each trip.
Dang, son.
And it was at the time it was worth it. You know, we had a great relationship, and we both were really putting the effort in, and it was working for a little bit.
I don't know about this new generation of females, but I know at least with my generation, you might not you might not think that they appreciate, but look, that stuff's appreciated, man. Appreciated more than what, like when you make those extra efforts. It's not like the extra effort that you make does not even equate to the appreciation of it.
Yeah, man. Flowers tell me that story.
A lot of chicks don't like flowers today.
I know they don't until you get them some, and then they're like, "Fuck,
Bro,
that's
yeah.
pretty sweet."
So many of them don't
If
like chocolate. Like, are you fucking
they're not
nuts?
cut, right? But have
Chocolate.
them in dirt where we can grow them and keep them. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Buy a
But no,
girl, buy a
see,
girl
you're
some
old
flowers and a plant she can keep growing.
No, you're old school. These women nowadays, they don't want to grow no damn flowers. You're crazy. You buy these girls flowers these days, they'll throw the shit out as soon as you buy them. No, the girls these days, they're not used to chivalry, any of that stuff.
Yes, they're
you
not. You're right, man.
you
You're right.
try this stuff with them, they'll walk all over you. It's not gonna work. No.
Yep. You think you're from the past.
Not all those girls are like that, my friend.
Been there, done that.
Oh yeah, I know it's not all, but I mean, like
Not all
most
of
of the
them.
ones these days are
Gangsters are like
they don't respond to that type of man behavior, right?
it's from their
They're
grandpa's
used to being
fucking age.
thrown aside. You know, a lot of them come from fatherless homes. They're not taught
Yep.
what it is.
Oh man, dude, I'm really liking this guy. That's it. That's the same fucking background I'm finding too. Yep, fatherless homes. Again, it's
Look,
interesting.
I appreciate that shit though, and I am old fashioned like that, and I'm from a fatherless home, so that's no excuse to be that way.
No,
This
but I
fatherless
mean,
home is not an
Era,
excuse.
maybe like the time you grew up in, because they're like, I'm just talking about like the youngsters today.
Yeah,
They're like
yeah, we
almost
different
all of them
times
are
for sure.
fatherless, like 100% of them, except like 2 or 3 that I know. It's like just kind of madness. It's like, oh fuck, all of them.
there's a lot of trauma out there. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's so much.
Women don't know how good they could be getting treated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting shit, man. But yeah, if the guy likes you and you call him at 5, he's gonna smile. Actually, he's gonna like, oh, shit called me at 5 in the morning.
That should have made his day.
Either
That mother-
either that or it's like, you know, all the cards definitely be out on the table at that point. They'll
Well,
definitely
yeah,
sit
This
down
is
and
one
look
way
at
to
it.
just kind of lay it all out.
Just
That's
get
what
it
we're
over
trying to tell
with.
you to do. Be honest. Be
Yep,
straightforward. You know what I'm
yep.
saying?
Get it
That
over
could make
with.
his day. He could get up, make some bacon fucking eggs, and be
Yeah.
pumped. You know, you could generate his whole day. You know what I'm
Or
saying?
You could make his week,
or
Truth.
he'll be like, "Why the fuck are you calling me at 5? Don't you ever fucking call me again?" And there you go. Never ever
Exactly.
call that fucking asshole ever again. But go fuck yourself, son. Hey, she'll never ever call you again. I should have never called, bitch. Peace. Fuck you. You know, that's it. End of story. And just smile and find another guy to see. It's really that's where I'm at. Like, I just don't even. I try to not put emotions, to lie to myself about the emotions, because I can't, and I know that. I'm that honest with myself. It's obviously, if I'm talking to this chick, I already like her.
Here's the different truth, right? So check this out. If a guy calls you at 5 a.m., you're gonna think he's a fucking stalker, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if a girl calls me, I'm like, damn, she came. You know how happy I would fucking be if it's
I
a chick
wouldn't mind.
I'm into. You know, I'm into that. But that's the double standard, right? That's how it works. You know, a dude can't do that for a woman, right?
Yeah, but it's a matter of respect too. If you know that it's a
It
time that
doesn't
they're
matter for
probably
us.
sleeping,
That's what we're trying to tell
it's
you. Truth. It
disrespectful.
doesn't matter. We don't care about. Listen, we are made to work. That's just how we are. Men are built to work. You're not gonna fuck our day up by calling us and telling us I ain't fuck. I don't give a fuck, dude. Seriously. And I work hard. You know what I'm saying? I'm just used to it. That would make my fucking day. If it's a chick I like that I'm just now starting to talk, after like 3 months with the game, I'm like, yeah, what the fuck are you doing? I'm sleeping. You know what I'm saying? But in the beginning, you know, like shit. And I'm trying to date a chick, of course, you know.
Yeah, it's the dopamine. Like our brain gives us so much reward to seek the mating. So anything from the woman's side, the woman that we like, that we want to mate with, anything increases our dopamine like no other. For real. Like,
Yeah, he's right. He's right.
So
Yeah, he's exactly right.
and if he doesn't like it, he doesn't like you. It really is that easy. He doesn't like you. 5 in the morning, why are you bothering me? He doesn't fucking like you.
Yeah, it would be the ultimate test of where y'all stand right now.
Yeah, or he could just not answer, right? So there you go, too.
And then, yeah, guys, he didn't answer. Now what?
Oh, that's it.
Well, they would never be rude to me.
Oh, you could still text. Too. Also, you could just text. There you go. You could just text. You don't have to fucking call.
We totally forgot about the text. Yeah.
One time I got so fucking pissed off with that chick. I was like, stop this fucking kennel training shit. I'm not a fucking child. And I told her, she's like, what can... That's when she fucking replied. She's like, what kennel training? I was like, yeah, thank you. Fuck off. Kennel training.
I guess she wasn't responding to your text.
She would sometimes whenever the fuck she wanted. But then she would let me cool down. And then it's just like, are you fucking serious? Anyways, it was I don't know what game she wanted to play. I just wasn't biting, and because it's interesting when you see them in person, and then they play these games on the phone. It's like, what the fuck is this? It's like, why are you doing this? Right? Then you see them in person. It's like, oh, different person in person. It's like, all right. Anyways, weird women.
Yeah, honestly, us as guys, we wish women were more aggressive in the mating thing, right? We wish you guys came up to us more. You know, it's burdensome for us to have to always approach a woman. every single fucking time.
Yeah, but from a
You know,
guy's point of view, though, think about this though. When it happens, and a woman is, forward and aggressive, and they approach you, doesn't it make
you
them
have, but
like
you have to
appear to
be.
be slutty? Don't they seem
No.
slutty at that
No,
point?
you have to be careful. Like you can't
Yeah.
just go up to any guy, right? Not any guy. You have to know, you have to realize, all right, would I be attractive to this person? Like for us, we just fucking run up. Not fucking matter. For a woman, it's a little bit more tactful. I mean, you just have to. Generally, you guys make eye contact. There's that flirting going on to give us a signal. All right, so maybe I should move in. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it could just be that without actually approaching the person. Just give signals. But make sure that they can catch these signals.
Invitation. You have to give
You
invitation.
said the guy just runs up, and I just had
Oh,
this image in my head of a guy running up and just humping on a woman's leg.
No, we do run up. No, honestly, we do. That's just how we are.
last night, two hot chicks walked in the gym. Check this out. Right? Excellent example. They're okay. They're hot. I know it's just supplements in my body. That's fact. I know that. Fact supplements so they appear extra hot. Now, I just wanted to talk. However, they were so and the age, they were so in their thing that they gave me no invitation whatsoever. Right? And I was paying attention because I'm on supplements. They gave me no
You
invitation.
can't stop it. You can't stop it.
So I
It's
knew
gonna happen.
not
But see, the gym is the worst place to approach.
Hold on. Let him finish. I want to hear it.
Well, I just said bye at the end or whatnot. And they said bye and whatnot, and I left. So I didn't approach because I knew it was inappropriate to approach because I was out of place. I think they have families. It's like, all right, it's not right. And they gave me zero fucking invitations, and they were working out pretty close to me. Like, there's no eye contact, nothing. Like, and I'm in my. It doesn't help that I'm also just. I look aggressive because of the supplements, but I'm not aggressive on the inside. But on the outside, I'm very male-like momentarily while I'm exercising. So grunting and shit. So it's like, all right, like this.
Hey, man, every woman
Animal.
likes a man who can get something done,
Right. So I don't know how I am in their mind, but I wish I could because one of them I'm like I would have gotten her number, but she gave me nothing. You see, so I don't want to fucking bother her. Right?
Well, she's not giving you anything, and you don't need to give her anything.
Yeah, that's sometimes bad, bro. I've learned that like the hard way by talking to her, like the chick's best friend. She
Right.
likes it. Like what? What?
Yeah.
Like, she gave me
Oh, I
nothing.
hate those.
Dude, man, it's always
Yeah,
too
but
late.
see, here's the thing when it comes to approaching chicks. This is what I've learned. This shit works, right?
Okay.
You have to go up to a woman that you would regret not approaching.
Correct.
That's when you do it. You don't do it just because it's a hot chick. It's a one that just moves you on the
That's not
inside.
for them. Yeah,
That
100%
moves
not.
you on the inside, dude, and just like I would fucking shoot myself if I did. If I
It's
did
so
approach,
rare,
even
man.
if you lose, it doesn't matter. Usually, that chick is attracted to you too. But what I've learned is a lot of times they have somebody.
Yes,
That's what I've
and
learned.
I still have her number, and we're still friends. Yes, I do have. I have those, and we're still friends. And I was just texting her this morning. That's exactly how it was. She's into me, and she has somebody. You're fucking right, man. I like you.
Interesting what I learned though, bro. I just learned to trust my instincts now. You know what I'm saying?
It's just experience for me. Like what you're saying already happened, and you're right. It's like, yup, experience. He's
I had a
correct.
similar experience happen to me, Fraud. I kept going to this bar. Back when I was drinking every day, I'd frequent bars for their food and their drinks, usually just the drinks. But I'd make the excuse like, I'm going to go get something to eat, right? Go get shit-faced at a bar. Anyway, so kept going to the same bar over and over because the bartender, gorgeous, right?
Yep.
So, but I never had the guts. And I would go there 2-3 times a week, never had the guts. And she was working 1 or 2 times of those 2 or 3 times. And we chatted up, right? And whatever. But, she's being nice. She's a bartender. At least, yeah, that's what I thought. And so, one night I was like, dude, I got to get her phone number. Let's just give it a shot. And she's, in my opinion, she's way out of my league. So I was like, fuck it, let's just do it. And I didn't even use the number. I got her number, and I stared at it for a couple days, and I was like, you know what? The hardest part about any of it would have been me getting the gumption to ask her for her number. Now it's all downhill from there. So, hey, I got the phone number,
That's the number.
and that's that.
Congrats, dude.
Yes, if it's the truth, you see how hard it is for us, man. I mean,
It's hard.
really
It is
Right.
really fucking
It's
hard.
fucking hard, dude.
Like I was looking hard at that chick. Yes, just give me some. Just stare at me for like a quarter of a fucking second. Just stare at me.
Look at me in the most corner of one of your eyes. Just do it.
Whatever. Like, and I even said like, "Have a good night." Just that, I went out of my way to say something to get something back.
You're like, I've been watching you all night.
And that, like, trust me.
I mean, bye.
That's the fucking testosterone, and I know it's just like I was just like, yeah. Anyways, hypersensitive to that shit. Yeah. So yeah, you have to advertise for sure. And I know it's I don't know.
So like, yeah. So now whenever I go out or go to a bar or a club, that's what I do. I don't just run up to all these random women. I look for the one in there that I just cannot resist. And you don't always find them. You don't always find that person, but generally when I go out, that's what I do. I just have a few beers and I'm hanging out with people, and then I just see this woman I just can't resist. And usually when I approach, the last time, like I said, we were on the same page, but like she was with somebody, so there you go. But that's how I work it.
It's not now. You know why I said where are you? Like the setting inside your head. However, it's a real person that you already know, so you already met.
Yeah, but anyway, if the guy likes you and you like him, what I'm saying, you have the power really in the beginning. It's really all on the woman. You control everything really. So just wield it wisely,
Yeah, but I don't agree. I don't totally agree with that though.
But when you hit it from a man's perspective, listen, we're generally doing the chasing, right? So like I said, you might have scared him off. You might have, he might have just backed off because he might be thinking, oh, well, the typical thing is you don't call them all the time. You don't do this. And so that's what people think. And that's what I used to think. I'm like, no, you know what? I want to call this person, so I'm going to call them. They'll tell me that they can't talk or they will never answer the phone. You know what I'm saying? Or call me at a certain time. Because like in that exchange, when someone likes you, they'll tell you, well, I get off at this time, so this is when I'm available. They'll give you all the information you need in order for you to do things in a proper way, right? So if I know a woman's at work, she will tell me, hey, I'm working, call me after, or call me at lunch. That's when I know someone likes me, because they're giving me those times of days to reach out, because with my work, my kind of work, because I'm self-employed, I can call whenever the hell I want. But some people, last one I was dating was a teacher, so she had her schedule, and then she shared her kids with the ex-husband. So I had to navigate in between that. But she gave me all of the things I needed.
I was a dumbass. I didn't know that's how it worked until a chick told me. I was asking her about chick advice, and she was like, "How do you know that? Like her schedule?" It's like she told me. She was like, "There you go, you fucking dumbass." It's like, what? And it's true, actually. They give you that so you can work around it. It's like, yeah, okay.
Oh, here's another question for guys. From a guy's perspective, do guys go through this thing where, okay, so if you are vibing really good and it's really good friends and you connect in like so many different ways and you spend a lot of time together, do you go through this thing where you don't want to ruin that? So you don't make any move, you don't say anything.
Don't want to rock the boat.
Explain that again. I didn't get all.
So what's the question, I guess?
Like, do you go through this shit in your head that you don't want to ruin what's already there?
Oh yeah. I do certainly.
Well, what was the context?
Or from a guy's point of view, like, do you even have these things there? Is this just like a made up shit in our minds?
Yeah, I'm wired after pussy. I'm not sure what you're saying. Like, I don't know how I could ruin it. Sure, if I could ruin it so I don't get laid, yes, I guess. Yes.
Yeah, I've been trying to hold out from saying that, but generally, what we want is pussy. Okay, that is what we're fucking driven by.
That's the
It's,
Sorry,
fucking
guys.
wiring, no matter
it's
That's not
what.
me anymore,
Sorry.
man. That's not me these days.
Same here, bro. Like,
Y'all two
No,
can
but
be that way
however,
though.
I'm so wired this way.
I get what you're saying, dude. But I mean, that's generally what we're driven by, right?
Physically,
I don't
yes.
believe
Physically,
I
yes.
don't believe that's the case, though. I don't believe that's the case
No,
for
no. I'm just
like
saying.
up front, like the top priority, the thing that they're after, the thing that they want. I don't think that's the case for all
No,
guys.
no.
Why did I
No.
check out that chick
Biologically.
last night at the gym?
Yeah, biologically, that's how we're driven, right?
Right.
Because we want to make you mine, ours.
For
So
me,
so yours, so whatever you have belongs to us. Meaning that,
that
you know what I'm
child.
saying?
Exactly.
We don't want to share that with anybody, right?
You want the child.
Listen, because if you didn't have that, we wouldn't need you. Just to be honest, right? We wouldn't. Why would we approach you if you didn't have that, right? There'd be no need.
Well, see, I want the woman though. That's why I'm complicated.
And
Because
also,
I want the
what
woman.
it is like we need to find that one woman that has that we want to spend the rest of our lives with. You see what I'm saying? But it's still the driving force is to mate.
Pussy.
For men.
Yes.
That is the driving force for us is to mate. So we jump through all those hoops in the beginning if we like you, right? If it's too much of a hassle, like I didn't want to bang her that bad anyway, and we're out. You see what I'm saying? But if we actually like you, we're gonna stick around until that happens. And then if we stick around after that, it means we still like you, right? But that's our goal. Once you realize that what drives a man, then you can easily control the situation without having to give up the things that you find important. You see what I'm saying? Because the things you find important, he'll find important too because he likes you, right? So he'll wait and he'll spend his time because he really wants to spend time with you, but he wants to spend the rest of his life with you doing the thing that men and women do. You know, that's just what it comes down to. But most of us generally we want one woman. You know, there are some guys that like to run around like that, but literally generally we want one woman to spend the rest of our lives. But it's to do that. I mean, it's not just to hold hands and go to the movies. I mean, we want to do what's going to happen after the movies. You know what I'm saying? So
Do the
we
movie.
do all the other stuff. You know?
Yeah. Do the whole thing. However, it's just I need everything. But that's the driving factor, 100%. And, like, we need an end though. Like, I'm telling you, it's just okay. If I wasn't, I'm telling you, like, my T is in the super physiological territory where it's above normal levels. Because check this.
Do you not have a girlfriend?
No, I don't, and it's not good right now.
Dude,
Well,
yeah, you gotta
no.
grab one up at least for the rest of this cycle. No, I'm just kidding.
It appears that she might come sooner than I expected because it's hard. Like it's bro. Check this out. Last night, like with this chick, right? They were playing this fucking earbleed music, earbleed, and like I did want to talk to one of them, but not really. But yes, she's kind of hot. Yeah, okay. And I was gonna comment. Like, I was going to make a fucking, like, a douchebag fucking comment about this fucking earbleed horse. I was going to tell her, what the fuck is this earbleed? I was like, are you serious, bro? Like, are you fucking serious? And I kept my mouth shut. I kept on doing my curls. I remember because I did not like the music. And maybe that's what really did it. But fuck, the music was just earbleed rap, just earbleed. And I'm just like, why are you blasting this horse shit? But at the same time, you're cute. It's like, what was that?
Wait,
like,
so the girl's listening to nonsense music?
Just garbage, yeah. And I didn't like the music at all.
Okay.
But the girl appeared cute, and I didn't know what to say. And
just because they're pretty doesn't mean they're so nice.
If she gave me an in, I would have said something, but 0, nothing. So I didn't want to.
I always feel so. It sucks because you go to the gym and you're like, Jesus, those girls are really, really beautiful, and they're everywhere. Goddamn. Oh no, I needed to go do some rows, but there's a group of hot girls over there. There's no way I can go over there.
No, most of the time I would say something like nice.
I get timid.
But I was so angry that I was going to say something douchey, man. That's when I knew my tea was just a little bit too much. Where it's like, yeah, nice, you're going to approach a girl with your fucking douchey shit, nice. Telling her how douchey her music is. That's well. Right? So I caught myself. I was like, damn, bro, just keep doing your fucking curls. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because she might tell you how douchey your haircut.
Yeah, exactly. You were 100% right. Exactly. I got a douchey haircut. And I was just, and I knew that's not the right approach. But I actually didn't give a fucking time. Like, but I didn't do it though. I caught myself. I was
Yeah.
But you know something, the music, it's definitely a secondary thing. Obviously, I'll say my wife, she listens to some music that I just find silly as f, but I don't mind that. Like they might do things that you don't like, but you don't have to like everything
Yeah,
that
but
they
you
do.
yeah.
might need to pull her out of the matrix. It may be the matrix that's programmed that music into her.
Yeah, this was just a random girl at the gym, Gemsy. I think I'm not sure if you just hopped in or not. Yeah, it's like I'm not really. If I was actually interested, I would have said something. But I know my interest level out of 10 is like a 2 or a 3. But my testosterone at the time.
You were
made-
at like a 13.
Yes,
What's
just testosterone alone.
over 9,000.
I'm angry and I just want to fuck. That's it. It's like, this music is horrible. What is
Listen,
this shit?
listen. Let's go back to my place so I can fuck the bad taste of music out of you.
That's the male brain truth. That's too much male. See, that's too much male.
Hey,
Too much male stuff.
Brain like that. It's too much.
I get it.
Is that
There,
how
there
you
is
approach
definitely,
women?
No,
there is definitely that. I mean, if you are a man, right, and you wanna, be with a woman and procreate, because that's what that's for.
Well,
So,
technically, we're not trying to procreate. We're just trying to get it in.
but
That's
that's your
typically
problem
the
because
mindset.
you just want to hook up with every single girl.
Well, I mean, but that's just the drive of the male, right? That's how we're driven.
No,
You
no.
know, listen, no, when you're in high school, when you're in middle school, you see a lot of hot chicks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I had
that's your
like
hormones
many.
telling
I,
you
I
that
had
that's your
like
hormones
4
that you don't have
girlfriends
under
in high
control.
school. I didn't know any better, but I had like 4 different girlfriends. I had one of every race. I didn't know any better. I'm not trying to brag. I just didn't know any better. No one taught me that this is
Yeah,
wrong.
and that's your body, your hormones pushing you
Exactly.
to
That's what I'm saying.
procreate.
But see, that's how
That's
that's how
that's
That's
pushing
it.
you.
That's what
That's
made me see that chick hot last night. Just fucking hormones, and I knew it. And I knew it. I was like, yeah, dude, it's your hormone eyes, hormone goggles. I was like, good job.
I get so nervous at the gym. Like, I don't talk to girls, and I think it's kind of douchey to hit on girls at the gym.
Yeah, I don't do it at the gym. That's why. I don't.
But at the same time, like,
If you're missing out,
if say you both go for like the same weights at the same time. Oh, sorry, excuse, no, go ahead. I'll wait. I got something else to do over here or whatever. Right, and then you're just looking at each other on and off for the rest of the workout. Playing it cool, seeing if there's going to be the proper opportunity to make something happen.
But there never is. What are the odds? Listen, it's like 1%.
But it's the gym, so
Listen,
it's
hold on.
douchebag city.
What I'm saying is the odds of a woman being single that's hot at the gym are very, very low.
That is true. Yep.
Yeah, dude, it's impossible. Yes, at the
Single
gym.
girls don't go to the gym
No,
much.
dude, they don't.
you're hanging out with the wrong fucking chicks, man.
Not true.
They work out at home. No, I'm just
Hey,
kidding. I'm just kidding.
A lot of hot chicks that work out when they're single. They meet because they want to meet guys that also fucking work out. And
Yeah,
that's-
but no, they don't. Girls don't care about muscles like we care about bodies. What are you crazy? Girls aren't into bodies like we are.
Ooh, some girls fuck, man. I know.
Girls, dude, most of the girls I know that work out, and I work out a lot, their boyfriends don't look like that. I'm telling you, the girls go for different things, dude. They're looking for security. They're looking for a guy who's got his shit together. They don't care about your fucking muscles. You could have muscles, but you're a fucking bum. They don't want that shit. They want a man who's got his shit together.
I'll tell you something else that comes along with the gym. When people at the gym, it's usually shallow and vain, like way too shallow.
Yeah, but usually dedicated and persistent.
Yeah, and they're driven, so that they have good qualities too,
That is also an excellent quality. A woman really appreciates that.
But at the same time, a woman wants a man that's got his shit together before she wants a man with muscles.
Yeah, for sure. There's muscles in a bum and there's muscles in a businessman. So there's...
yeah. Well, I'm just saying, dude. I mean, just from experience, because I'm from the workout world. I'm just saying those chicks, unless they're like super hardcore workout, then they're looking for somebody who is. But like if they just keeping their body tight, trust me, their boyfriend's got some beefcake.
Well, I don't drink anymore, so I don't go to the bars. I got limited options for shopping. I really do. So the gym is like the only
dude.
place I can shop.
I'd rather the love muscle be strong, so it's
And I go to the gym for
what I
myself.
look for. The
Yeah.
love muscle. And I don't mean the love muscle you guys are thinking about either. It's like I realized how that sounded, and that's not what I was referring
Yeah, that did sound bad, Truth.
to. That's not what I was referring to.
I was about to say, damn, Truth. Tell us the truth. For real.
Spend time at the gym, man. So I consequently I appear to be yoked out of my mind, and it's okay. Why?
I mean, you gotta to meet people. You gotta go out there and meet people, right? And if you want to be with someone, you're gonna need to find someone that wants to be with someone else, so you can match up, obviously. And you have to be bold sometimes. I mean, invite someone to, I don't know, invite on a date. If they accept the date, take them on a date, and if that works out, take the next step. What else are you gonna do?
Gotta find a way in besides, hey, I don't like your douchey music sort of line. I gotta find another icebreaker.
Yeah, you gotta ignore that.
I know last time, just testosterone made me too dumb, man. I'm sorry. I was just too
Oh
retarded.
yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
It's like what's on my mind is just yeah. What's on my mind? It's like, yeah, that's
Hungry.
It's just like when you have a girlfriend, right? You gotta pick your battles, right? You know, pick you know what I'm saying? If you guys are having an argument, you gotta know when to bow out, right? So just like in the dating world, you just gotta know the right ones to walk up to. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know the right moment, right, be in the right environment, and you know, give it time. You know, so if there's a girl you see that comes in a lot, you that one you work on. You know, say, well, the person comes in all the time. You know, you just here and there you say something, but you know, nothing out of the ordinary. You know what I'm saying? But like just running up on a chick that pops up in there, I don't think that would work.
That monkey brain, you know how that monkey brain bro works? I was like, man, could be the one, man. It's probably not, but hey, dude, she's hot. Talk to her, man. You know.
Sometimes there's hot chicks that work there too, dude. That's another thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh my god, yeah. No, that one has a boyfriend. She's just that's the gym before the previous gym. My god, I think she's still the hottest chick ever. Okay, it's ridiculous. Just yeah,
Yeah, you don't want to marry that one, bro.
I do. I'm sure, man. It's just she has a man already. But goodness, you don't understand.
Yeah, you're gonna have too many guys, you know, flirting with her.
Oh, that's look, man. That's just the norm around me. I'm old. It's just it is what it is. Like,
yeah, well, I'm just saying, dude, the gym is not the best place to go woman shopping. I'm just being with
no,
you.
I'm not
Usually those
start
chicks.
going to church. I'm gonna start going to church, but
Usually those chicks are taken just on the real, you know.
Yeah,
You know the best place
or not.
is the elevator in your apartment building.
Oh, I live in a house. That's what sucks about it.
Yeah.
You got to go to the
So
grocery
you
store.
just go to
Not only that,
church?
this girl is my next door neighbor.
I did true.
Oh, you know what? With the church thing, dude. Ask the pastor if they have a singles type meetup type stuff like that.
Yeah.
Inquire, man. Dude, the last time I went to church,
That's what I want. So why?
I went
Why
to
am I?
hold on. So I went to potluck. You know what potluck is? You know, you go after church, you know, have food. And I let my intentions known. Like the older women, they'll help you out, dude.
Yes,
I had this lady.
exactly.
I had this lady hunting
Exactly.
for me. You know what I'm saying?
man.
You got to go out there and network, bro. I mean, when you look to get married, you gotta seek help, man.
That's how you meet people and people with the same interests. Some people are looking for.
That's it.
Some people are looking for
How does
appointments
that
too.
sound more?
I didn't know
Why
where the
does it
circles
sound more
were.
creepy to me than the gym? Why does it just sounds so creepy?
It's so
No, because in the
the right
church,
type of woman.
people have daughters that are single, have sons that are single, and you don't know. So it's good to find out because, like, dude, I mean, like, I told him straight up, I'm looking for a wife. You know, I was like, seriously, you know, I'm
I
like,
want a spiritual woman.
I've dated just so much, and it's just like nothing's come of it. So obviously, I'm doing something wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, let's see if there's some help out there. You know what I'm saying? So you know, just network, meet people. I mean, like, this lady was so happy to help me, dude. Granted, the girl she found for me was engaged, but still, she did it. She did the work. She did the legwork. I couldn't believe it. You know, it was. I really appreciated it. You know, just the fact that somebody stuck their neck out. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Yeah, now Proud is a happy married man.
I wish.
Oh, you're not? Oh, don't follow Proud's advice in marriage.
Okay. It wasn't his advice. It was just I was saying I'm
Hey, look, guys, the way it happened to me, I mean, I used to work and go out, meet people, and I met women, I met people, and eventually I met the one that we did meet, and we decided, to hang out, go to the movies, different things, meet up, dinner, go to the beach, things like that, and eventually, and party as well. We did party together, and then, you know time passed, and eventually we got together.
I'm
And that's how it
unlucky.
works.
Couldn't find her yet. Unfound. So
Unfound.
just an unlucky candidate, I guess. It's
These
fine.
days, they asking the girls are asking, "Are you vaccinated?"
Oh, you know what? I should start asking that. Why not? Look, I'm becoming more douchey, so I might as well.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm marrying a flat earther. I cannot
really
do it with a
asking
normie.
Oh, the pickings are slim, but yeah.
I know, man. We really fucking pigeonholed ourselves, didn't we?
Yes. You know what? Yeah, flat Earth really fucked me up. It really
Well,
fucked-
no, not only that. It's like I try to have a normal conversation with other people out in the real world, and they don't even come close to comparing to the intellectual level. None of it.
Not even close.
It's ridiculous.
Not 1%.
Yeah, it's
What
not.
you got?
And then,
Football or what else? What else? Football. Let's see. Football. Oh fuck. Hold on. What else? More football. That's all I hear from guys like at the gym. It's like, really, dude? It's like I love working out, but I can talk about a lot of other shit, man. Fuck. Including neurochemistry. It's like, that's sure, you can tie that into workout. Okay. Or flat earth, sure. But like, dude, all you got is football, man? Like, this isn't boring shit. Your life sucks.
And they don't even know it.
Your life sucks. Yeah. But no, I mean, yeah, like I don't. She doesn't have to be a flat earther or whatever. But yes, I'm waiting for that click.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, flat earther, obviously, man. Of course, we kind of set from the get go, right? You just all right, less problems, right?
Well, you already agree on a whole hell of a lot, if that's the case. A lot of stuff you don't need to talk about. Don't need to like try to wake each other up on.
Do you know any other supplements besides triplex? See, that's where my mind is going. I just want more testosterone right now. Makes me feel good.
Yeah.
And I almost did ask out a cop. That one, however, unlucky her, I just put down a bong, went to the store, and my God, we just had the most magical moment ever. The downside was she was a cop. So do I actually want to involve myself with a cop? I'm kind of smarter than that, and I know better. So just in case something goes sour in the future, I'm in a bad spot, and I know that. So
yeah, you don't want to. I divorced.
Don't want
the
to
guy.
date a cop.
I was married to him for 8 years. And
I know you
he
came to
wasn't a
mind.
cop,
So.
but his
You get it
family
right.
members were cops.
And I live in a small town. I was like, I know better. I know a woman in fucking Kentucky.
Oh,
that
yeah, you
told
can't
me,
do that.
No bueno, senor. Small town.
You
Bro,
know, there's
she's
been
so
many
fucking
people-
hot, bro. I guarantee she's married.
I hate that.
But, yeah, I know. She's a cop.
How about
I
women
probably
in
would have fucked around and made a mistake.
how about getting couples in the making couples in the flat earth community? Because I know I know like three couples in this server that have got to the met in this server.
Bro, I'm an unlucky one. Trust me. Don't
When
even try. Go ahead. Try it out. Let's see what happens. I'm unlucky. Trust me.
Well, seeing Kai and Witsit get together was a very motivating experience. You know what I mean?
Inspirational.
Yeah.
You know something about that? I remember.
But I don't think
I remember Kai talking about being worried about that kind of stuff, like finding a husband that is kind of like in her same mindset and stuff. And I guess that worked out. Also Arian and Sophia from here.
Bro, look, from a man's perspective or from a woman's? From a woman, she can just fucking pick and choose. Right? For us, we only have a few for all of us fucking to choose from. So it's kind of like, yeah, bro, shit, the woman is gonna find a man. Because there's
Flatter,
1,000 of
bro.
us.
Just
Like,
just make a
man.
Flatter meetup app. Flatter, meet. How do you call it?
Lou had a
Flatter.
server, man. Lou had a server that he gave to Pumpkin. It was a Flatter.
Yeah, but Lou, whatever. I don't know anything about Lou, but Flatter. What is it? Flatter dating app. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well, I've uninstalled the dating apps too because they just want to fuck really, and they're not. So it's not what I'm looking for, and that's all they're looking for. So ended up swiping all lefts, and it's like
scoreboard. They're putting the scoreboard together.
Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm old. I'm not interested in that shit. It's like I'm old and I'm hot. I'm good looking. Thank you. Fuck off. No, it's not what I want.
Well, and you are a Flatter too. So
yeah, it's like I don't. And right now I have too much testosterone. It's like fuck off. Like I don't care. I'll jerk off.
bro,
Like,
but
it's like it's terrible, man. It's terrible. You don't care.
Just gotta let one off before you start your day.
Think about it. If you get with a woman and this is your partner now, and you guys decide to have babies, what if she said, "Hey, tomorrow we gotta give all these shots to our baby"? You have to find one that is in agreement with you in that kind of stuff.
Bro, I'm not crazy. Do you think I would? That's the thing, right? It would be plenty of talking before the willy comes out. That's just. I listen to God, so God knows what He's saying when it comes to women. You save sex for last. If you start with sex, you lose as a man. Always.
Well, and you never truly get to have an adventure together because you just kind of do the climax thing right away, and it's like
exactly. What are you going to gain, really? You're kind of done, really, from the get go.
And the sex is so much better once you know each other better.
Mm-hmm. There's kind of there's purpose to it. When there's purpose to it, of course, everything is better. However, I'm not there yet, so I can't talk about it. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, you're just a fucking walking hard on right now.
Yeah, just testosterone monkey, gorilla ape.
It's good that we're talking you through this though, because
I love it.
I don't want you to go masturbate. No,
I'm not.
We're talking.
No, don't worry, bro. Check this out,
Glad's gonna talk you through your masturbation.
No, with more testosterone, I found something very interesting. My willpower to not masturbate has fucking increased. Yeah. And it makes me even more angry. It's like, nerd, you don't understand. It amplifies things, right? Because it gives me more willpower. I ended up going longer. Bro, I almost broke this dude's head in the fucking store. I swear to God, the entire store went silent. And that's when I kind of caught myself. I was like, whoa, dial it back. Fuck, you're way too angry right now. It was about to be a really bad bloody fight. So it's like, I thank God I did not escalate the situation. The guy backed off. And I stopped right there, and it did not escalate anymore. And I didn't pursue escalating it somehow. I don't know how. That's the miracle part.
Yeah, that's because you're level-headed.
Oh, you missed a part of the conversation that I've been experimenting with supplements for the past 60 days. So it's like maybe that part you missed too. I've been taking supplements that increase your testosterone by quite a bit. So I'm more.
He's
aggressive.
alpha.
Very angry. Quite angry. I wouldn't say alpha. Angry for sure. Alpha is the pinnacle, it's the goal. We're running.
Yeah.
it's angry.
It's the ultimate form.
Yeah. I'm just angry right now. It's like I'm trying to work on my alpha, or honing it. I don't know, it's just bro talk right now with truth. She's got dude problems.
You're angry.
I'm a very angry male, so you should listen to a very angry male. Yes, he's got elevated testosterone. He's got this perspective that's very douchebaggy. It's like, yeah,
right. Yes, it is. But you know what? It's kind of like liquid courage when people are drinking, right? You're gonna say some stuff that is gravy, even though,
Yeah.
even though, like at any minute you could just haul off, right?
Dude. Yeah. Oh man, I love this stuff. That's the problem. I think testosterone is very addictive and makes you feel great. Like, those awkward moments where like you're wondering how that guy, like how he's thinking about you. Like, so when I have like this high test, I don't care. I just do whatever. Think whatever you want to think. However, like last night, Yeah, it's just for their comfort because they work out there. I didn't want to be that douchebag, right? Because I know, and I felt
Good for
like
you, brother.
being very aggressive and very douchey at the moment and extremely horny. So it's like, just back off, just relax, calm down. Just keep doing your curls. Relax, calm down. It's.
Well, and it sucks that it's on a curl day too, because the biceps are the things that swell up almost the most, other than your quads. When
I
you
was
work out.
by myself and I was wearing like a douchey. The only shirt that I cut my sleeves off, and I only wore it because I knew I was going to be by myself late night. No one there to bother with my naked arms, right? And they look good. Thank God, they look really good right now. However, I still don't like. It's just I'm just there to work out, man, by myself. And there we go. These two hot chicks walk in late night. It's like, oh no. It's like, oh no. It's like, all right. Elevated testosterone.
Of course, that would happen when you put on your piece of shit shirt.
Yeah, that's extremely douchey. Yeah.
But you know what? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I like it. Love it.
You could look foolish as shit. I want to go to the gym one day in all spandex, neon green and yellow, orange spandex.
Oh yeah, I'll be talking mad shit about you, man.
You know what I mean?
I'll
Like,
walk up to you, be like,
I'll just I'll go up and act like real goofy and talk to all the girls. You know what I mean? Just, hey, what are you lifting, huh? And just be all fucking weird.
Just make a video, man.
Yeah.
Your Richard Simmons outfit.
Like a little Richard Simmons thing, yeah.
Just do the Don Petit in the gym.
Don Petit, nah, man.
You know, I got
chicks that
supplements, and I put them, and I chugga them, and there you go.
Glad Flip, do it, bro. Do a great fucking impression.
Get your Pondetted outfit on.
Pondetted.
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
it's great counseling, guys. 2:30, and I'm not mad about the sleep that I just missed. Talking to you guys, I'm actually happy that I'm here. Kind of nice, even though I'm very sleepy, but good convo, soothing.
Totally. Glad to help out, Truth. If I did at all.
I'm trying. I swear, I'm trying to not make it about myself. It's just, I can't. I can't. Also, shit makes you honest too. That's the fucking sad part. It makes you honest. It's horrible.
Have you spoken to God about this? Have you prayed?
You know what, man? I haven't been very good on that department, so no.
Pray, bro. Just pray about it too. You know, you never know. Just add it to the things that you're already doing.
No, I'm zero on that. Maybe that's what's really missing. And yeah, thank you. I'll work on that first then tomorrow. So. I am lacking on that. I am ashamed of myself for it. So yes, I need to do it though.
But it's okay. Yeah, you're building that body and that testosterone. Maybe the wife that you get lucky.
Lucky and unlucky. yes, both lucky and unlucky. Like,
if you lose your ability to speak, yes, then she'll be lucky. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
I'll just duct tape my mouth, bro.
Yeah, put a piece of duct tape over your mouth and in all caps and Sharpie on that tape, right? You're right.
Man, in the mornings, wow, I would have like my thoughts. They'd be so just all fighting. They're all combat. Like, it's like, what the fuck is this? Ugh. Man, angry thoughts in the morning, every morning, consistent.
Angry?
Yeah, very angry. Yeah, very angry.
You get up and you're like, fuck everything.
My God, I get up and it's like, very angry. Very aggressive, for sure.
Sure, that's like totally the testosterone. You don't think that maybe that's something.
Just test. Yeah.
Like maybe it's a little like mostly that, but maybe it's like.
So I went
from something else.
So I went 60 days, then a week of extreme depression. Now I'm back on it. That's why I feel good. I'm on day
Got it.
three now. I stopped the Fedoja only. I ran out of it. So that week, being off of it is really it's a good time where it's a good comparator to the 60 days I was on, because all those thoughts went away. Poof. And then depression, severe depression. I would wake up just depressed. And I would not have this anger anymore, but I would have depression instead. So I would rather have the anger. I was like, yeah, sign me the fuck up, because I just that's
Well,
my.
you
I
can
don't
be
know.
productive with your anger.
Yes. Yep. That's only like really in the morning with my cup of coffee and my joint, where I would have those like very fighting. They're always fight related thoughts. I don't have at night. I only have them in the morning.
Anything is better than depression.
Yes. Yes. So, and when those went away, they were replaced with depression. So, and they shouldn't. And that meant that they were really fucking working. The supplements took me to a place where I should not have been. Like I should not be there, because when I went back to normal, or a little bit below normal, it was such a big difference. Where it's like, oh no, 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 I want the state that I was in before.
Yep.
And I need some water, so I'll be back.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Truth, are you around? Truth
She
prevailed.
was just here.
All right, well, I'll
Yes,
send it
yes.
to you too.
Truth
Yeah,
is
I sent you
always around the
something.
corner.
She's here.
I sent you something, Truth. Just wanted to make sure you got it. It's something I couldn't post.
Oh, really? How interesting. This makes me have. This raises so many questions for me right now.
Well, what's weird is, the 420 stuff, the stuff that is psychoactive, it actually has the opposite effect. But if you get just the CBD, the medicine, the one that's not psychoactive, it actually helps in the
Oh,
early stages.
you know what? I heard this, and my mom showed me this. Yeah.
So it's kind of like let the bodies hit the floor. That's going to be our anthem. Fuck the mask. I'm sorry. Fuck all the face stoppers.
Yeah, like next to every banner that they've got up at all the local stores and shit, small town stores, big town stores, whatever. Like we should we should get banners about this and put right next to it. Here, here's your options. Here's your alternative.
Yeah,
With the
I'm gonna go
lyrics to
check in
"Body
Snow
Hit the
Forest.
Floor."
Mulder. Hey, Mulder. How are you? Mulder. Are you there, Mulder?
All right. Well,
Mulder
I'm gonna go
doesn't.
spread this around. I sent it to Jim Z. and Cyrus too.
Boy, I don't know if I'm coming through or not. Okay, there I go. Like, it's weird with the browser because it don't always light up.
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, Hank.
Oh, it's almost 3. Dang.
Yeah,
Time
it's time
went
for
by
me to get off here.
quick.
I'm gonna have to get off here.
Yeah, me too. It's pretty bad. That's not good.
So much snow out there that.
Hey, I verified a guy. He needs
But
to
there's, I mean, shit that I really
BC
need to do
verify.
tomorrow that
Where's
I.
so hold on, just let's get this snow forest or whatever, frost or yeah. He's verified. Bring him in here. Move to left, or he went up there, sure. Yeah, you were saying?
Are they in here?
So much snow? No, they're up there doing the check-in.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
Click down on them.
I mean, there's so much snow that really I just prefer to just stay in. But there's a few things that I need to do tomorrow. I don't have to get up super early to do them.
How much snow you got?
But well, quite a bit. I mean, I'm surprised that my power hasn't went out because there's like so much snow and ice on top of the power lines that they are all swaying like an old swinging bridge, you know.
Okay.
And the tree, the tree in my yard, which is usually it usually sticks up way above the house, is like down. It's crunched down like a foot below the rooftop. So if that gives you any idea, a lot of weight, a lot of snow. I don't know how many inches. I've not measured it.
Do you get a lot of snow each year, or just this year?
We generally, I mean, we get snow, yeah, but
Okay. Because we don't where I live, and we got it all melted though, but we got a lot around Christmas time, and it doesn't snow at all.
really, because
Yeah,
aren't
warming.
you in Washington?
Yeah, on the coast where it doesn't fucking snow.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you get what, the warm winds from the ocean? Is
yeah,
that what it is?
yeah. They keep everything warm. And I think around Christmas time we had a foot, and no one is ready for that shit. So everything stops because no one is ready for it. Like the city is not ready for it. Nothing. So
This was quite a bit. It was, I mean, it was quite a bit. It's like, it was funny. I don't even, this is so lame to even mention on here, but to me, I thought it was funny because the weather on the laptop, it kept saying, let's see, to rain and snow, and then it said raining and snowing, then it said snowing, and then it said still snowing, and then it said snow to stop soon, and then it said stopping soon. It's like,
Whoa.
it's the funniest shit ever. Like, I've never seen it say that. It's like it was.
That's cute.
just get a new weather app, different one.
We have Existentialist in here who's PC verified.
Hello,
Yeah,
friend.
hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
What's going on?
Did I just check you in?
You checked in snow for forest.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think Existentialist has been here for a bit.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Okay, so the new person, welcome Snow Forest, everybody.
What's up? What's up, Snow Forest?
Hello.
Hello.
We'll see Snow Forest in here.
Huh?
Very bottom of the. He's got
snowflakes.
Snowflakes, so that's why he's at the very bottom of the list. Truth.
Sneaky. I'm just playing.
I just took my.
I should probably help out. I'm getting this late silliness sleep deprived.
Yeah.
Come on here.
Yeah, I know.
I need to do the same thing.
I know. Then I sleep. Well, yeah, I need to sleep. Really, I've been.
You sleep well? Oh shit, Miggy's here.
What up, Miggy?
Hey, Miggy.
And it's late, man. I'm about to fucking hop off, dude.
What's up, guys?
What's up, bro? Where you been at?
Here and there.
Not here though. Fuck you.
Not here.
There, motherfucker. You been over there?
I was there most of the time. Yeah.
That's good, man. What you been up to?
Making some money.
Alright, work, life.
I'm spending money.
I don't want to spend money, bro, but I have to pay some bills.
For you. Crypto going good for you?
What? Is that what?
Talking to Miggy. Oh, good morning, by the way.
Morning. What happened?
Top of the.
So I was saying, is crypto going good for you? Is that what you mean by making money?
Yeah, actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I moved on already to the top of the charts. I'm doing all right now with my job. I've been out of my job for like 6 months already.
Just doing crypto?
Mm-hmm.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Are you mining or are you just investing? You're buying?
I'm an investor.
Okay.
I've kind of dropped the ball on it, and then shit's happened, and I'm just not.
Me too. I dropped the ball on mining. Don't really. I don't know. Kind of don't care. I don't know what's going on. Kind of don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah, I actually figured it out, so I've got a nice system.
Nice.
So I don't worry about money anymore like I used to.
Oh, dude, you're set, huh? Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Good shit, dude.
I could teach anybody the ways, but yeah.
Okay, Leonardo DiCaprio, let's settle down.
No, I'm serious, bro. I have 6 figures in my account right now, so
I know, I'm just fucking with you.
I'm
You're
not.
way cooler than Leo.
I'm not, dude. I'm serious about like what I do with my crypto life. I got a huge group that I'm a part of, like 3 teams. It's pretty big. Yeah. It's a big deal.
It's good for you, man. I was never smart enough to tackle that beast.
Yeah, if anybody feels inclined, man, just click on my name and there's a link to my Discord.
Yeah, I'd like to chat to you about it, Miggy. Are you sniping or are you doing long trades?
No, this isn't your blue chip type investments. These are smaller community projects that start up and actually develop a large following. Turn out to be greater projects in the future. So,
Hey, Miggy, you guys take food stamps?
no, all I need is your time. That's it.
Yeah. I got plenty of that.
Yeah.
I'm working with some food stamps.
If you got the time, I can teach you.
Yeah.
All it takes. Now you can keep
You
your
can't.
food stamps.
What I'm saying is though that you can't trade in food stamps for crypto, huh?
No, man, you can't do that. Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
That'd be dope. I was gonna say I'm about that. Then you know, I got food stamps.
I've never heard that shit, man. That's fucked up, dude.
I got food stamps all day, though.
Yeah, but it's better. It's better to be crypto
Right,
rich.
Cole. Hey. Get ban his ass.
Yeah, just all you gotta do is just click on my name and join the server.
All right.
So things are popping over here, or what? I just popped in.
Dude, you hopped in and they started popping. Like, I was about to hop off.
How's it going, Hank?
Good, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, I popped in like maybe a week ago, something like that.
Yeah, bro. Hope you're doing well. I sent you
Now,
something.
who is that?
Okay,
Miggy.
I see it. Yeah, I got your DM, Hank.
Has anybody noticed, like, over the months, as the months go by, the whole shift of the flat Earth argument with people is just, it's just elevating, dude. It's so much better, and it's just like you guys are simplifying it, breaking them down quicker, and then you guys are like having a good time with it and just laughing about them too. Me and my girlfriend sometimes we're just listening. We're just like, damn, they're getting better and better, and more quick witted about it. And it's really good though. I really appreciate what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, did my invite link expire? Looks like it expired. Here, let me. Give me a second. Let me get my invite link correct.
Yeah, send it to me. Or send it wherever.
Edit invite link. Copy. I'll put it in my,
Yeah,
my user settings.
I'd have to be able to get back in the game before I could even. No sense in me even, because I'm telling you what, it drives me nuts and it irritates me to no end when I talk about it, when I hear about it, when I get around it, I can't even look at charts, man, until I get the money to get back involved in it again. Totally drives me.
Yeah, you don't. I've taught people how to enter without no money whatsoever. I've evolved into a different. The game's changed. Truth. Ever since you last were in it, there's a huge leap
Get
forward.
into it without money.
Yeah. I've changed my invite link on my profile, so you guys, all you got to do is just click on my name.
I'm interested. That's. Well, hell, I mean, if you can get into it with no money, I mean, what are you risking? What's the lot? I mean, there, you know what I mean? It's like, what chances are you really taking?
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking people nowadays. The only thing that you got to offer is your time. That's it. Just give me your time and I'll show you.
Hardest part is actually having the balls to take your money and invest it.
Yeah, I mean, of course you can go that way if you really want to. But you really don't have to. You just have to be smart and know people. It's about knowing people and looking at all. There's a bunch of giveaways that are in crypto that you don't even know about. Money given away every single day in different places. Not only that, but if you give up your time and you work for let's say a token project, they pay you in crypto. Whereas you thinking that you have to bring money in, which is a completely different idea, and then gamble that money. There's another way. There's a whole nother way to do it. And I show people, like, if you're willing to work for a project, a startup project, and invest your time and do due diligence, do your research, you'll find out that you can get paid in tokens without even having to spend any money. But it just depends how hungry you are. If you're not that hungry, if you're just dabbling a little bit here and there, you're really not going to get nothing out of it. If you focus your time and your efforts into it, well, there it is. You're going to get a whole bunch of.
That's it. Depends on how hungry you are.
Yep.
I'm starving, bro.
Well, I've heard people say that before, and they flop within like the first week because they're like, yeah, I'm going back to do the other thing. And I'm like, yeah, fine. Yeah.
Is it like it's just like mostly computer work, like you're just reading and typing and writing and like looking for stuff like on the computer?
I'll talk to you on the other server about it. What it's all about.
Okay.
Oh, I'm heading out. You guys have a good night.
All right, see you, Cyrus.
I
Have a
want to
good
talk
one, man.
with you guys, but fuck, man, it's 3 o'clock, and I'm hoping to get up by 9. So, see you guys.
All right.
Peace, bro. Be safe.
Peace,
Yeah,
bro.
so since the last time I was on, man, I totally left my job. I don't work anymore. So I'm financially free and I'm separated from my job.
How long did it take you to get from the point where you were able to just like from the first from let's say you okay, so you're working your job, your regular job, and you got into what's it called, like crypto mining or whatever?
No, just crypto.
Okay, you got into crypto, and then from the time you started the crypto at your job till you quit, how long of a period do you think that was?
Like 3 months.
Damn, serious?
Yeah.
But always overlap it. So get one started while you're still safe in the other. And the moment that you see that you are actually able to fly, then let go of the thing that's been holding you down.
All right.
You know, like what we talk about with the flat earth, like it's always like a mental prison, like the globe earth. You know, the globe
Yeah.
earth. Okay, so the fiat currency system is the same kind of change that globe earth is. Same thing, nothing different. So there's a lot that we don't understand in the truth community about cryptocurrency, and
Yeah.
because of that knowledge that you don't have about it, it keeps you in bondage. So you'll never leave the fiat currency world. You'll stay connected to it, and you'll think that cryptocurrency is the boogeyman. And
Oh,
so,
okay.
and a lot of people in the truth community look at cryptocurrency as the big boogeyman, like it's the next. Oh,
Like
don't
the
get
mark of the
into it.
beast.
You know, like yeah, it's oh god, yeah. There's a whole stigma to it, and it's sad because it keeps people in bondage, like thinking that way, and they don't want you to know about the ways that you can be financially free and
And
independent.
you can literally
Yeah,
could you literally move anywhere
there's
on Earth and do it?
Huh?
I've done a lot
there's
of research.
there's no reason to be so dogmatic about it because I mean they have just as much control over one as they could have the other. In
What?
the end, I
Oh
mean,
no.
really.
Oh, not really. No, that I totally disagree. I disagree because the thing that they're trying to do right now is infiltrate cryptocurrency because it's unregulated, man, right now. So
No, but they've already done that, Migs. It's about 2013, 24, the core development team and building SegWit and Lightning and all of these layers and payment channels and gateways are the ways that they're trying to constrict the network.
well, here's the thing.
Over the long term, the point I wanted to make just now was this is a tool, kind of like a gun. And if you point a gun at someone and you take their life, it can be considered bad. Yet if you use it to feed your family, it can be considered good. So it's a tool, and it's really up to about us how we're going to allow this tool to be used either for our enslavement or to liberate.
So you have centralized and decentralized. Fiat currency is centralized. They're going to govern what the amount, the money, the dollar value is worth. It's centralized. So either way you go, you can't escape the fact that the fiat currency system in every country is centralized. That you can never escape. So thinking that
Yeah,
you're
and
going to be free,
the
thinking
price
that you're going to be
fixing.
free because you
But the,
have fiat currency is never going to be the way out. However,
sure, I
No,
I bought my
I was
first.
agreeing with you. I was talking about it more in the sense of people that are dogmatically against it, right? Because
oh yeah,
that
there is that. I mean, in the truth community, of course, you're going to find out people that quote unquote look into it, and they don't really look into it. They're just reading articles from other people who made up theory. It's just like in the globe Earth, right? When they make up theories about like what flat Earth society is, and like you hear a bunch of misinformation and all this other kind of jazz, right? So you're like, well, we're not the flat Earth society, but that's what they want you to believe.
you should know where
They're
I
leading.
stand with it. I
Yeah,
mean,
they're leading you into this misinformation, and people in the truth community are buying it hook, line, and sinker. They're saying, "Yeah, man, that cryptocurrency is it's the demon, it's the devil numbers." Like they don't. They're drinking the Kool Aid, they're buying the hype, and it's ridiculous, man. And I've seen it where our brothers and sisters who can be free from the debt slave system are still chained and hooked up to the idea that it's like some kind of overarching plan to take down like society and whatnot. And it's not. Like, I've seen community projects start from the ground up where people's ideas flourish, as in, you can become somebody that's a part of a project that's a real uh, financially free, like, project. So you can invest in a project, have others invest in your idea, because it can be completely your own idea as to what you want to make. Just depends on what it is. And
Beautiful, big dog.
people can invest in your idea and just become a greater community. And I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, we all are different people here on a team. All of us are creating this thing that people invest in, and that's all it is. It's creating an idea that people invest in, and you give it utility. You let them see what your roadmap is, and like what you have in the future plans, and so people invest in that idea, and then you can become financially free just on the idea. There's nothing to do with anything specific that the devil numbers or the boogeyman or like whatever think people can conjure up to make it sound like it's the enemy, because that's what they want you to believe. They want you to think it's like the flat earth society. You don't look into that. Like, don't peek behind that curtain. But once you do, you become like transformed. You're like, dude, are you serious? This is what they were telling me I couldn't be a part of. And yeah, it changes your mind and your perspective. But of course, nobody can do that by yourself. Just like with flat earth, nobody can teach you flat earth, like, unless you actually go and learn for yourself, because anybody else can tell you about it. But just like the globe, you'll be hooked into the globe until you actually do the research.
So
My God, Mickey, I'm
Yeah.
so glad to hear you say all this.
Yes.
I've been studying Bitcoin specifically for about 1.5 years now. And it's such an interesting and deep subject. And I never understood why the truth community was so afraid of it.
They're trying to knock it down, Ildiko. They're trying to knock it down because they don't want you to be free. They want you to stay stuck in the fiat currency, dude. Because if you're in the fiat currency system, you're part of the big cogwheel, the big machine, the system.
Exactly.
And they can oppress you if you're still hooked into it. And a lot of people are just like, well, why would I need to look into these? And it's just like the flat earth society. They sell you this boogeyman monster idea, and you're just like, dude. And then you start drinking the Kool-Aid, and you start perpetuating the idea that it's evil and that you need to stay away from it. But really what you're doing is you're just giving them what they want. That's the thing they want.
I was trying to encourage Whitsitt to have a look in, because he's so smart. He'd probably be able to grasp it almost immediately. He said he's looked into it and rejected it and thinks it's demonic.
Yeah, of course.
So I don't understand that.
The smartest straw on the globe.
It's well, I mean, it's just like flat earth. You can't really push. You have to just show them like this is what it is, and if you reject it, that's fine. Obviously there's going to be people that go ahead.
I mean, he was into the XRP, wasn't he? Like
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he did promote that and said that he expected that to be the one that would take off because the government. I mean, I don't. I mean, maybe it was a different conversation. Maybe it was after that. Maybe he's changed his viewpoint on it.
I don't know what it was, but
and did they
I've
come
learned
true?
so much about money itself and about what decentralized and centralized economy is, and I had no idea that Bitcoin represented an avenue of total freedom from the legacy system of oppression, a totalitarian control of you.
That is.
Learn
It's
from the
just
bitch later.
it's one of the ways that you can actually get apart from the debt slave system, but it's not the only avenue. It is one of the avenues.
It's a very important one because money is very important. It's you spend 8 hours a day trying to bring some of it in. So
it's weird because
your life's force and energy is involved in money. It's important.
But you know what money is? Like fiat currency, it's an idea. Like fiat, it's
course
an
it is.
idea. And we all believe that like the dollar is what the dollar is because the centralized government has told us the dollar is worth this much. So it can buy you this much at the store or whatever. But yet when they say the dollar can buy you less now, so you need more of it. So and you can't there's nothing you can do to escape that. You have to just
Yes, it's theft.
yield. You have to you have to yield to what they tell you because it's a
Exactly.
centralized
See, but you just fucked up right there. You just fucked up.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
You're
no.
Jazza.
Is that Jazzaconda? Jazza, nobody wants to
Yeah.
listen to your
Yes.
Kool-Aid
Oh, my God.
intoxicated
Naturally,
ideas of
you'd be on the other side of this
Hey,
issue.
dude.
Naturally, right?
I'm sober as a
No, you're not, dude.
in a strip joint.
Go take a flying leap, dude. You don't know anything.
Okay.
Anyway, I've dealt with like people like not to his level because I don't like he
There's
would be
nothing you
banned
can do
immediately
about
off my
that.
server. Like, but people don't
Yeah, you can't do
understand.
it.
You're gonna keep interrupting, Jazza?
Absolutely not.
All right, thank you. So a lot of people that join the server have the idea that they're going to get rich quick, and the idea with cryptocurrency, and that's just not the case. You have to really look at like your investments and you know see which is the better one to actually get into, where you stand financially. First of all, like you have to do an assessment, right, and your own financial status. Where do you stand right now, currently in your financial status? Do you have money in the bank? Do you have any money at all? And then you choose your route. There's different routes you can take. You can take an investing in different projects, looking at NFT projects, non-fungible tokens, which is like digital art,
Yeah.
digital audio, different ways that you can invest that could diversify your portfolio and make yourself a greater range of investment to where you're diversifying and you're creating a better risk management, so where you don't like invest everything into one project and lose it. So
Yeah. That's
Oh,
hey,
who's playing that game?
Luke's got a hot mic.
Ah,
But it's true, man. You guys can look into it and figure out where you stand with that, and then make
It represents so much freedom for people from the slavery of fiat.
it is.
It's amazing,
Yeah.
absolutely amazing that it's there, and that it's and I don't understand. You know, I think this community would benefit so much from it because we're skeptics. We question authority.
Test things. Yeah.
And this is
Sorry to
about the
interrupt you
authority of
guys.
money.
Miggy, I'm get beget.
I know.
I'm interested. I will be contacting you if that's okay to DM you in regards to all this.
Simply just click on my name and my
Yeah,
server.
I joined that.
Yeah.
Sir, but yeah, we'll need a little bit of guidance in there. So.
Oh, I mean, I don't talk anything about any flat earth topics there. It's strictly business in that server. So we
Yes,
discuss
I get that.
cryptocurrency, and I teach people what to invest in, and it's different. It's not
nice.
You guys might have heard like a flat earth society pitch on Bitcoin and all
I
that.
know that,
Cryptocurrency,
and
but there's a whole other side to it, man. That's just it's
yeah.
completely not what you think.
On
Not what
this
anybody thinks.
matter, I wanted to add something. As an ex-hacker, I do have an understanding of cryptocurrency and all this stuff. I've seen it for a long time. I did look into it from the beginning, from the early beginning. And yeah, I kind of
Kicking yourself
confirm. I kind of confirm that thing with Mark of the Beast and all that, but it is not today. It will be at some point in the future, but not in the near future. That's like 2035, 2040. Only then it will begin all this thing. Like separation.
May I ask?
Yeah.
I think that what you might be conflating here is the kind of cryptocurrency that is expected to be created by the governments themselves.
Yeah.
Which is absolute total totalitarianism.
Yes. Yes.
So
They're
that
trying
is
to.
what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. That's what they're trying to do, Ildiko. Actually, so
Yeah.
so people have done this for eons, man. They've gotten away from, the centralized system, and they've always found a way. Like with the truth always being told, the truth has always found a way, right? No matter where we are on Earth, the truth has always found a way. So we already, all of us have done our research. We know that the Earth is not what they told us to be, but yet, do you know what finances are and how the world has told you what finances are, and are they what they're supposed to be?
Oh
That's
no,
that's
you
a whole
need
other.
special education for that. Yeah.
It's almost like it's a you have to kind of, you can't go in this with the biased mindset, because you won't get anywhere. You'll just be arguing. You won't never understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'll just be it's kind of like going into a server to talk about flat Earth society. If you're going in there for that reason to
Yeah.
talk about like what that, you'll never get anywhere unless people come in here like into this server and they start talking about like, yeah, let me know what you guys know. Like what is flat Earth about? Like, because I only know the globe. So if somebody comes in with an open mind and they're able to take in, then it changes their perspective. But if they don't, then I got no time
But
for that.
it's
I got zero
agreed.
time for that.
Agreed, but it's also a bit ignorant to think that the powerful controllers would stand idly by while this system comes and uproots their entire foundation of control. And the
They're not.
banking sector has been investing in this
Yeah. All right. So let
technology
me.
for a while
Yeah. Flat Earth.
in the attempt to try and steer it.
Flat Earth.
So it is being steered. And when you go and look
No,
from
it's not.
2014, 2015, when they were deleting the opcodes out of the Bitcoin original hash,
Yeah. Flat Earth.
the only reason that they were deleting opcodes was to try and make it less functional and then create all these side chains. So I bought my first Bitcoin in 2014, and I've been following this very closely. This is also a fascinating conspiracy. The amount of people that are pro, for, against, who's
All right. Yeah, man.
whether you believe Craig Wright, whether you believe, like the courts have now ruled that he is the creator. Then you see there's an FBI paper that was published from 2009.
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
Nobody who's been designated as the creator.
Yeah, that's not that.
Craig Wright is.
True.
No.
You can check it. So
No,
the mainstream,
true.
the same way that they're removing and censoring information that is
you're wrong.
uncomfortable for the public.
Flat Earth, I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, there's a lot of information that you filled your head with right now that you think is correct, but you're going on a biased trip at the moment. You think that you're rock solid proof right now that you have, but it's really not.
No,
it really is. But the information has been censored.
No, you're wrong.
And this is why it's a fascinating conspiracy. Craig Wright owns over 1,000 patents on this technology.
It's all right. I don't have a.
Listen, you can check this for yourself.
No, I listen. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I mean, honestly, it's completely false. But you can believe that because that's what they've given. They've given you this information. Where did you get this information from?
You can go and search this information in the patent documents. You can see that he filed for more than 1,000 patents for the technology which he created. But a mainstream narrative, like telling us we're living on a spinning sphere, tells you that he's not the creator and that Satoshi Nakamoto is just a pseudonym. Like I say, I've got no dog in this fight either. But I've been in this place for since 2014 with crypto at least. And I've watched how they have deliberately tried to steer this and are steering this. And now when the world collapses,
$43,000 a coin if they were deliberately steering it.
Yeah, exactly.
They are steering it upward because they're inflating it while the world collapses.
Illogical.
Yeah, it's completely illogical because if
the stock market is always pinned to the economy, guys.
No, it's not.
What do you mean it's not?
you're I know you have something in your mind about what you think you know as is correct. It's completely not, dude. I'm telling you.
Well, be
I'm
specific. You sound like a glober now.
no,
No, it's
I'm
completely
not a
wrong.
glober because do you have these factual statements, but you don't have anything to back them up. So I'm not the one being like the glober
Of,
of flat Earth.
of
You are
course,
at the moment.
I wouldn't be making these statements unless I have these facts myself.
All right, cool.
I'm just
Where are they at?
presently driving. I will post them to you,
Okay.
and then you'll
Anyway,
deny them like globers do
you
when
see,
the
you're
evidence
telling
is
me
presented.
you haven't presented anything. So how can I deny what you haven't
Well,
presented?
okay, we'll continue this conversation when I've presented it to you, and then you'll still challenge the
Okay,
court's
so
ruling
you're
that he
divining what
owns
I'm
the
thinking.
original.
I'm telling you right now, the only reason why I'm saying that it's wrong is because you haven't if there's factual information, like everybody here knows with flat Earth, we want to see the evidence. And then not only that, we're going to follow up
Yeah.
and see if everything that you're saying is correct. That's what I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
If you don't have
And
that information, what
I
you're doing
can
right now is
provide
just
that, and will.
okay. Well, that's good. But on what I'm telling you, what I've seen and what I know, what I've learned has nothing because if that was the case, then people would not be where they're at right now. Like normal people, everybody
Yeah.
would be completely consumed by being controlled by these guys. But that's not the case. So anyway, I really do have to get going.
Well,
But
it was good hearing you, Miggy, and I
yeah,
might wait about a week because you're going to be busy with like a lot of people coming for
hmm
probably for about a week. So I'll probably wait about a week, but I'll see you in there, and it's good to
no,
hear
you
you.
don't
I'm
like
going to hop
yeah.
out.
So it's really just an invitation. I mean, you guys can go in there. You don't have to, but if you go in there, we can have a chat about it. So
Yeah,
really,
but
it doesn't matter.
who should I search in there for
Oh,
to
me.
talk to?
I'll find you.
For you.
I said
Yeah.
it'd be a while before
Yeah,
I would
but
be able to, but you said you could spend no money, so hell yeah.
do you
It's like I
do you
can do it
visit
now.
that do you visit that server like every day or regularly? Certain times?
Oh, that's my server. That's my server.
Oh, great. Okay, cool.
All right.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
do have
Miguel.
to get going. So get.
Yeah, be great.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, catch you later.
Later, mates.
See ya, man.
Hmm.
Nah, trust it's melting to the climate change. So you guys believe the Earth is flat?
Our belief doesn't affect reality.
We don't believe it's flat. We know it's flat. That's the difference. Do you believe you live on a wet spinning ball? Because you have no empirical proof to demonstrate that you live on a wet spinning ball.
But why do the government say it's round then?
So do you
Well,
think we live on a frisbee?
have you seen water sticking to a spinning ball?
Yes, on the Earth.
No, you haven't seen that. You have seen CGI pictures. People from NASA who imagined how the Earth looked like, and they made this giant composite picture of a
Okay.
globe Earth. Yeah.
Let me just ask you something. Do you think
Go ahead.
do you know Tom Cruise?
It's a hypocrite. I do
No,
not
we don't know
know.
No,
Tom Cruise.
it's a actor. So maybe he's not real, maybe he's just an animation.
He's an hypocrite. He's an actor.
No,
I
he's
don't.
not an actor. Maybe he's just an
Listen,
animation. Maybe he
listen,
doesn't exist.
listen,
Have you
listen.
guys taken into account that the Earth could be a triangle?
I know of people from ancient times who wrote things like there are beings who look like humans inside and outside, but they are not humans because they act being human. So once you act being human, that means that you are not human.
So maybe
Can
I'm
you
not a human.
understand that logic? Did you understood what I said?
Yes. So you
Yeah.
mean to say that Tom Cruise is not a human?
No, I did not say he's not a human. I
Then what are
said
you trying to show?
he is acting being human, and that does not make him being human.
No, Tom Cruise is not a human. He's just an animation. There's no proof that he exists. It's just
Did you imagine
You
that?
don't understand.
See,
Did
you
you
guys say
imagine
that
Tom
all
Cruise
the
being
NASA's
on
clips
Hello,
top
and
of
guys. I have a
everything
the
is
special guest
machine?
CGI.
today.
Oh, what? Scheiße.
Scheiße. Sag, was du willst.
So, do you believe you live in a cartoon?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe
It's
you believe
better
you live
than
in a
living on
cartoon.
the frisbee.
We went to the moon. Do you guys believe in nuclear bombs?
We don't believe. I don't believe.
So you mean to say there's no nuclear bombs?
Who said
This
that?
is, this is not a nuclear bomb server.
What happened in Hiroshima then, when all the Japanese people died?
Did someone just fart or something?
Can you speak English?
What?
English.
What is English?
Do you speak English?
I don't speak English.
Oh, do you not speak? Uh-huh.
What is English?
Yeah.
Bro.
Where is you from?
Guys, you said water doesn't stick to a globe, but when does water stick to a flat surface?
When does it not?
It doesn't stick. It doesn't stick. The water is level, always flat.
It remains level when placed on a level surface. If there's even
Yeah.
1 degree of fall, that water will flow and will become a river.
Yeah.
Will not be standing
the
any
center
longer.
of gravity on
But
a flat surface?
the fact that we have standing flat water is the
I'm gonna have to
necessary
disagree.
antecedent for that means that container has to be flat. Same way your swimming pool has to be level when you add water to it, otherwise the water will indicate that it's not level and will rush out on one side. Same with your bath needing to be leveled or a glass of water having a level surface. Water to be stationary and level means that the ground below it needs to be stationary.
I think this guy he's fallaciously
You believe in
calling
stars?
the center of mass with the center of gravity. Can he define this term that he just used, center of gravity? Because I can't understand that term. I haven't seen it.
As opposed to being slightly off center.
Okay. But we can understand water, and Sogler just spoke about water, and why?
Yes,
Why
put it in
would
the
you
center.
think
That's not the center of gravity.
Sogler was speaking about water? I mean,
Well, he's invoking gravity for the water sticking to the globe.
he doesn't know what gravity is. He's just saying one word
I
that he
know.
read and saw somewhere, but he doesn't know what that actually means.
He said center of gravity, and I want him to define that.
Yeah, can you define
Well,
what you said about gravity? Crickets.
I can if you'd like.
No, thank you.
Oh, Jazz.
Yeah, of course.
Hail Hitler, mate.
Hell, Hitler, you can't fucking handle the truth. That's why you don't want.
Only if you bring Brenda in here, Jazza.
I absolutely fucking adore Hitler, mate. He's so sexy. Yeah, he is. His cock's like 12 fucking feet long.
So you got nothing.
Yeah.
The globe is dead.
Long live flat Earth.
Oh my bro, I can go on about fucking gravity all night long, but you don't want to hear it, eh?
But you don't know what it is. You don't know what gravity is.
Gravity is every fucking force that's pointing perpendicular to the center of the Earth.
Perpendicular to the center. How can
you know
something
what-
be perpendicular to a center?
So you don't know what
No,
perpendicular?
Jazza, you said perpendicular to the center.
Yes. So what was
Yes, draw me that. Draw me. Make me a diagram of that.
So what is
A geometric
perpendicular?
diagram.
Okay, so let's take a two-dimensional fucking image.
What? Yeah, what is a
Hang on.
center?
Hang on. Let's take a two-dimensional image. Let's imagine, and we'll make it real basic shit. Let's take a fucking bicycle tire with spokes, and there's a hub in the middle.
The
That's half
bicycle
the Earth.
tire is not two-dimensional.
It is two-dimensional if you're looking at it
No,
from
it's
the
not.
side. If you're looking
What?
at a bicycle tire from the side, it's two-dimensional. Holy fuck.
You saying a bike tire is two-dimensional?
If you're looking at it from one side, it's two-dimensional.
Oh God!
There is nothing two-dimensional that you ever experienced in your life.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is why I have to make shit so basic.
Yeah,
So
that's why you gotta
Yeah,
make
you
shit
have
up
to
to
make
explain the
up to
fantasy.
invent things
That's
that
that's
don't
why
exist.
you gotta make shit up to explain the fantasy globe, because it's only
Yeah,
on the
no,
fantasy
no,
land
no,
that you
no,
can talk about it.
no. I have to.
Yes, yes, yes,
I
yes,
have.
Jaza,
yes.
Hang on. Shut the fuck up. I have to make
Jaza,
the
you shut up.
correlation
I asked you
so it's
define
so basic
center.
you can understand. But you still
Jaza,
can't even understand.
Jaza,
That simple. You
Jaza.
still
Did you say it in the server perpendicular to the center?
yes. Do you know what
Are,
that means?
yeah, okay. Now define center. Define to me what center means.
Perpendicular, which is
No, not perpendicular. I asked you to define the word center.
the center is
Yeah, definition for
perpendicular
the word
to the
center.
tangent on the
No,
fucking earth. You dumb
center
cunt.
is not perpendicular to any fucking shit.
It's a tangent to the center of the earth. You dumb
Oh my
motherfucker.
god. You're hallucinating, Jaza.
You are dumb as fuck.
You can't understand two words that you're speaking, nor that people tell you.
You are dumb as fuck, my good friend.
Jaza, shut up and listen, because you are going astray, like big time.
Why?
Yeah,
Because why? Because
I told you,
why?
Jaza, Jaza, first,
Hang on.
shut up.
Why?
Let me finish. I haven't finished, Jaza.
Because
If
I
you
don't
listen to
understand
me,
you.
you will understand what I'm asking you and
Oh,
what
you
I'm
just said it.
saying.
You just said it right
Yeah?
there. Carry on. You just said it right there.
Your claim was that you can have something perpendicular to the center. Yeah? And to explain this, I asked you to define me the word center, the meaning of the word center.
And what he's actually talking about is the radius. So he means a tangent is perpendicular to the radius. But he's thinking the radius is the
Yeah,
center.
but it's not.
Yes. Congratulations.
A radius
By the way,
is
what do
not
you guys
center.
think about the NASA's live streams and stuff?
Well, Jaza, you have to still draw me anything perpendicular to the center, to a center.
I'm not drawing you fucking
Well, this is what you just said.
Okay.
It's recorded.
This is how you started your theoretical, scientific bullshit story.
Okay,
So,
may I
I have a question.
Hang on. I'm not drawing you shit because this is just basic bitch shit. And you are a very knowledgeable person, but you've got your knowledge all around back all up the front to fuck. So I'm not fucking doing shit for you. You need to do shit.
All right, someone else has a question. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay, so do you guys think just the Earth is flat or other planets flat too?
When you say
Hello?
other planets, the observations that you do of the lights in the sky, the Earth is not a light in the sky. When you say other planets, the Earth is not a
Like
planet.
Jupiter and
The
stuff.
Earth is not an object that you have that you imagine in your mind.
Okay, so let me just ask you this question. Is Jupiter flat?
Observable phenomena. You don't know the shape, the weight, the distance. You don't know any of those variables, so you don't know. You could describe it as a circle of light. You could describe it as a flat. Maybe you could describe it as a flat circle, maybe, but you don't know that.
So do you guys think NASA is lying to us?
We don't think we know they are lying.
But they have all the live streams of Circle Earth.
Yeah, do you know how those are faked?
They don't have any motive to lie to us. Why
It
would they
takes
lie
a
to
lot
us?
of cranes. Listen, it takes a lot of cranes It takes a lot of giant curved big screens which you never seen in your life. That big screens, TV, yeah, where they hang, in front of which they hang all these shitty objects which they claim it's ISS, it's a satellite, it's a whatever, yeah, and behind it is this big giant curved screen, yeah, and they make it look like, yeah, they are flying into what?
So, okay, let me just ask you,
In a studio.
why would they lie to us? They don't have any reason to lie to us.
Yeah, why in those live streams you cannot see any stars in the sky?
Fucking okay, hang on, just very quickly.
Yeah,
What
what?
the hell?
Explain why in the NASA live streams from ISS or from whatever bullshit satellite, yeah, when they show you the Earth in the picture, yeah, you see that fisheye lens curved Earth, and outside of that you see a pitch black screen, yeah, and
Okay, dude.
that's supposedly the universe, which was supposed to be filled with stars, and you see no fucking stars. It's completely
So you
perfect
think they
pitch
would go
black.
such great lengths to make the Earth look so realistic, and they can't even make a little ball of
Yeah,
light?
well,
hang on, real quick, young
pitch
fella.
black
I
because
I
it's
just want
made
to
in a
answer this
studio,
motherfucker.
and you can't fake the
Oh,
stars.
it'll
Yeah.
take literally.
But you can fake the Earth so realistically, but you can't fake little balls of light.
No,
Hang on, dude.
you cannot fake
I
the
want to answer
sky.
this dumb motherfucker.
Why? They could fake the freaking Earth. Why couldn't they
Because
fake the
if they
little?
show, listen, if they show any stars together with the Earth, yeah, you can analyze that picture and actually see the three-dimensional position if that observation is true or not, according to the parallax with the stars and constellations.
You still have no curvature anywhere, so whatever curved Earth that you've seen on those high altitude footage that can be provided, there is no curvature of the ground. So when you look at cartoons and see this curved Earth, you're looking at fantasy.
Okay, so are there edges to the world? If our Earth is flat, do you think there are
Have you ever
edges
been
that you can just?
Have you ever been to a seashore? Have you ever been to the edge of the water, of a sea or a lake?
How are you
But
gonna do that?
but so many planes go over the lakes, go over the seas.
Yeah, you said planes? Plane?
Yeah, there's a reason it's
Yeah.
called a plane.
It's,
Sorry, I'm gonna go to push to talk.
aircraft are designed for a flat, motionless plane, right?
What? Can you repeat?
Aircrafts are designed to fly over flat, motionless planes.
Okay, so
In simple words for you, over flat Earth, stationary flat Earth.
okay, so
That's how aircrafts are designed to fly.
Yeah, and the pilot operating the aircraft never takes into account any movement of the ground or any curvature. And the guy trying to shoot down the aircraft never thinks
There's
about any
something.
movement of the ground.
So you guys don't think gravity exists?
No, you believe it exists. You believe, but when you say gravity, what do you actually mean? Can you tell us? Because you're saying one word that doesn't mean anything, does it?
Which
Invisible
gravity do you
force which
believe in?
keeps you pushing to the ground.
So
But
that's
isn't the
like
universe
invisible unicorns.
expanding? Isn't the universe expanding?
Maybe, maybe not.
Huh.
We are not sure. There's not any proof that it's expanding.
So the same religious priests that tell you about gravity, they tell you about the universe is expanding.
Maybe it's
when they talk
expanding,
about.
maybe it's not. You never know.
Maybe it's equal opposites.
That's not what your priests are actually saying about your heliocentric pseudoscience religion say.
What?
Your pseudoscientist priests, they are not saying maybe it's not, maybe yes, about the expansion of the universe. They are very positive what's going on.
Okay, so people are very, very positive that the Earth is round.
Yeah, they make many positive claims.
Yeah, but you don't even know what round
So,
is, do you?
uh,
You don't know what
sphere.
gravity is. You don't know what round is. You just say
Yeah.
words without knowing the meaning of them. That's why you're confused about the actual factual nature of reality.
Yeah, when you
Round
speak
means a
about
sphere.
gravity,
Earth is a
listen,
sphere.
we get there. Before that, you have used the word gravity so many times. And gravity, there's so many types of gravity. And we need to establish
Can
first
you
which kind
describe
of
any one type
gravity
of?
are you referring
Okay.
to? No, when you talk
Which
about
types are you
gravity,
talking
which
about?
kind? We Let me finish and listen my question.
Can you
When
give
you talk
me?
about gravity, don't interrupt me. When you talk about gravity, yeah, which type of gravity are you referring to?
Okay, so can you give me like an example about different types of
You're
gravity?
the
Did you
one talking about
understood
gravity.
my
You're the one have
question?
to
Can you
fight it.
answer one question?
What?
What do you mean what? I asked you a question. Are you incapable to answer one simple question?
The
Which type
gravity
of
that pulls
gravity
you
are you
down to the
referring
earth.
to when you
Let him Google it. Go ahead, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So he's Google searching
Okay,
now. Go
so
ahead.
Yeah.
no, tell me. So what do you mean by types of gravities?
Yeah,
Give me any type of
Newtonian,
gravity.
Einsteinian, yeah, relative or specific
Specific gravity,
or
Newton's
quantum.
gravity, Einstein's gravity. Which one are you claiming?
They all have different gravities.
You don't
Yes.
know this, huh?
Oh wow, let me
Duh.
just get a new gravity for me.
Welcome to the conversation,
I
kid.
feel like getting a new gravity. Oh, hold on, let me just get a new gravity.
So you just
Have you
pretending that
heard?
you know
Yeah,
something, but you're just saying words that you don't know what they actually mean.
yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So let me
So
just get this
you are
clear. You
here
guys
only
think
for
that we live on
trolling.
a frisbee?
Are you here only
No.
for trolling?
What? No.
Yeah, are you here only for trolling? Because I know this form quiz of questions that you have is from the Flat Earth Society and the anti-flat earthers. Yeah,
Before today, I didn't even know
you
about
pick these
Flat Earth
questions
Society, by the
from
way.
the internet. You pick this set of questions from the internet. They are not
Okay.
original
Let us
questions
tell you,
of
no,
yours.
no, I didn't. No,
Because
I
you've never
didn't.
used your brain. You've never used your brain
Yeah,
before. And this is why it's difficult when we ask you something where you need to use your brain that you start to giggle like a 13-year-old little girl, is that it shows that you have never had to use that muscle before. Every time up until now, someone has handed you a piece of paper and you just accepted it as true. Why would they lie? There's no reason for anyone to lie ever. Your mom's never told you a lie. Your dad's never told you a lie. Your brothers and sisters have never told you a lie. Your best friend has never told you a lie. There's no reason for any person ever to lie. That's your existing assumption.
Yeah, and you,
And
yeah,
when we
you
ask
never
you
lie, right?
something,
There
You
is
you have
reasons
never
for
lied.
some specific
you've never lied,
things.
correct?
No,
And
I have, but not like
Oh,
this.
so why did you lie
Uh,
when you did?
there's a,
let
there's
me
a
ask
lot
you this:
of questions
if I
to
give you
save,
$50
for
million
example, to
every
save
day,
myself from embarrassment or something like that.
okay. So if I give you $50
Perfect.
million every day, what will you? If I pay you to lie, and I give you $50 million every day, will you lie?
Yeah,
I know I would for $15 million. That's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
I would.
Oh, there you go.
Well, that's what
one.
NASA gets.
But
NASA
yeah, but
receives $50 million a day to lie to you.
okay,
And
but
now when we're asking
they would
you
receive the
actual
but they would
questions,
receive the same amount if they didn't lie to us. There's no motive. They would receive the same amount if
incorrect,
they didn't.
incorrect, because it would be demonstrable that it's false. And then the people of the world would say that $50 million per day should go to feeding the most needy, housing the most needy.
What?
We would start meaning the poverty, poor people.
That's
Okay,
$1 billion.
So
That's
okay,
over
so
$1 billion
so if
a year.
they
That's a lot of money.
wait, if NASA found out that Earth is actually flat and they showed us the recording of it, then more people would look at it because most people don't expect that and they
Why
want
don't
to
you
look
ask
at
them to
it.
take a picture of the Earth with no fisheye lens?
Because
On NASA website, you
they
can
just
find
send fisheye
documents.
lenses in the space.
Dude,
They don't have
dude,
freaking DSLRs in the space.
dude, listen. On NASA website, you can find documents about aircraft designs, yeah, projects, real projects of aircraft, which are designed to fly over flat stationary Earth.
Yeah, and in the NASA website, when
So
they show you the
Yeah.
globe and they show you these cartoons of the globe, they tell you, "Hey, these are cartoons." So what you see about the globe, when they make something practical, like airplanes and aircraft, and they have to design something, they have to take into account a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? But when they show you the imaginary globe, they tell you, we need a, to make this with CGI, generated imagery. That's the only way you can see a globe with Photoshop and cartoonish imagery. You've never seen this globe ever, never experienced it. So when you think about the Earth and you see a globe, that's because you've seen a cartoon and you have this cartoon imprinted in your mind because it's been reinforced with movies and propaganda, and every day you see an image and picture of this globe somewhere, and you think, hey, this is where you live, right? Because someone told you that you live in this cartoon, and you believe it, but you never question it until maybe today.
Yeah. If they didn't push the narrative and propaganda about the globe and they choose to push about the Bigfoot, then today you will be believing in the Bigfoot instead of the globe Earth.
no.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if they show you cartoons of Bigfoot every day, you believe Bigfoot because you believe the cartoons of the globe.
But they would need to like.
Or why don't they take a full
But
live
that's
footage
good that
in
you
the
said
rocket
but,
ship,
right? That's
go
good
up
that
in
you said
space with
but.
no fisheye lens, all live at the same time. You can see their green screen glitches when they're in the space station and things are falling down. Some things are staying up. It's all fake, dude.
Yeah.
How does he drop two things and one thing falls and one thing stays up in the air with no gravity? How does that work? Can you explain that? I don't know.
See, if he has two things in two of his hands, he just lets go of one, which just stays there, and he just lets go and pushes it a little bit, and that's why it goes down.
So he's not in space, is what you're trying to tell me.
So a
Because if
poker
he was in
card.
space, they would both be levitating in the air.
No, but he pushed the other one down.
No, he didn't. I
Maybe
saw a video.
no,
He just
maybe
let
his
go and
hand
it
hit it.
dropped.
Maybe
Look,
his
I can
finger
post
hit it.
this. I can post this GIF animation
Also,
taken
if he
from that
pushed it in
video.
that video, the
Okay,
way it
post
fell,
it.
you would have to push with a lot of force. He was not pushing, especially with a lot of force.
No, you don't need to push it a lot of force because it's space. If you just push it a
What?
little bit, then it just goes.
Yeah, it would move slowly,
straight.
not fast. It was moving very fast, like gravity. Why? Why was it doing that in space?
Just
So
bring
you
him
mean
down to earth.
gravity
Let's
is
not
acting
argue
on
this.
one thing and not on the other thing?
The
Oh my
astronaut's
God.
direct claim was that there were gravitational anomalies.
Don't say that,
or
dude. That's all
gravitational
bullshit.
wells. No, I'm saying this is their claim.
They're bullshit,
That
dude.
when
They're
he
lying.
drops, so how is there
microphysics.
anomaly between his left hand and his right hand? How did he know that on the right hand it's going to float and on the left hand it's going to fall? Because somehow he's near a gravitational anomaly. It's absolute BS, like you said.
Because
More
he's
likely that
because
he's in a
he's
studio.
smart, because he's smarter
His
than
whole
you
body
guys
was
who
floating.
believe that the whole earth is a freaking frisbee.
His whole
We
body.
don't.
Nobody believes
No
that.
one
Oh,
believes
that's another image in your mind that you imagine, and all these cartoons that you have in your mind. Nobody in reality believes that here. But you see, because you believe that the Earth might be a round cartoon or
I
a
think he left.
frisbee, when someone said flat Earth, that's not reality.
I think the guy left.
Also, that infinite vacuum of space which you believe in doesn't
He
exist.
dropped out.
Yeah.
I don't think it's infinite, dude. It's very finite. If it was an infinite vacuum, the fucking atmosphere would be sucking out right now. If it was any vacuum, the atmosphere would be sucking out probably too.
They never heard of second law of thermodynamics.
Sorry, pushing out, not sucking out.
This, yeah.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley puts it nicely where he says, if the sky were a vacuum, we'd all be dead because the air would have filled that available volume and we'd have nothing to breathe. So just the idea of saying, if it was that, we would be dead, shows how ludicrous an idea of it being a giant vacuum above our heads even is.
I mean, this guy was from Pakistan, and yeah, they have a space program also now. I just posted the picture with Pakistani space program, so yeah. You can see and understand what it's all about.
What is it about?
Yeah.
What is the Pakistan?
Riding on a bike rocket, looking
What?
up at the sky and dreaming.
Every country
All
has
that.
now realized that by having a space
Yeah.
program, they can siphon off a certain percentage with only needing to provide their public CGI imagery. What's peculiar now is that even South Africa has started a space program. It's not got a massive budget, but it's just the ludicrousness of it that we have many other challenges and issues that we should be solving. But yet, if we call it space, everyone says, oh, cool.
Yeah.
And if you say 2 billion or 10 billion or 20 billion, everyone says, oh, cool, let's put more.
Come on, Flat Earth Solar. When Obama was president, he went to Africa and he was preaching to the African children why is a bad thing for their parents to have infrastructures in Africa like bus stations, roads, trains, railways. You know, it's a bad thing to have this because it will mess up the climate, the global climate, and bullshit. You know, it's
other
not
words,
good
development-
for African parents to own a car to go to work.
Yeah, development
So,
for other people is bad. Only development for
Yeah.
themselves.
Yes. This is what Obama was preaching to African children in Africa. Yeah.
But your question was, why would the Pakistanis have a space program? It's because you could steal from your public and they actually applaud
Yeah.
you for one CGI image a year. What was amazing is last night we had, after Nathan's show, there was Crow Show and RC Meisty and all the dumbasses in the after show. And they were all saying that the James Webb telescope is only going to produce its first image after 5 to 6 months of calibration requirement.
Because they have a 14 kilobytes per second download.
And we're in the age of digital where you could have sent 1,000 photos on the first day. And they also they chose not to put a monitoring camera, because flat earthers always say, why can't you just send something up with a camera that now we can live stream the earth? They say no, the camera has the ability to produce some infrared radiation,
Dude,
which
that's
their
bullshit, bro. Oh my god.
very sensitive equipment would then be interfered with. So for the safety and security of this data that we know is going to come for the next few decades, that's why they couldn't put a fucking camera on a leg sticking out 4 meters away from something else. Do you know what I mean? The ludicrousness of this. But how can you justify 6 months for a digital photo from something that's taken 10 years to build? You're telling me you couldn't set the lens here on the earth, that when it got up there, it was ready to take its first pic? It's just retarded. And these guys swallow it like taking the balls with it, deep throating it.
Oh my god.
They're gagging on it.
Balls and all.
Yeah.
And they say it so confidently. Like I say to them, imagine you bought a camera and you were told that you got to wait 6 months till you can get the first picture from it. Like, would you accept that in the year 2022?
Flatter Solar, you know what is this? This is, watching the power of man to own a TV in his home. He turns it on. He sees Discovery Channel, Animal Planet, National Geographic, Nova, Space. And once he sees all these fairy tale stories, now he's so knowledgeable. He's fully armored with science and knowledge. And he goes out in the world and he explains to everybody how much he knows of this world. Like he spent all this time inside his house hypnotizing a stupid crystal ball screen, LCD touch the screen TV, and now he's coming out in reality outside and he's describing it. It's hilarious. Yeah, the TV is that magic glass, the magic mirror, mirror on the wall.
But it's also, it's the illusion that, like you say, things are done for our benefit. Do you think so much research and development was done into televisions so that we could consume our favorite Netflix show? No.
Yeah.
Do you think that the growth and rise in camera optics, like your cell phone, the camera in the cell phone is going up by 5-6 megapixels every time you buy the next upgrade? And then the customer thinks, no, it's just so that I can take better pictures of my children. Wouldn't be that someone would want to surveil me from across a room and have motion sensors and all this. No, why would they would never have a nefarious purpose? It's
That's
all just about
crazy.
my
Yeah.
pleasure.
Yeah.
And it's the same with the crypto, what you were saying as well. For people to be so ignorant to not see the snare that is slowly tightening.
Yeah.
In a
It's
cashless
going there.
society.
It's going to the cashless society, and this you see, to own and use Bitcoin now, you don't need pretty much any sort of identification. You can be completely anonymous. But the problem is,
They're changing
in
that
the near
now.
future, if you will have any device that has Bitcoin and that device is not registered with your biometrics, with your own identity, it's going to be a big problem. It will be a crime. It will be theft. All this Bitcoin money, there will come a time when the AI will ask all people to, it will implement a program of justifying the Bitcoin wealth, like quantifying
Mathematicians
it.
are actually trying to do that
Yeah.
right now. They're trying to say that Bitcoin is, quote, mathematically pure.
Yeah.
It sort of is, but it is still a pyramid scheme at the end of the day.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah.
the original white paper showed that it needed to be a peer-to-peer cash system or electronic cash system, that there was meant to only be one currency. When there's one, all value moves into that one, and all people derive the benefit from being in that coin. The powers that be saw the power that decentralization would create, started deleting opcodes, actual operational codes, out of the Bitcoin algorithms to make it less versatile, and to create sideline projects like Ethereum, like XRP, like your anonymous coins and all these other things. The moment that they fractured it, it's the divide and conquer rule. If there was one currency and all value going into the one, no matter when you bought it, you're going to be profitable. Whereas if everyone's buying side chains and tokens, and those investor projects like Miggy was talking about, one in five are actually scams. So,
That's actually true. It's nice you say that.
It's a very difficult place to play, and for you to believe that you have all the evidence, especially when they're talking about white papers for future projects. They don't presently have a product. It's not complete, but they say we're going to build this, invest with us. Then, what's the difference between that and someone selling you a bridge?
Well, I tell you what, the greatest doing of this Bitcoin was, it was to make the world's black market explode. All these weapon trafficking, drug trafficking, crimes, these were on the dark net. These were all using the Bitcoin money.
Yeah, Bitcoin's a very big
So
receptor of hacking too.
when Bitcoin showed up, all these start businesses, illicit businesses, they started to thrive.
My friend
it
used to buy
made-
a lot of drugs off the dark web with Bitcoin. He used to buy
Yeah.
Bitcoin when it was like $100, dude.
Yeah.
Spending it on heroin. He
Yeah.
could have been a millionaire right now.
Yeah.
There's also lots of people with Bitcoin and wallets where they don't know that. They don't know the passwords, they don't know the addresses and all that. So there's like loose Bitcoin floating around that people don't even know about. Certain shit coins have black hole accounts where if you send your coins to them, it'll literally burn the coin so that if enough coins get burned, it raises the value because of deflation.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of it's a very new market. The total goal of crypto is not really good, but currently it is a good profit machine.
The scamming methods and trickery and stuff
If you can see
is
past that, you'll make money.
limitless.
Yeah, there is a lot of scams. So much.
Yeah.
My friend's been scammed before with pump and dumps, dude. I told him not to do it, and he fucking went into this Discord for pump and dumps and lost 90% of his fucking capital, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I told him not to do it at least 5 times, and he kept saying, "No, I'm just gonna try it, dude. It's all right. I'm just gonna try it."
Yeah, that sounds like a similar story to me. I made tens of thousands of dollars around 2015, 2016, 2017. And then with the crash in 2017, I gave it all back. 90% of all my earnings gave back. Then
That's when the crash started for Bitcoin in 2017.
Yeah. And I held on. So I was stupid. I had a trading bot and it was buying trades for me. So like I say, I've experimented with sniping, with long trades, with buying new startups, with buying mining companies. The biggest scam are the ones that say, just give your money to us and we'll guarantee you 20% a month or
Oh my
15%
god.
a month.
Yeah, right.
Those ones you test with like $5 or $10
Just
or
give
whatever.
us your money. Okay.
And then you very quickly see how quickly they fold. And it's the same with these investment projects. Guys come in here talking like they're an investor now because they read one piece of paper that describes what this thing is going to do in the future. That's certainly not a working product. And unless there's versatility, unless there's actual use case, if you can't use the thing, it will not gain value, no matter how great the idea is.
Yeah, that is very true. Unless it's Elon Musk tweeting, you know.
Yeah.
But it's just been a fascinating thing for me. I was discovering, I think that's how I actually got into flat earth, was seeing the conspiracy in Bitcoin and thinking,
Are you serious? You got in through Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, I was in Bitcoin from 2013, 2014. And right from the start, I was like, why are there two very opposing viewpoints to this thing? Some people were Bitcoin BTC. And at that time, other people were Bitcoin Cash, BCH.
Can somebody give me a crypto roll?
And from about 2014, you would see that it doesn't matter how good the information was, there were people paid to go and spread disinformation. And I would sit there scratching my head thinking like, I've gone and looked at these white papers. I've read the white papers myself. And I know that that's not what it says. But here's a guy saying what it doesn't say and using that as his entire basis. And then everyone else repeats it. Kind of like this whole ball earth thing.
Yeah.
And I would scratch my head and I would ask, I've also got a hacker friend, who was looking at Bitcoin from 2012, 2011. And I kept saying to him, no, he's talking shit. It'll never get to 1,000.
Thank you, whoever gave me the roll.
I thought it would never even get to $1,000 back then. And then now when the whole world went into economic lockdown, in all other economic meltdowns, the stock market has collapsed.
Dude, the
There's
stock
been a
market's
massive
doing
recession.
really shit right now.
Well, as soon as this whole lockdown happened, the stock market went to all-time highs month after month after month after month. And it was the banking sector printing money, and they were investing up to, I think it was $2 billion per hour. $2 billion
That's a lot of money.
dollars per hour into the stock exchange, buying up all the assets that everyone else is now selling because the world's gone to shit. So they were taking paper money, fictitious fiat, but buying actual assets with that. And thereby everyone's stock prices were suddenly skyrocketing. And everyone said, all right, forget your job of, you used to have to work for 8 hours for peanuts. Now all you have to do is sit at home, hand your money over to a stock exchange, and you can earn 5 times more than you were. And there was this big drive towards that. Now, if the whole world has gone into a physical lockdown to try and destroy your ability to earn an income, do you honestly think they would then funnel you to a platform where you can make 5 or 6 times more? Start taking their wealth
Well, they
away
want
from
the
them?
money. That's their job. Their little job is to make the most profit for their organization. That's what they do.
Correct. Now, when you go and look at
That's
the stock
capitalism.
exchange, they set like buy and sell points, your trigger sells and your trigger buys. But when you go and look at the actual financial institutions, they where all those set buys and stop losses, all of that information is kept by them. So then they do a little calculation. They see, all right, if we drop this currency by $10, we'll hit everyone's stop loss or everyone's sell point. And then we can then buy up all that currency and we make $10 because the price
they
will
also have the
automatically
dark pools
rebound.
too, which is like 10 times as dirty.
And then they've got whales who just a whale coming in or coming out can drop a price by $10, $20, $50, depending on the stock. So when you look at it, how does a financial institution guarantee themselves 20% or 10% for all their clients? Because they have methods. The money has to flow from one to another. This is also something like in marketing, they talk about gaining market share or losing market share because you have to gain it from someone or lose it to someone. You don't just make more market share. Now, it's the same thing with like a stock market. When someone's gaining, someone's losing. So for that banking institution to make $10 billion or $20 billion in profit for that year, hundreds of thousands of people had to lose that $10 billion to now be shifted up into the hands of the wealthy for simply having their
Can I ask
funds
you
in
a
the
question?
system. Yeah.
So when they have all the money from all of us small guys, what are they going to do with us? When we have no more money, what are we going to do?
So I was talking about it a bit earlier today, but there was a movie called Soylent Green where they liquefy human beings and use them as fertilizer for the crops so that they can feed us back to ourselves.
They have a program in USA where they are doing already this kind of stuff. It's like a greenhouse, and they put dead human bodies there for decaying and fermenting, and they turn it into a compost.
You know, people have tried to do that with human feces before, and that's actually illegal because of what happens to the crops.
Well, it's not illegal. It's actually going on in USA.
With human feces.
And no,
human
not
feces,
human
yeah.
feces. With human bodies.
No, but on the feces side, it is being done. I watched a documentary the other day where there's a specific clause where United States water treatment facilities take in the sewage and like the gray water coming from the taps. They add a few chemicals and they found ways to now sell that feces as a safe, quote unquote, safe compost or a safe fertilizer. So they add something to kill off the certain type of bacteria which was harmful to then be consumed by other people. So they just
Yeah, tap water is still filthy.
Dude, we basically eat filth and drink filth all day.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just getting a call. What did you say?
I was saying that tap water is filthy.
And what's really peculiar is most of those water treatment facilities, the chemicals that they're allowed to add are simply for the maintenance of their pipe works. So for the longevity of their lead and copper piping system, they're allowed to add this much acid, this much fluoride, this much calcium, this much to maintain their pipes. Fuck the people that are drinking it. It doesn't matter. They don't need a test on what it does to the human at the end, especially depending on the distance that water was now piped, that it's in contact with those chemicals for longer at certain distances. It's irrelevant to the actual harmful side of it. It's just about maintaining their infrastructure. So the idea that anything the government does is for our benefit, I I really frown at my parents' generation, where they were completely absorbed with the idea that the government was going to provide everything for them.
Yeah. Just give them all your money. Give them your soul. Give them everything, dude.
Yeah.
They will provide
And
for you as long as you give them your soul.
I was under the impression they also collected feces so they could extract like the gold from it.
The what?
Like the metals, the metals,
The metals
gold.
from our ass. Are you trying to say we have gold in our ass?
I'm not trying to say it, but it's part of the storyline, the official narrative.
No, not quite. There are heavy
No, there is
metals.
no such thing.
They
Well,
say
search for it, and I
trace,
mean it's
so
out.
listen,
I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying that.
trace elements inside a human body. Yes, there are traces of gold, AU,
Well,
inside of a human
they
body.
claim that like a
It doesn't
million
come
people could
easily.
create $13 million worth of gold.
Do you have anything you can post on that?
Yeah, I can. I'll post it in the. It'll be from mainstream media articles like Yahoo, so you can take it for what it's worth. But
That's propaganda. The gold which you find in the human body is in the blood. And yeah, in this case, the only people who will be excrementing gold will be those suffering of hemorrhoids. You know.
hey, I'm with you. I think it sounds ridiculous too. It's just something I read.
But I've seen that described when they talk about over the entire mass of a human. So they say if you look at a human body, it has X amount of lead, X amount of gold, X amount of aluminium, X amount of. So if you were to say mine the human body, what would you be able to get from effectively extracting it 100% out of every organ, etc.? But those are still minuscule amounts, virtually like trace elements.
Well,
but I
That's what I
wouldn't
was
put it
thinking.
past these sick motherfuckers. So
we have aluminum in our bodies, but that's not because we absorb it from need. It's actually because we get intoxicated with it. Because we use a lot of aluminum objects, and aluminum is a very soft metal. And in contact with stones, abrasives, materials, it creates nanoparticles, dust, aluminum dust, which is easily inhalable. You inhale it.
have you seen that patent or the approval for Monsanto to dust their crops with nanoparticles?
Yeah.
So if they're not jabbing it right into your arm, they're going to be putting it down your
Yeah.
throat soon.
Yeah.
Did that guy really say, hey, the government has no reason to lie, that's why it's a ball? Did he really come out with that?
Lash what? Lash what? What brings you to a server, Lash what? He dropped out. Yeah, that guy did said that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's
camera.
the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it, say the stars. since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Is anybody here right now?
Hello?
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right: fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance of the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
From the Channel 4 News, WSMV Nashville.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if you ever thought of saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Seibel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the black house.
Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
I'm in the shadows in the wrong. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
This is full of shit. Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
And finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr. and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger. We're climbing in on Earth.
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil, we just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue gas, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
So this will be all right.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen.
Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
the
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight.
Well,
we're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now.
We'd ask you to...
Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you please go away?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before.
Mm.
And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique footage.
It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
of what?
Of July, 1969. Do you remember this?
On the 18th?
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we were seeing. Thank you very much.
Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light. And we only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
Roger, the ATC's working real well. The F-22 looks good, over. Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, did you copy, over?
Roger, we copied that, Charlie.
Roger, your transmissions the last couple of times have been about 2 by, over.
Okay, how do you read me now?
Roger, 5 by now.
Coastline.
Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that had.
What is your proposition? That we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you did. I know for a fact that you did not.
You know for a fact that we did not.
That's correct, and you'll see this tape proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off. You're full of shit.
It shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late, on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th?
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my reaction?
I know for a fact
that's slimy journalism. Do you realize that?
If
you ought to be ashamed of
If you read
yourself.
the document that I have in here, you'll find that it's not. That this is a personal plea to do what is right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
This is the
time.
document that you'll want to see.
Place the camera at the back of the spacecraft.
I know for a fact.
But what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't believe that?
It is completely
No, I do not.
with the Earth in low
Then we have a difference of opinion.
The circumference of the window.
This is where you were using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away. We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, so I'm prompting you when to speak.
You believe in UFOs?
No,
You
I do
believe
not.
we've been visited by... Well, why do
No, I
you want to
don't.
believe this stuff?
I know for a fact. We've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and and it's dated by an atomic clock at the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not...
I know for a fact that it did. And this tape would prove it in a court of law.
Subsequently, this
It would.
tape was never used.
Why don't you try? Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it...
No one has
Is your
laughed.
camera working?
No one has laughed.
And this makes you the real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not what I'm doing here. God knows that's not what I'm doing. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the astronaut.
But you're doing it the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window? It's shot to make it look like.
Look, you can manufacture all you want with
This
these
is
things.
straight. This isn't manufactured.
Sure.
You know that it
To
isn't.
that of an interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the
You give
crystal.
me your
Here's
business
the light.
card.
It's all in there.
Camera controls.
It's all in
But
there.
not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front of
You're
the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Howdy, Buzz. How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief.
Why don't you just
That's called being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get in the middle of anything.
Tell him to get out of here.
This is a hotel.
We'll call the police.
We pay.
Come on in here. We'll call the police.
Solicit
You like that?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this. But you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital.
How you doing?
I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program. It's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11.
Yes.
And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window, turn off the lights in the spacecraft, and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving you an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that kind of thing.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to
Get
God
away
on the
from
Bible
me.
that you walked
Get
on the
away
moon.
from me, okay?
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys that did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight, to put your left hand on the Bible.
Left hand.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
And you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future, and if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay. Say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Treason.
Treason. No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon. I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treasonous?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
that
about
isn't treason.
Under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason?
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now, you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, yes, some of the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people. Just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in,
oh yeah, sure. So
pop that one out.
Is that? Good. Oh, that will stop it.
Yeah, take it again.
Yeah, we can edit this that way. We don't have to worry about doing that. So we can.
Yeah, just hit play.
Well, it goes in.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep, seems to be.
I think it's shot a little bit halfway to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks.
That's what you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front
now
of it.
I thought that was the arm of God moving across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that out.
I suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely, that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There it is again, 130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it's pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That, I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as a gospel of anything except a historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie.
good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press us, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No, we have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. And as an independent producer,
okay, we're heading out.
Doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You ever get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Uh-oh, got a globe pilot in the lobby.
I like the sound of that. We're gonna open the mic and let Quantum just, you know. have
It's
a word with
really
him.
easy to be a pilot. I became a pilot last week. It cost me $5 in 5 minutes. Now I'd fly drones. I'm a FAA registered drone pilot. So pilot means nothing. Let's find out what kind of thing he pilots.
Who's this pilot in the lobby?
Don't know.
I think Brad's talking to him right now.
I make the joke. I kind of steal from the movie Idiocracy. Like,
Hold on, I'll give you guys some context. Give me a second.
says according to the chart, you're retarded. It's okay though, Skro. Plenty of retards live totally kick-ass lives these days. My ex-wife was a pilot, or was a retard. She's a pilot now.
It's gonna take me a minute to watch this video.
Oh, he's already here. It's the Levi dude. Levi GJ.
Strauss?
You guys have fun.
All right. Let me give him a roll. Verified and unsevered mute. Levi GJ, you have ability to speak. Pull over your mic. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh dear.
What brings you by, man?
Well, I found it kind of interesting that one of your friends, or whatever, one of the members at least, was
Yeah, he's a moderator. He invited you here. Yep.
Ah, okay. I just got a little confused at first.
No problem, man. So we're on about here the topic of the shape of the Earth, and it seems like he filled us in that you are a pilot. Is this correct?
Yeah.
All right. What do you fly, if you don't mind me asking? Being is that you're a pilot?
Beechcraft Baron.
I'm not familiar with that craft. Is it a small craft or a commercial?
Your basic turbine twin prop.
Okay. And how high have you taken that craft up?
It's rated for about 36,000 feet.
Have you taken it that high?
No, I think it was 35,000 feet.
Okay. So the highest you've been on that craft is 35,000 feet. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, we're on about the shape of the Earth here. So is there anything that within your experience of being a pilot that you could honestly say that you're flying over a globe?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And so what can you detail to us that exactly you're flying over a globe? What is it that that? Is there any instrument that can tell you that? Is there experience that you're looking at? Like what can you tell us?
So it's a little bit of both. Now, I'll add this to it. It's a little unrelated, but in aviation, or the FAA requires that you understand that there's a difference between true north and magnetic north. Magnetic north deviates to the rotation of the Earth, slightly off axis.
Whoa. That's not true.
Well, no, there's a difference between true north.
Yeah,
and
I know.
magnetic.
That was correct, but you said it was due to the rotation of the Earth. That's not.
No, not rotation. My apologies. Personally, I don't know, but I know the difference, and it changes over time.
Yeah, there's declination you got to adjust for it when you're using maps and magnetic north. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's not answering the question.
How would you describe the shape of the Earth? I want your example on this.
Well, flat isn't a shape; it's an aspect. So we know it's not a sphere. That's for damn sure.
Okay. So do you mean like it appears to the human eye that it's flat, or?
Absolutely. So when you're making an observation from your craft at the altitude that you were in, you shouldn't see any curvature anywhere. Now, if you're claiming that because you were on the craft, and like I asked you before, was there anything that you've seen or gave you an impression that the Earth you're flying over is a globe? And you didn't really give me an answer to that.
Sorry about that. Okay, so hold on.
Okay.
I see what you're getting at here. It
Yeah, I'm getting at
really
like,
appears
how do you know you're
definitely
flying
that
over a
it's-
globe? That's what I'm getting at. Like, pretty clear what I wanted you to kind of explain.
All right. So when you're flying over North Pole, you will watch compass. You can set a true heading, which is a gyroscope or a GPS. It will hold its position or hold its orientation no matter.
Okay, real quick. I'm sorry, Lee. I don't mean to interrupt, but I do have to.
Yeah.
This example that you're talking about, did you do this before you continue?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, continue,
Yes,
please.
This is something I witnessed. Okay. So there's an instrument on the aircraft that allows for the setting of a heading. It is not affected by any sort of magnetic interference. It's a gyroscope. It goes off of gyroscopic rigidity.
Whoa! Stop. Before you leave out,
Yeah.
how do you calibrate that gyro compass?
Okay, so let me.
Are you talking
explain
about a
little
gyro
bit.
compass? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
me-
Forgive me. I thought you said gyro compass. Go on.
Is okay.
Sorry about
let
that.
Let me explain. Not trying to sound like I'm dumbing it down, but I want to simplify it so you understand what a gyroscope is.
No, we don't need to know what a gyroscope is.
Well, it helps explain this. So,
Well, it doesn't because
gyroscope.
we've listened to what gyroscopes have been for the past 5 years. He asked you for proof that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, well, anyways, I'll continue.
I think he's
Gyroscopic
trying to get there.
rigidity. So, this heading indicator will only go off of a gyroscope. Gyroscope does not change. As you're flying over the North Pole, it will remain in the same spot, but you'll watch as your compass, your compass will flip. But the
So?
gyroscope will not.
So?
Okay.
Well, if you
How do
continue in that straight line, at some point you will hit the South Pole.
No. What I'm talking about once again, Levi. It's cool that you did that, right? Because it's not, even though you're saying that you flew over the North Pole and you saw this flip happen. How do you know you're flying over a globe? Because that can happen. That can happen. Okay, think about this. If it's a flat and stationary Earth, right? And you're flying straight and that flip happens, it could actually happen on a level plane. You don't need to have a globe. So how do you know it is a globe?
Well, if you continue in that straight line and reach the South Pole, and then fly from the South Pole.
Have you done that? No, have you done that? Okay, so we're talking
flight.
right at this current time right now. What I asked was, since you're a pilot and you have done something like this example you just gave us, how do you know the Earth is a globe from what you know as a pilot, specifically you and what you have done, not what you haven't done?
Okay, well, all right. I have this example. Now, this example can be interpreted in many ways, but I'd like to point out one of those. That is, when you're in an aircraft, due to something called the Coriolis effect.
Oh, God.
If you are flying in a straight line, the Earth will move from under you. You will not. Eventually, if somehow you manage to fly in a straight line for long enough. Wait, hold on. I have, another question. So, you imagine that it's on a ball. What other shape could it be?
Oh, no.
We're gonna get to the Coriolis effect here in a minute.
It's
Asking you,
Can
Can I butt in for 1 second?
No,
Look,
hold on a second, lunatic. I'm going to try to explain it to him one more time. We're going to get to the Coriolis effect, or the lack of Coriolis effect, here in a minute. He's asking you about the globe, about the shape of the Earth itself. I've been sitting here for 10 minutes. I have yet to hear anything.
the thing that I wanted to say was that I did tag you, Levi. It's not that long of a video. After this conversation, when you have time, I'd like you to watch it and tell me how it's wrong, because this is another international pilot that flew many flights and talking about the gyro. And she says that it's plain as day. She flew for like 25 years or something like that. And just never saw it until a certain day, and then she realized this, it's just so clear.
Also, I got a question for you. Because are you going to provide evidence that it's a globe? Because we're going to get right to the direct evidence, pretty quick.
I have a genuine question to ask.
Good.
Okay, so seeing as you don't believe the Earth is a round shape.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with belief.
No. Okay, so yes, you.
No.
How do I put this? Not
I
believe,
know,
but you know. Okay.
No, I don't believe that. I know. I'm going to show you here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Okay, so I'm not going to disagree with your answer, but I'm actually.
Are you going off your own statistics or someone else's statistics?
No, I'm going off my own, but I'm
not talking about you. I'm talking about the other guy.
I'm genuinely interested in your answer to this question. Do you believe in NASA?
Do I believe in NASA?
We're not going to go to some random. Yeah, we're not going to go to some random. We're not going to go to some random. Levi, 1 second. Levi. Yes. We're not going to go to some random questions. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to stick to what I had first asked you when you first came in here, and it's that you're a pilot and you have experience flying over the Earth. I want you to tell everybody here how it is a globe because of your experience as a pilot. Now, it seems like you want to jump off to many other questions, but the more interesting one is how come you're not telling people now that the Earth is a globe because you are a pilot and you've flown over it at a certain altitude, 35,000 feet, as you said, from the craft that you're using. But you started going off on other different topics like Coriolis and all these other things. Now, we're going to have to address those because that's something you mentioned, right? So we're going to address that. I think Quantum's going to get into that here in just a moment. But that's why I was asking you these questions, because of you being a pilot. Not going and asking us any questions. We can tell you about Flat Earth. We want to know why you think it's a globe because you're a pilot, right? That's what we want to know right now.
I have an example. Right. This is a personal example. This has happened. I do know this effect does describe, an idea of the Earth being something. Okay, so this is used in aviation everywhere, known as the GPS. Okay,
Stop.
Now.
Stop. This has nothing whatsoever to do with the question. GPS, you're begging the question till the cows come home. Okay, listen, can we make this quick, Miggy?
Absolutely.
All right,
I'm going to post it. Listen, I'm going to post. This is going to be real easy. It's. There's no tricksies in here. I just posted my website, and one of my proofs for a flat Earth is flight. And I want to go through this. I want you to go ahead and click on that, and I'm going to go through this real quick. Like I said, there's no tricksies here. It's very simple, and you should be able to answer this relatively quick. How about that?
Okay.
Tell me when you're on the site.
Are you going to send me a link or something like that?
I did. It's in the live stream voice text at 43 minutes after the hour under a Santa hatted quantum eraser. It says in big white letters, flight. Got a little airplane right above it.
Yep.
Tell me when you're there.
Oh, I know exactly what she's talking about.
What?
I know exactly what she's talking about.
What she? I'm not a she, I'm a he.
No, the person in the video. I'm watching the video.
Yeah,
you
he's talking about the thing that I told him he should wait till after he's done talking with you guys, but he's watching the video of the
Sir,
Dutch
don't watch
pilot.
the video. We're getting on to the proof. I want you to go to the Globe Terminator's website, please. Go to the flight. This will be real quick.
Okay. All right.
Tell me when you're there. And tell me what the first 3 or 4 words say.
What the hell? Where is it? Oh, the Globe Terminator.
It's at 43 minutes after the hour. It says flight in white letters, and it has a little plane above it.
Yeah. Okay, what is this? What the hell is this?
So it starts off with since the Earth is. You with me?
Yeah, this website's a little comedic. The top.
Fucking comedic. Really? How
Yeah.
so?
Well, no, the top looks a little eccentric.
The top? The top
the top
of what?
The website. The top of the website. Globe Terminator.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
little
me.
eccentric.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'm eccentric. You're gonna feel that here in a second.
Yes, I do.
All right. So see if you can follow along with this. I'm gonna go real slow. Since the Earth is, as we're told, a sphere of 25,000 miles in circumference, radius of 3959 miles, then pilots traveling for 1 hour at a typical cruising speed, this is a commercial flight, of 500 miles an hour to simply maintain altitude would constantly have to adjust their altitude downwards to compensate for the curvature and descend on average 2,789 feet every minute. Now, to negotiate the drop, I really don't care what the plane does. It can barrel roll, split S, wing over, tail slide, slow roll, Cubanate, falling leaf, the Chandeli, or the hokey pokey, but it must descend, and everyone on the plane will know it. My example, how many miles of vertical drop, that's geometric drop. This is not a sight gag. This is actual geometry of the Earth. So how many miles of vertical drop must be negotiated over a distance of 500 miles an hour on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles? Answer, 31.7 miles. How many feet are in 31.7 miles? That would be 167,376 feet. So 167,376 feet of vertical drop must be negotiated over 500 miles on the Earth. My example, real world. I'm traveling by commercial plane from the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers to Atlanta, Georgia for the Super Bowl. This was a few years ago. Approximate distance is 500 miles. So the typical cruising speed is 500 miles. So 500 miles distance at 500 miles per hour is travel time of 1 hour. So how many feet of vertical drop per minute on average needs to be negotiated on my trip? The total feet vertical drop, as we went over, is 167,376 feet. Travel times 1 hour, it's simple calculation. 167,376 feet divided by 60 minutes. So the answer is 2,789.6 feet of vertical drop per minute average must be negotiated by the plane on my trip. Does this ever happen? Nope. The sphere is a Stone's Cold fairy tale. End of argument. Give you a couple minutes. Take that in. I got another example down beneath it. It's 1,000 miles, but we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. So you're saying there is a total amount of altitude that must be lost over a certain distance?
Yes, 500 miles.
Is the pilot drunk?
No.
Because, quite frankly, what's known as an attitude indicator will keep the plane pointed towards the horizon, which should not indicate a climb or a descent unless there is a change
Well,
in
sir,
air
the
pressure,
sphere
temperature,
that you're
dew
living
point.
on is dropping away from you at 8 inches per mile squared.
What is?
The sphere beneath you, you know, the ball that you allegedly live on, as you're traveling, that sphere is the ground is dropping away from you. That means curving because it's a sphere.
Why is that?
Because it's a
Yeah,
sphere.
but if you're flying in a... Okay, all right. So
you're not following this, are you?
No, I am. So you mean you're flying along the horizon? You're
flying level, like flights usually do. Maybe 2%, 2 degree up, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, so this is about to get a little confusing, but I'll try my best. So, when you follow the horizon, it will not guide you off the edge of the earth, and it will not cause you to enter a climb or
I know, because it's a flat earth. What does horizon mean?
Horizon is a visible edge. A visible edge is pretty much as far as you can see.
So it's the appearance or apparent junction between the earth and sky, correct?
Yes, apparent.
Is it flat?
It's relative.
It's flat. Horizon, flat. That's another total problem. You're missing this. The ground beneath your feet as you're flying level.
Yeah.
If you're flying at 500 miles an hour, that ground is dropping, vertical dropping away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. So you have to adjust your altitude. You must, or you'll continue to gain altitude above the surface that's curving away from you. Right?
Okay, so I just don't know about that, seeing as...
What do you mean you don't know about that?
Because notice that flying in a straight line... Now, I do know that the aircraft is 200 miles an hour slower.
Doesn't matter.
But if you fly straight and level with the horizon, you align the aircraft with the horizon, there is something known as a vertical speed indicator. It tells you, or tells the pilot, via numbers, if you are in a climb and a descent, in the rate indicated in feet per
and it's
minute,
not
but
telling you
that
anything,
is
right?
level at 0.
Yeah, that's right, because the Earth's flat. Thank you for proving my argument.
Good point.
Thank you.
Good point on that.
That's it.
Oh my. I am...
He's got a lot of good points, my man.
It's as simple as that. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ's on the way.
What the hell?
Yeah, I know, right? Pretty mind-blowing, huh, Levi?
Bathroom's clogged.
These
Again?
dumb flat earthers aren't so dumb, are they?
Just a little odd.
Well, it's not odd. It's just something you haven't realized, Levi. And the realization of it is just now hitting you. Like, you've never really thought about it like this. You've only been taught that the Earth is a globe. It's been a foregone conclusion in your mind for such a long time. And so now that you can actually critically think about it, it does make sense.
I think he's experiencing cognitive dissonance. I'm not
Yeah.
convinced yet. I think we got a little ways with him.
I know this is a little off topic, but now I have...
But they lie.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, a little off topic. But what shape do you think it is? Because I heard you originally say that...
We don't know. We don't know.
originally-
What do you do to determine a shape?
Well, if you're really close to a massive object, the first
What do
thing
you
would
do
be
to determine a shape with anything that is a shape? How do you determine the shape? By doing what?
observe it geometrically?
No.
What?
Starts with the letter M.
You can do two things. You can do two things. Get far enough away and then turn around and look, or you can or you can M it.
Yeah.
What's
Okay,
the M?
so you're saying you can get far enough away and look at it. However, have you seen footage from the ISS?
I'm sorry. Do we want to go down this road right now, Miggy, or we want to stick with the?
If you can figure out the M.
Yeah, if you can figure out the M.
I mean, if he's not going to give it to us, then we're just going to go ahead and probably take space away too. So
I'm going to take the vacuum of space away, if you don't mind, sir. Levi?
What?
Yeah, we're saying that every single image, because you haven't seen photographs from ISS or anything else, because they are allegedly in the vacuum of space. There's a little problem with that because that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics?
Oh, I know exactly where you're going with this.
I don't think you do. But go ahead.
I do.
Nah, me neither, dude.
So
okay, continue.
Yeah, I'm not going to, you don't have to be an expert in the second law of thermodynamics. Understand and know for absolute certainty that you need a container for gas pressure. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, see, on the fairy tale spinning space monkey ball brought to you by Jesuit priests. You like that? That was my piece of flair, man. I have a piece of flair.
Wow.
You see, in this little fiasco, they forgot. Well, they just assumed that people wouldn't think about this. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. They're friggin' lunatics. But no offense, Lou. That to have gas pressure, you need a container. However, in this fairy tale, it's an open system. There is no container. So my question to you is, how are you still breathing?
Good question.
That is a good question. And because the vacuum of space is allegedly, as we're told, 10 to the negative 17 torr. So according to the second law of thermodynamics, that the gas pressure here on Earth will quickly find its way to fill the available volume, which is, according to the fairy tale story, 3.58 times 10 to the 80th cubic meters. That number is unimaginable volume. So it should rush out in attempt to fill that and equilibrate with its surroundings. So at sea level, it should be 10 to the negative 17 torr, but it's not. We have gas pressure. Therefore, anything involving the vacuum of space, any of NASA's little fairy tale stories, the ISS, any little trips out there, anything involved with the vacuum of space is thereby debunked by the principal pillar of physics, the second law of thermodynamics. That's it. Again?
All right. So since you don't have space to actually refer to what the Earth looks like, there's another way that you could find out, which was the second way that me and Elijah were trying to get you to realize. It starts with the letter M. You know what that is, Levi?
A map.
No. Measurement.
Or observe it geometrically, which is
okay.
Well.
Do you understand that's a way you can derive what you know if something is, curving away from you, you'd be able to measure it, right? The curvature, I mean.
First, that's absurd that you can look at something and measure it by looking at it. I mean, look, yo, what the fuck are tailors for?
Not something that big. Let's not get off on this rampage. You can't observe it. It's too big, correct? You can't observe the whole thing. So you can't do that.
Well, you couldn't observe the whole Earth because it's not a flat object, and if it's not a round one.
A flat object?
You can't observe. How can you observe it? The whole thing. We just destroyed the fairy tale vacuum of space, so you're not getting away from it.
Okay.
You can't observe it. So you have to measure it, right?
Would you believe, so if you said that we can't observe the whole thing.
Right.
Yep. Do you also believe that light has mass?
Light doesn't have mass. What the? That's not
That's
even
a hell of a
correct
tangent.
pseudoscience.
That was proven that light has.
Light has no rest mass. Wait a second. Wait. Hold up. That isn't even parroting the correct pseudoscience, sir. Citation, please.
Photons have mass.
Citation, please. Citation right here in voice text. Right now.
Right now.
And that doesn't have anything to do with your argument anyway.
Now we're just talking loony bin stuff.
Yeah. While you're doing that, we're going to head to the Black Swan and we're going to kill this quick. How you like that? What do you think about that? Maggie? We want to kill this quick, or do you want to drag it out?
Nah, just end it, man. He's taking too long.
Don't play with your. Okay, so have you heard of Albert Einstein? Would you?
No, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there.
D to the V. Please delete your. Just hold off a second, sir. Unless you're going to post a citation telling us that the light has mass, which has nothing to do with the argument anyway.
Where?
Thank you, sir. Thanks, D to V. Who is Albert Einstein? That's too funny. Okay. Are you looking for the citation, or can we get to the killer? In fact, it's already dead. We already killed it with the flight, your profession. But we're going to really destroy it right now.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for it. You can.
Oh, you'll never find it because it's horseshit. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know Albert Einstein very well. Yeah. Are you talking about the general theory of relativity or special relativity? Or are you going with photoelectric effect? What are we talking about here?
The one where he married his cousin.
Oh,
if you couldn't see the whole Earth, what I'm trying to say is, for example, black holes have mass.
No, they don't. Okay, let's move on. You're not going to find it. I'll tell you what. At the end, you could post a citation, and we'll close the server if you could post something that says that about that. So at 00 minutes after the hour, are you with me?
Okay.
Did you see the Black Swan, Levi?
Let me know when you're ready.
Text?
Okay. Let's see. Okay, why are most of these just quotes that claim that?
They're not quotes. They're not. There's no quotes here.
It literally says "quote Nova."
Quoting what?
Quote. There's literally an image that says "quote Nova."
No, go to 00 minutes after the hour under quantum erasure with the Santa hat. It starts with a modus tollens argument.
All right.
Let me turn you up too, because you're mumbling.
Sorry about that.
Right.
Where is it? You said
it's at 00 after the hour under quantum erasure, Santa hat. Globe Terminator, the one you said I was eccentric.
I do not see it.
Well,
never mind.
Continue to scroll down. Okay. It's 00 after the hour. Are you Central Time or Eastern Time?
No, I found it.
You found it?
Yep.
So I'm going to go over the modus tollens argument. You familiar with deductive logic?
The what?
Deductive logic.
Oh, yeah.
All right. You can either have modus ponens or modus tollens. I chose modus tollens. I'll go over this real quick. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that here in a second. Therefore, not B. P. The Earth is not a sphere. Any problem with the logical consistency of this argument?
No, but I might have missed.
Yeah, that's fine. Just a quick run through. Everything's on the up and up, man. It's watertight.
Okay.
All right. So now I'm going to head to the evidence supporting the modus tollens. It's right underneath it. It says bye-bye ball. All right. This is a still that I took from and we can post the video at your request. It's not in contention at this point. What we have here is the observer is at 1 foot. He put the camera right down at the water in near Sacramento, not Sacramento, Miramar Beach in California. And he's looking out at these stationary oil platforms. Now, these oil platforms are only there to demarcate distance for us. So what he did was he put his camera down and he zoomed in at 1 foot observer height. Now, the max distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles would be 1.22 miles. Can you tell me, sir, in this photo, where the horizon is, roughly?
Yeah.
Is it beyond 9.41 miles?
Oh, yeah.
Can we safely say it's 10 miles?
Probably even more than that. I don't think the human eye could observe the
that's okay.
horizon.
All I need is 10 miles. We're good. Because this is the end of my argument. Because how on earth can the Earth be a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles with a geometric horizon max distance 1.22 miles be 10 times further than that?
How do we know 39 to 50 miles is true?
That's the story that we're given from secular.
So we're going off a story.
What did you?
No, we're going off
to get the
established.
geometric horizon.
Hold on a second. Leave. Who am I speaking to? That's in the background.
Unknown.
Unknown.
I'm just saying, we're kind of going off a story right now.
No, we're going off the story. You see, I'm putting the secular scientific community on the stand, and this is the story that they give us. Follow?
Or this is a story that we're being fed.
That they give us. So, it is well established that the radius is 3959 miles, conducted by Al Baruni, and confirmed. This number dictates everything about the nature of our reality. That is, rocket launches, day and night cycles, all your celestial bullshit out there. This is their story. I'm putting them on the stand, and I'm going to slap the shit out of them.
Don't forget more local things. The distance from one continent to another, the speed of which boats or planes travel, all of that.
Everything is based on the radius value, and the radius value is encrusted in stone.
But quantum, what would be the difference if?
Hold on.
On the radius.
Hold on. Yeah, I was going to tell him. According to Pythagorean formula, with the 1 foot observer height and just the horizon at 10 miles, the radius would be 264,000 miles. But back to the original. The globe Earth is dead of a radius of 3959 miles because there is no phenomenon in the history of
go off of the horizon, but you didn't go off of the diameter.
What? I went off the radius.
You didn't go off of the radius, sorry.
I went off the radius, 3959.
But you said the observer height compared to the horizon distance is what you.
What are you
plug into the? Okay, so what you said was you took the observer height and the distance of the horizon that you assumed was roughly 10 miles, and you.
Did I seem to ascribe
the Pythagorean theorem on that?
No, I shouldn't even brought it up. Albacore tuna. Ugh.
Sorry.
Listen, sir, this is cut and dry. The max this is basic geometry. On a radius of 3959 miles on a sphere, the max distance to the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. It's over. You need citation for that?
I'm just wondering where because to measure
where
the
ball
radius,
went,
you have to have.
Bye bye.
Oh my God. So 2 points. So let's say one of them's the surface of.
You have to have 2 points for what?
To geometrically describe a radius, require
the radius is already established, sir.
an established metric, Levi. That's something that can be contested as far as what you believe the Earth to be.
Yeah,
it's established.
You don't know what
and
the radius is. Well, how are you flying?
Yeah, that's weird, huh?
The Black Swan.
That's all right. Let's go with 2 citations. Let's just kill this quick. At 9 minutes after the hour, from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. He's a subject matter expert in this area, by the way. If H is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. We can confirm this by the University of Washington Department of Mathematics. So for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459 times the square root of the height, or perhaps even more simply is just 1.2 times the square root of the eye height, which gives the distance in miles when H is in feet. It's over.
The Black Swan.
What the hell?
Black Swan.
This is a black swan argument, sir.
Irrefutable, airtight.
Yeah. That's all I have for you today. You're very cordial and a good sport about it. So I'll leave you to Miggy. Thank you.
But you have been erased.
Miggy, what about my refraction? My refraction, Miggy.
But it's just too big, and why would they lie?
Yeah, so in conclusion, you being the pilot coming in here thinking that the Earth is a globe, now you're realizing that it's something else, right? It's not a globe.
Yes. I would continue on the argument. Not around the curvature or not curvature of Earth, but the apparent lack of space.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, and you can answer this as honestly as you can possible.
All right.
Even though after the black swan that was shown to you right now, do you still think the Earth is a globe, Levi? Or is it in question? Or is it in question is what I should have said. Or is it in question?
It's a little in question.
Oh.
Want to hear something funny? I thought that was live until I heard my own voice.
Okay, so Bong, will you be carrying on the debate, or will it be Radwin, or will it be Quantum Eraser? Because I saw him step in.
Yep.
What's up, brother?
Okay.
Yep. It's going to be Quantum. It's going to be Quantum Eraser.
Yeah.
Mr. Biologist. Hello. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, you've been talking shit about me behind my back. You know that?
Oh shit.
Mr. Biologist, we're going to test your science acumen. How you like that? Mr. the Biologist. Mr. the Biologist, shut up. Can you conduct natural science without experiment? Sir, can you conduct natural science without experiment? Hello. Is my mic working?
Told me to shut up.
Can you conduct natural science without experiment, biologist?
Man, this guy's behaving like a child right now.
I got him. You may answer the question, Mr. Biologist. Go ahead.
You told me to shut up.
You can now not shut up and answer. Quiet.
You know what's funny is when he told you to shut up, you carried on talking, and the second he finished his question, you then chose to stop talking. So I don't think anyone here is actually believing the fact that you suddenly decided to be subservient.
He's pouting. He's pouting.
Yeah, grow up, man. Grow up.
Can I have a moment to speak?
You will answer the question or get your ass booted out of here.
I thought you just said that you weren't talking because you were told to shut up. Now you want to speak. I mean, please go ahead.
I was shutting up, and then when I had pretty much established that you wanted me to speak,
You asked the question. Just answer the question. Easy.
Why?
Because we're going to expose your science
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
As below fifth grade. So, can you conduct natural science? This is not a trick question, right? There's no tricksies in here. We're going to evaluate your science acumen, sir. So, can natural science be conducted without experiment? Yes or no?
Depends what you mean by natural science. So we've got to go into some definitions first.
Okay, natural science. Go ahead and define it for us.
Well, you're the one asking the question. You're the one who used the phrase, I need your definition.
It's not my definition. It's the definition of natural science.
The definition you were using.
The definition of natural science, right?
That you are using. What is that definition?
Not that I'm using. It's just the definition. Everyone knows. I mean, you should know as a biologist what natural science is, right?
You would think.
It's pretty easy, isn't it?
I'll give you a clue. Biology.
No, don't give him a clue, Bong. What is it? So are you asking me to define it for you and then you'll evaluate it? Is that correct?
I want to know what you mean by that phrase.
Not what I mean, what natural science is. It's a branch of science concerned with the description, prediction, and understanding of natural phenomena based on empirical evidence from observation and experimentation. How's that?
Okay, well, a definition.
No, that is the definition.
Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, they're all similar. They're all similar.
Could you stop stuttering, please?
I wasn't stuttering. I was saying.
Yeah, you were stuttering.
There is an alternative.
Oh, really? So you're going to equivocate with us? Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not going to equivocate. And if you continue this aggressive and interrupting approach, I'll
give us the fucking definition.
This is brilliant. Tone policing when you can't answer the question. Awesome.
Okay. So you read out a definition, and there are words in there and there are ideas in there that are not necessarily in every definition.
Really?
This is really pathetic, mate. Come on.
Yeah, it is.
All right, biologist, how about you just give us your definition?
All you guys are going to do is attack every little.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You pathetic.
In this moment, let me moderate for a second, okay? So, Quantum Eraser asked you for the definition of natural science. You said, how about you provide it? He provided it. You seem to have some problem with it. Do you want to tell him what the problem is, or do you want to provide a definition yourself?
I had no problem with it. He said that's the only definition. And,
it is the definition.
And there are, here's another one, a branch of science that deals with the physical world.
That's what I just friggin' said.
No, you added other bits and pieces to it.
No, I didn't add anything.
With description, prediction, understanding of natural phenomena, which is different.
That's natural science, you boneheaded bozo.
Is it possible to do it without experimentation? Experimentation is a part of it. Yes.
Oh, so so the answer to your question is you can conduct natural science without experiment. That's the answer.
I didn't
correct?
say that. No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you just did.
No, I didn't.
Moderator, I need a moderator here.
Yo, I like you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. No, I don't, because I got a whole bunch of wind in my background. Can Crypto? Can you take over?
Can you moderate this for me?
Sure. Or if Crack wants to go ahead, he's a moderator.
He just said, let's go with Crypto. He just said that my definition used some words that probably are not in his definition. Because his definition, shut up.
You shut up.
His definition said
shut up.
Experiment. And
no, you shut up when he's speaking, okay?
Oh my God.
Back off.
Yeah, let's just have one person talk at a time.
Now wait, before we continue, can we get a definition of natural science in the text, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would help, yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I should have put it in there and I didn't do it. Okay, so from his alma mater wiki. Hold on a second. Let me find it. There we go. 1 second. You're just delaying the inevitable. Here we go. So, at 55 minutes after the hour, from like I said, from his alma mater wiki, natural science is a branch of science concerned with the description, prediction, and understanding of natural phenomena based on empirical evidence, from observation and experimentation.
Yep. So it's a part. So experimentation is part of natural science, observation and experimentation, which is exactly what I said.
Remember what the original question was? Maybe you can answer that. Maybe you can repeat the question and then you can answer it.
Well, the question, as I understood, was, can you do it without experimentation? And my response was that experimentation is a part of.
It's a yes or no question. So it's a yes or no.
So, I don't think it is a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no
problem. If you reduce everything to yes or no questions,
it is a yes or no question. Objection, Your Honor. It is a yes or no question.
I would just like a yes or no. I mean, you either can or can't do that without experimentation.
I disagree.
You can't disagree with that.
You could do
saying a car is either red or it is not red, and you saying I disagree.
You can do Can you let me answer? You can do something which would be considered part of natural science, i.e., something which is purely observational. But natural science as a whole includes experimentation.
That's waffle and that's bullshit. No. Can you conduct natural science without experiment?
The definition just said.
Can you? No, it didn't just say that. It said observation and experiment. Can you conduct natural science?
Observation and experiment.
Can you conduct natural science with just observation?
I mean, this is a. Can I just point something out? Just 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second. This is a distinction without a difference. It's like saying that a tire is part of a car. Yeah, the tire obviously isn't the car.
Correct.
Right.
Can you conduct an observation?
1 second, Crack. Can I get him to answer that? So, do you agree with my summation here?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, why are you doing this?
I'm doing exactly what you just said. I'm pointing out that the whole body of science, natural science, if you prefer, includes both observation and experimentation.
So, if I say to you, can you have a car without tyres? You would have to say either yes or no to that question, correct?
Well, it would not be a whole car without tyres.
So it wouldn't be a car then? The answer is no.
But it would be part of a car.
No one asked if it was part of a car.
Part of a car.
No one asked that.
A whole car, you have to have both. In order to have the whole of
so the answer's no.
You have to have both. The answer is not no. It is
so the biologist, why can't you just answer the question? I mean, I don't understand. What's so difficult about this?
Right. So the point I'm making here.
No, not your point. Why is this so difficult for you?
Dewey is trying to do is to get a yes or no answer. So he is asking the
to a simple
equivalent of, have you stopped beating your wife yet?
That's not
demanding
objection,
a
Your
yes
Honor.
or no
Objection,
answer.
Your Honor. That is not a leading.
And the point is that by demanding that answer, you are attempting.
Shut your fucking mouth.
It wasn't a leading question, and it obviously
one
wasn't.
second. As Crypto is moderating, can someone also exercise the mute button so that we can have like a proper back and forth for the people that are listening? We can't have him droning on.
Yeah, of course. So, Kiwi, do you want to ask him the question again? And if he doesn't answer it, we boot him.
Yeah, this is not a leading question, like you portrayed it, the biologist. You train wreck. I asked you, can you conduct natural science without experiment? The natural sciences are quantum mechanics, chemistry, biochemistry, and parts of biology. Can you do that, sir?
I can't do quantum physics, no?
I didn't say that. I gave you examples of the natural sciences. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
As a whole, no.
Okay. Thank you. As a whole, it doesn't need conditions. You can't.
It needs that condition.
Without experiment. So
observation is part of it.
So
thank you for being honest and actually answering the question. Can we go forward like this, please?
Yes. Yeah. So we finally got there. The next question is, what are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Depends on the experiment.
No, it doesn't depend on the experiment. What are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment, sir?
It depends on the experiment.
No, it doesn't. An experiment is an experiment. I'm asking you for the parts of an experiment.
Unless you give me a specific experiment.
No, it's not a specific experiment, sir. A scientific experiment itself. We're defining a scientific experiment. What are the parts of a scientific experiment? Not a specific experiment, a scientific experiment. To be a scientific experiment, it has to have three parts. What are they, please?
If you're talking about things like independent variables and dependent variables and so on, it's a very restrictive way of viewing a scientific experiment.
Give me a citation. You didn't name the three parts, though. Give me a citation that says that that's restrictive for a scientific experiment.
I don't have a citation for that.
Well, then you're
anyway.
That's a baseless assertion.
But it is a very restrictive way of considering a scientific experiment.
I would like to direct everyone's attention to 2 minutes after the hour. From Penn State University, there should be three categories of variables in every experiment: dependent, independent, and controlled. From Explorable.com, they're a professional research organization. There are three important variables you have to remember when you're designing your experiment: independent, dependent, controlled. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, when you design an experiment, you are controlling and measuring variables. There are three shock variables.
Can I respond?
Controlled. No, I'm not done yet. Controlled, independent, dependent. From my tutor, chemistry. Can somebody go on mute? I'm getting feedback. Lie detector.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I got you taken care of. From GCSE Chemistry, what are the three main variables within a scientific experiment? The independent, dependent, controlled. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. Independent, dependent, controlled. Where does it say it's restrictive anywhere?
As I was saying whilst you were waffling on and I was muted, the control part of that.
Shut the fuck up and answer the damn question.
Some experiments, and there are single controls in other experiments.
I didn't ask you about single controls in other experiments. I asked you what the three parts of a scientific experiment were, not your different controls or constants. I didn't ask you that. Straw man fallacy. You got this incorrect.
It's not a straw man fallacy at all.
It is a straw man, and I just identified it.
And the control part can be split into.
It cannot. Incorrect. You're debunked right here, sir. You would fail 5th grade general science.
Well, I didn't.
Yes, you would right now.
Well, actually, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm curious how you're a biologist.
I just showed it in spades. What is a scientific theory, sir? Define a scientific theory for us.
Why are you so intent on
exposing
getting? I mean,
I'm exposing you as a pretender clown. You know, when you were talking behind my back, talking about that I didn't know what science was.
Who was I talking to behind your back?
Talking about, you know damn well what you did, you piece of shit. Now we've exposed you as a pretender clown fuckwit. Didn't we?
No, not at all.
Oh, yes, we did.
Really?
You're the only one that doesn't know it.
Doesn't know what?
Doesn't know that you just been exposed as a 5th grade general science graduate flop.
In what way?
Because you didn't know what the three parts of a scientific experiment were. You had to go on and pretend. Don't ask me a question, then interrupt me. Because we just exposed you as not knowing what the three constituent parts of an experiment were. We had to waste 15 minutes in your train wreck discussion on what natural science was. You'd fail 5th grade general science, sir. Now, let's put the capper on this. Please define a scientific theory.
You are trying to bully and railroad this discussion.
Wow. What is a scientific theory?
What you have ignored. And the
what
point
is
that
a
I was
scientific
making,
theory? Define it.
Which is the point that
biologist, answer the fucking question.
What is a scientific theory?
It's a system of ideas intended to explain a natural kind of phenomena. Okay, and that's off the top of my head. Wrong. I could look one up.
Incorrect.
Wrong.
At 6 minutes after the hour. Scientific theories, this is what I put just for right now. We'll get to the citations in a second.
You may have it written down.
Explain the how and why mechanism process. For example, germ theory. Scientific theories are the result of validated, confirmed scientific hypotheses that have been rigorously tested. From Chemistry About, scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Quarks to Quasars, a scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Scientific American, a scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. You, sir, would fail 5th grade general science. What do you got to say for yourself?
Well done. You can read.
Yeah.
Clever boy.
Well done.
You're passed reading class in kindergarten.
Well done. You've been exposed as a pseudoscience pretender clown.
Yeah, I feel like you guys can handle this from here.
Would you like to see my privately, would you like to see some publications that I have?
Oh, your publications now in your degree. They're worth squat. They're worth squat. Nothing. Zero. You don't know what science is. I don't care what you published. I don't care what degrees you got. You see that degree on the wall that tells you you're a scientist? Guess what? You're not. Tear it down, pretender clown. I just demonstrated that you're a pretender clown fuckwit.
No.
Yes.
He really did, dude. You're just a clown, man.
No, he didn't.
I mean, you waffled
completely ignored
questions. You're like,
completely ignored the idea.
Man, listen. This Curie has no publications, but you are dead now with your science. He has no publication, but your publication.
You don't know that.
No, Curie doesn't matter. Curie doesn't matter.
Start speaking, then we're going to get absolutely nowhere.
Which question of his did you actually answer? Any of the questions here, which one did you actually answer? Could you reiterate?
I answered all the questions.
Which
what
one?
I didn't do.
Wrongly.
What I didn't do was give him the answer.
What you didn't do, you answered them all wrongly. You would fail. 5th grade general science, sir.
And you didn't provide any citation or proof or
science,
evidence for your point.
I got a degree, and
I got a degree. We're at Tuco Community College in Tobago.
Yeah, bro, I've got a degree as well. It's nothing special. It doesn't make you right.
Josie Wales. Josie Wales.
I've got a degree too, and I say it's not.
Hey, Josie Wales, you, sir, are a coward. You just shot an armed man.
Okay. So if you mute me every time I'm speaking, then we will get nowhere.
We already got somewhere.
The fact that when this goes,
we already got somewhere, sunshine. You can't recover.
You are.
Can't recover. I'll tell you what. Let's do one more. Let's post. Hold on a second.
Let me ask you a question.
From his publications. I want him to post one viable scientific hypothesis and identify the parts from one of his publications. Is that fair, everyone?
Yeah.
Yep.
But I'm just. I want to read someone's publication and he doesn't even.
Hold on a second, Bong. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
On one of your publications, sir, the biologist, we want one single viable scientific hypothesis and identify the parts, please.
Okay, let me have a think.
1 second before you go ahead.
I'm going to get something fairly. Okay.
1 second. Sorry. Crack. I've got to head off. Do you mind taking over moderating here, bro?
Yeah, that's right. No worries.
Yeah. Sorry, biologist. Carry on.
Sorry, was that directly?
You said to carry on.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Okay. So a hypothesis might. I'm trying to think of an experiment that I've published, which would.
I want the hypothesis, not the experiment.
Okay. You want the hypothesis, and then the various bits.
Here's what I want. Please post one single viable scientific hypothesis and identify its parts, please. That's all I wanted. Not the experiment. The hypothesis.
Well, how about a hypothesis that a certain portion of DNA upstream from a gene is responsible for that gene's expression in a particular tissue?
I need it more specifically.
Okay. In what sense specifically? The gene?
Yeah. I want the part.
Why does the gene matter?
Oh my God.
Seriously, why does it matter?
You understand that hypotheses are hyper specific.
Yeah.
So give me the specificity.
Okay, a cytochrome P450, 7 alpha hydroxy DHEA 7 alpha hydroxylase.
Sir. Do me a favor, because I can't hardly hear you. You're mumbling. Can you write it in live stream for us? Does he got live stream voice text capability?
Yeah. You can send it to me, biologist, if it's anything like an image, file, a PDF.
No. I just no. Hold on. Hold on.
Hang on a minute.
Hold on. All I want, biologist, you fucking clown, you. Simple scientific hypothesis and give me the different parts. It's that easy. What is the problem?
You now have the globe earther tag. You can post in the live stream.
From a gene is responsible for that gene's expression within tissues.
Stop. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. You have live stream voice text. Shut the fuck up. You have live stream voice tech capabilities. I want you to please write the hypothesis so we can all see it and identify the different parts. Is that too hard for you, sunshine?
The hypothesis.
Write it!
Sorry?
Oh my God.
Why are you getting
Type it into chat, please.
I'm going to say this one more time. Hold on a second. I'm going to say this one more time for the slow and the retarded. Please post your hypothesis, write it down in live stream voice text, and identify the different parts. Please.
Now, Kiwi, I'm gonna say that I would bet that you could get water out of sand quicker than you could get what you want out of this guy.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it.
This is the point. He's trying to get what he wants rather than trying to listen to an answer or trying to get...
Dude, this is so simple, man.
We
so
want to
simple.
listen to your color commentary about what you think about the way the conversation has gone. You can't recover. You can somewhat recover if you could post a rather valid scientific hypothesis, a personal one, and identify its parts. We want you to write it down in live stream so you don't change it like all the numpties we had in here previously. Do you understand?
Where do I do that? Because I'm not terribly familiar with Discord, so...
Okay. The live stream voice text, right above this voice text room, it says live stream, and then it has hashtag live stream voice text. Do you see that?
Yep.
Hit that, and you can scroll all the way down to the bottom, and it has a message live stream. All you have to do is just type it in there. Everyone will be able to see it then.
I have to type.
Oh my God!
Is that really too much to ask?
And paste, man.
Oh my
It's going to take me a little bit of time to type.
Wow!
So
You have a published
Copy
work.
paste.
Just copy and paste it.
Can you copy and paste it?
no, because I would have to type it first. I mean, I have to produce something that I don't have to.
So you're just fucking lying, then, aren't you? So you're lying, then, aren't you, biologist? You don't have anything published. How do you have anything published?
I have to type it first.
Come on, guys. Just share the link of your paper.
I don't have it to hand, is all I said. But the hypothesis I gave was that...
Okay, so if you're published...
Did you use the typewriter?
You can give us the publication that it's in.
Sequence.
I'm sorry, a little bit of moderation here, just for the sake of the audience. Here's a question to the audience, not anyone here in chat. Do you guys think it's unreasonable to ask a biologist for the hypothesis of one of his papers? Should it be this hard? Please continue.
Well, you see, a paper doesn't have given a single hypothesis. Each experiment presented in the paper will have its own hypothesis that is being tested.
So can we have one of those, please?
Yeah, can we get the paper, please?
And I gave you one. Okay?
What?
We want you to write it.
I'm trying to do that, but I'm getting hassled.
Awesome. Okay, guys, please do not hassle him. We want him to be able to write it in here, okay? Don't hassle him. Let him go. We want the hypothesis, just one hypothesis. I want a single viable hypothesis and identify its parts. No tricksies here.
We're going to give you time.
Please, guys, don't get on him right now. Let him, because it does suck. No songs, please.
I'm trying to do something really simple. Actually get somewhere. Oh, my microphone battery is busy dying here as well.
The sequence, okay, here it is. The sequence upstream, whatever that is, from the CYP7B gene is responsible for its expression in mouse live.
Liver. It should be. Sorry, I missed an R off.
Okay, in the mouse liver. Okay, it's not specific. I'll let you go. Identify the particular parts here.
What do you mean? That's a hypothesis.
Identify the parts of. Do you know the parts of the hypothesis?
What do you mean the parts of the hypothesis?
A scientific hypothesis has parts to it that make it a scientific hypothesis.
I'm changing earphones. I hope you can.
We can hear you. Can you answer the question? You haven't answered it yet. You haven't given me the parts of the hypothesis just yet.
Paying for time.
Are you trying to look this stuff up, biologist?
No, I'm changing.
Just going through my notes.
I just changed my earphones. I hope you can
Well,
hear
that was
me.
convenient.
A different mic and a different earphones.
That was
the battery had just started to die, so I'm changing over the system that won't die.
Okay. Oh my God.
Type the parts, please.
So what bits you want?
Okay. Remember, I asked you. This is like the 6th time. I said, post a scientific hypothesis and identify the different parts.
What do you mean by parts?
Sir, you would fail. Like I said before, 5th grade general science. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 20 minutes after the hour. This isn't rocket science. If he was an actual biologist, he would know exactly what I was talking about.
Simply asking
you're going to go on mute. Mute him. Can somebody mute him, please? Like I said,
do you mean problem solution result? Is that what you're trying to get?
Oh my God! Thank you very much. Problem reaction solution. No, that's the Hegelian dialectic. Okay, I asked him to please post a viable scientific hypothesis and identify its parts. Anybody that is anywhere near actual science would have spit these out immediately. Then he asked me, what are the parts that you're looking for? I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 20 minutes after the hour. A scientific hypothesis is a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. So the two parts that I was looking for were the independent and dependent variable. From McClellan-Christopher, Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. Hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction. That sounds like the above definition. About its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank, number 1, is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank, number 2, is the independent variable, the one you manipulate to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. And then finally, from Penn State University, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction, this sounds like an echo. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. That is the independent dependent variable. Sir, the biologist, you would fail. Again, fifth grade general science. Thank you.
Have you finished having your little reading exercise? You did very, very well. You even managed to pronounce some of the words correctly.
Thank you.
You being serious right now?
Yeah, I am very.
You just got,
destroyed
and you're being serious?
Were you able
Oh,
to
God.
follow along with the reading?
Hold up. Dude, you tried to post a hypothesis. He asked you what are the parts of it. You had no idea. You even said problem, reaction, solution. What the fuck? Are you kidding? And then now he's giving it to you. And now you're like, oh, that you read it well? That's your response?
Can you? He was trying to be patronizing.
I asked.
No, I know.
I asked what he wanted.
I'm trying to see if you have any type of credibility here.
I asked what he wanted. I wanted to know whether he was going for.
Yeah, he asked you for the parts of the hypothesis that you posted.
So I was asked to produce a hypothesis and type it out, because in forcing me to do that, he forced me to type out something very brief, because it would take too long to type out something.
Yeah, but nobody forced you to do that. It's your hypothesis, right?
It's simply
how is it that you can't identify the parts of your own hypothesis?
I can identify the part.
You didn't know what he was talking about. You were like, problem. What?
Independent variable in the hypothesis that I typed out is the sequence of DNA upstream from the gene. That is what would be manipulated in the experiment.
Too late.
Dude,
too fucking late. Mouse live.
Fatality.
Mouse live.
I mean, that's all well and cool now, but you were just making fun of the response, and now you're trying to correctly identify the parts. You see how that looks ridiculous.
I am answering the question that was asked.
Yeah, now after you were trying to insult him for reading his fucking citations that destroyed your whole shit.
I think anybody listening to this will realize that the person.
Shut the fuck up. Anyone listening will realize that you're a grade A Dunning-Kruger pretender clown fraud. That's what anyone listening is going to come to easily.
He was also exposed as a before you came in, he was also exposed as a liar, because you did come up with Robert Persano in the early days, because he came in here questioning why we don't ask these questions to NASA. And I said, yeah, we have. In fact, there's a person, Robert Persano, who's actually did that. And that video is on his YouTube channel. And he lied straight to our faces, telling us that he didn't ask.
Okay. Now that I have been unmuted again, perhaps we could go back to the hypothesis and...
Sure.
Hot mic.
Perhaps not, because you can't recover, son. The reason why you're being muted is you tend to overtalk the destruction of your argument, or lack of.
Well, the reason that I get muted is because you don't want to actually.
The reason you're being unmuted. Now, you're not going back and rewriting history, son. You know that this is recorded.
Yeah, I know, and you're gonna.
Yeah, you're finished.
You're gonna try and
let's try some more questions. Make it a little bit more fun. So you've already displayed your total lack of science acumen, biologist. Let me ask you a question. Is astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology science, natural science, please?
I would say yes.
So you would say yes, but we already went over that you need experiment in natural science for it to be called natural science. So I want you to post a single viable, here's the question again. This is going to sound very familiar. I want you to post a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire histories of either astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, and then identify the parts of that hypothesis. Should be easy.
You know, it's funny. Cosmetology is more scientific than cosmology.
Hold on a second. Let him do it. Hold on a second. Let him do it. He said that astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics are science. So
they are science. They are science.
No, I said natural science. Sorry.
Okay. Well, if you want to say, do they include experimentation? Then
they would have to be natural science.
Then the answer is no, not really.
No, just no. It's just no. So they are not natural sciences biologists. Follow that?
You keep muting me. Okay. So if you want, if you want to consider how science works, there are elements.
Shut the fuck up. Hey, biologist, you listen to me.
If you keep muting me,
biologist, are you listening to me?
Are you listening to me, or are you talking through your script?
You lose, clown show.
That was rather embarrassing.
Pretty much.
So we're not going to listen to anything that you have to say now because you lost all credibility.
So, if you're not,
shut up.
You lose.
This
Have
is
some
like
dignity, man.
You're welcome, everybody, for bringing the toys today.
I just have already deleted my Discord.
I just happened by the server and I looked down because I was looking for something else and I seen his name. So, biologist, go back to Jose JG Retard Show and tell him that you got your ass handed to you.
Are you going to listen to anything?
All right, you clown fuck. You hear me? Go back to Jose JG Retard Show. I can't believe you say you're an actual scientist and you hang around that crowd. Are you retarded also? So go back there and tell them that you got your ass handed to you. And then provide this tape. Got me, sunshine.
Right.
Right.
Are you interested in the fact that elements of biology don't actually have experimentation?
That's correct.
Well?
Elements of biology. That's why I said in the beginning that parts of biology. Who's back? Who's getting me in the background?
So if biology can be a science,
who is getting me in the background while I'm speaking? Every time I talk, I hear something in the background. What the fuck? So, biologist, that's why I said in the beginning when I gave you examples of natural sciences, I said the examples of natural science are quantum mechanics, chemistry, biochemistry, and parts of biology, right? So you're just confirming what I said.
Okay. And that's but the point is that there are parts of biology that do not involve experimentation.
So they're not parts of, so they're just supporting, they're not actual scientific, correct?
That you would say they're not scientific.
No, I know they're not scientific.
I would say they are scientific.
Okay, so show me the experiment of taxonomy.
No.
Yeah.
You just said said
taxonomy right now.
I've just said that.
Give me a viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of the subscript of taxonomy from biology, because it falls under biology. Or the taxonomic classification system. How about that? I want the experiment that validates the taxonomic classification system.
There are parts of biology that do not have experimentation.
Well, thanks for repeating the same thing we went over about that I brought up about 30 minutes ago. Appreciate that. Anything else you want to confirm that I said?
Okay, every time I go silent,
your point is there are parts of biology that do not have experiment. Yo, dude, you're saying that there are parts of biology that don't have experiment, and
yes, and
you're still going to call that science.
I'm still going to call that science. Yeah.
Of course,
even though it's not.
Even though it's not. Yes.
Science involves observation and measurement as well as experimentation.
So then you just played yourself.
Yeah.
You just killed yourself, bro. You just not your own wig off.
Not at all.
Did you hear what you just said?
I did, and I know
you just
exactly
said
what I said.
if it's science, it's going to have observation and experiment. Well, you just said if it doesn't have experiment, you're still going to call it science.
You're misunderstanding.
That makes you an idiot.
You're an idiot. Keep going, please.
And they muted me again.
Keep going, please.
It includes observation, measurement.
Who are you talking to, man? Who are you talking to?
Not that every.
They muted me again.
Single aspect.
Is there somebody there in your room? Is there a crowd?
I'm simply doing it for anybody who might be listening. Okay, so it's saying.
Oh, they're laughing their asses off right now.
Saying something includes observation, measurement.
Why don't you get a better fucking mic?
Yeah.
Get a better mic, biologist. You'd figure as a professional you'd have a better mic.
Your
Instead
first
of that,
mic was
it sounds
shit.
like a busted damn chainsaw.
Yeah, your first mic was shit, and you changed it into a shitter one.
Your mic sucks.
And you
Mr.
conduct
Tannerman to
business
change
over
the
the
baby's
internet
nappy
daily?
into a shittier nappy.
Is there no one in here to talk?
I can't wait for your next presentation on Jose JG Retard Show. Make sure you include this. Make sure you include this recording. Okay? Did you change your mic yet?
Okay, so no, I haven't got another mic to change it to. It may not be the best mic in the world, but hopefully you can hear what I'm saying.
No, it's terrible as your device.
Well, never mind.
It's just you have an internet connection problem or something.
No, there's no internet. The idea the idea that any part of science must always include.
Change it back. Change it back to the other one. Now.
The other one, the battery is dead on that headset, so I can't use that. So
goodness.
So are you on another wireless headset? Because the batteries are bad on that one too.
No, it's not on a wireless. I'm just using the microphone on the laptop, so it won't be a very good mic. I'm sorry about that.
It's really crackly though, man.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Get like the worst internet connection. Take your laptop and stand next to your Wi-Fi router.
Is he still there, or has he run away?
Oh yeah,
you're like him running away.
He runs away.
Oh my god, dude! You should have deleted your whole fucking Discord.
So Kiwi, why do you insist that?
Why are you asking me questions?
Why every branch of?
Why are you asking me questions?
Because I want to know your opinion. It's a genuine question because
It's like
I want to know your opinion. So
asking Tiger Woods questions on backswings. Why would I answer you?
Well, you don't have to, but I'll ask the question anyway if I can get it out.
Yeah, good.
Why do you insist that every aspect of every science, natural science, must include an experiment? Why?
Because that's what it is.
Why is it not reasonable to say that?
Really? All right. Let's see how unreasonable.
You're a biologist, and you're asking this question. Are you fucking serious?
Unsolicited.
Are you serious? You don't know that that's how we learn shit? You don't know that cause and effect?
Hold on a second.
Are you serious?
Why is it not reasonable to accept that?
Okay, I'm going to tell you why right now. I'm not only going to tell you why.
Can be a valid.
Look, he just can't shut the fuck up.
Dude. He said he's going to answer you. Can you?
But I haven't actually asked the question yet. I haven't actually asked the question yet.
Shut the fuck up.
How many questions are you going to ask?
Just the one. Just the one.
Yep. You already asked it. You're asking me. We already went over this about 45 minutes ago. I asked you to conduct natural science. Should you have experiment or must you have experiment to conduct natural science? You waffled on for about 20 minutes. But we finally got to the point where you said yes, and that was correct. Now you're asking me, why do I always stick to my gun and have natural science follow experiment? Do you realize you just contradicted yourself? Number one. Number two, the reason why I say that is because of this, Sunshine. You ready? At 37 minutes after the hour, from the University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement, that is a requirement, of systematic experimentation. Now, I could stop right there, but where's the fun in that? From introduction to theory and application of molecular and quantum mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale, the only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. From Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. So if you don't have the experiment, you don't have the key. You can't get into science. From Max Planck, another Nobel Prize winner, experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry and imagination. And finally, back to the University of Rochester Physics Department. Listen closely, sunshine. The reason why I always stick with natural science, have them conduct experiment, is because the scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if its predictions are clearly and repeatedly incompatible with what? Experimental tests. Further, no matter how elegant a theory is, which you didn't know what one was, its predictions must agree with experimental results. If we are to believe that it is a valid description of nature, in physics, as in every experimental science, experiment is supreme, and experimental verification of hypothetical predictions is absolutely necessary. Now, you want to ask me that question again?
Yes, actually I do, because I agree with all. I agree with all of those points, and
how could you agree with all those points and ask me why do I stick with having specifics about experiment in natural science? That doesn't make any sense.
You spoke for about 5 minutes and then muted me.
We're going to get another rumpus.
Now, I agree with all of those statements. I also agree that the observation and measurement, and simple observation and measurement without any experimentation, can
not science.
Contribute to the knowledge.
That's not science.
Yeah, so saying that measurement and observation is scientific is like saying that the guy at Foot Locker who measures my foot to get me the right shoe is a scientist.
No, it isn't.
Yes, because all he's doing is he's measuring and then observing.
I'm talking about a particular kind of measurement and observation.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Shut up. The scientific method is qualitative, not quantitative.
Does the scientific method include experiment?
So,
biologist?
He said so. After he said observation and measurement can be science, and I said that the measurement, that the scientific method's not quantitative, it's qualitative. He said so.
Right. I'll keep going on this until you guys get out of here. You keep muting me.
Don't keep going.
Does the scientific method include
allow
experiment?
Me to speak for 1 minute or half a minute without anybody.
Sir, you keep contradicting yourself.
Well, I haven't contradicted myself.
Yes, you have about 25 times.
Biologist, shut up. Stop.
Can I say something real quick to biologists?
Wrong. You need to stay out of this.
Please, let me say one thing and then I'll shut up forever.
I'd like to be able to speak.
One last thing,
not
Paul.
get muted. I'd like
one last thing. I promise. Biologists, when people come here and then they say, well, how can we know anything? And you try to answer that question, this is what you're going to go back to. This is the only thing you're going to have to go back to, is this process, scientific experiment. That's how it all started, and that's where you're going to have to go back to.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bong.
Now, experiments are very important. Hey,
experiments are absolutely indispensable.
Not just important.
Exactly. They are indispensable. They're a vital part of it. But also observation and measurement are a crucial
No, it's
part
not.
of it as
Observation is the first step of the scientific method. And I just told you, and you agreed, that the scientific method is not quantitative, it's qualitative. You agreed with that. Measurement is quantitative.
So what you're failing to realize is that there are situations.
Oh, just don't get off into the weeds, mate. Deal with the subject matter.
I don't think allowing someone 5 seconds before you mute them is.
We don't care what you think.
They speak so vague. You know, all he's going to say if we give him a whole minute is say there are certain things within certain situations that we can. He's not going to be specific about anything. He hasn't been specific about anything other than what we've dragged teeth out of him for.
He just contradicted himself for the 25th time.
I don't know why his Discord is still there.
Oh my God, man.
Well, that was refreshing.
Hey guys, I just got some water from some sand.
Thank you for unmuting me again. And how about you actually listen to something I'm saying, and then if you want to have
we already did.
No, you didn't, because every time I'm speaking, you mute.
We already did. You said observation and measurement. We fucking heard you. Right? It's science. It's not. We heard you.
The more you shout, it's not.
You're a fucking idiot.
Well, one of us is.
Yeah, you.
Well, I think it's the other way.
Yeah,
you're the one. You're the one that said that you would clearly call things that are not science.
Science. Yeah.
You know what that's called? Pseudoscience.
Yeah. So every
the scientific method include experiment?
Yes,
biologist.
It does include
experiment. So if you don't have experiment, you're not following the scientific method.
No,
right?
it is not exclusively.
Yes, it is. I just showed it.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
How
You're
is it
a
not?
fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here. Leave.
Really important part.
You just said scientific method includes experiment. So if you don't have experiment, you're not following the scientific method.
And
there's a term for what you purport is science that has not followed scientific method. That's called pseudoscience.
Yes. It is not the only part of science.
So you're clearly saying that you're okay with calling pseudoscience science.
No,
that's okay by you.
Pseudoscience is something entirely different.
What is pseudoscience? What is it? And then provide citation.
Pseudosciences are things like astrology.
Wrong. That's not the definition. I didn't ask for an example. Define what pseudoscience. Define what pseudoscience is with citation, not an example of it. Define what pseudoscience is, not an example. Pseudoscience. What is the definition of pseudoscience?
I'm sure you've got a written down definition because.
But don't worry about what I do, what I have, or what I don't have. Don't worry about what I do or
would
don't
his
have.
definition be the same as just the definition? He's just asking you for the definition of pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Why are you worried about what he's got written down? Just provide the definition of it.
Pseudosciences are things which are claimed to be scientific but aren't. Now, if you're going to argue that
wrong, that's incorrect. Incorrect. It's a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
But your treatment of the scientific method is very restrictive.
I object.
It is only experimentation.
No.
It
cannot have without scientific experiment. Step number 1, observe natural phenomena. That's your dependent variable. Then you conduct or construct the hypothesis. Independent dependent variable relationship. It's a supposition based on a natural cause and effect relationship.
Yes.
The next step is experiment. Now, I've removed some
Yes, the next step is experiment. Now, what if you can't do an experiment?
Then it's not science!
No, and that's the mistake you make.
No, that's the mistake you made. We just went over the definitions.
And then you've just proven that your hypothesis is non-viable.
We went over the importance of experiment just 5 minutes ago. And you agreed with it. It said you can't have science without experiment. And now you're saying you can have science without experiment. You've just contradicted yourself for the 26th time.
What I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
What I'm trying to say is just listen for a second. What I'm trying to say
like a half hour ago.
When you have a situation where you have a hypothesis that you cannot...
You didn't know what a hypothesis was.
That you cannot construct an experiment where you can manipulate a particular variable.
That mic sucks. Go to the dollar store and get another mic.
Hold on a second. Let him say this. Let him say that. Go ahead. Say that one more time.
If you have a situation where you cannot manipulate an independent variable, then you can still design a system of measurements where a variable might be something that varies naturally. And you
can't do that. That's not a viable independent variable.
It may not be.
You can't do that. That's not a viable independent variable. You're incorrect.
It's still something from which you can gain information.
Wrong. Incorrect.
To understand.
Shut up. Incorrect.
Yeah, that's a measurement.
Guys, hold on a second. This is from Open Text BC. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 49 minutes after the hour. Open Text BC. Of course, there are many situations in which the independent variable cannot be manipulated. Exactly what he was talking about. For practical or ethical reasons. And therefore, an experiment is not possible. That means it's not science. Follow?
Rest in peace.
An experiment is not possible.
Look back in the Livestream voice text.
Hold on, biologist. If you've already agreed that you can't have science without experiment, then if experiment is not possible,
I did not agree that.
Yes, you do. You're a liar now.
I didn't. I agreed that experimentation is part of science.
You're finished. An indispensable part. You're finished.
Wait, QE, did you ask him, can you have natural science without experiment?
Yes, it took 35 minutes to get an answer from him, but yes.
And then he said yes.
Yes.
Because I wasn't here for that.
No, I consistently answered that.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It's on tape.
So can you have natural science without experiment?
Experiment is part of the whole. It's not the whole.
And listen to him. He keeps on going back to this. It's the indispensable part. You clown.
It is a vital part. It is a really
vital, indispensable. That means you can't have science or the scientific method without it.
Do you think that it is possible?
Fuck off.
Information.
Fuck off.
Do you think it's possible to gain information about something without doing an experiment?
Fuck off. You're already exposed. You can't.
The only thing you're trying to do right now is you're trying to coax a way for people to accept pseudoscience as science. That's all you're doing.
No, I'm not. Do you?
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing.
Gain valid information about something without performing an experiment?
You can't. That wouldn't be natural science.
Yes, but do you think you can perform?
No, just yes.
You can gain information. Yes.
Just yes. Don't care about gaining information. It's not science. Natural science.
So you don't think it's possible?
No, I didn't say that. I said it's not natural science.
Right. So it's possible to gain valid, correct.
Douchebag. We don't care. It's not natural science.
If it's possible to gain information.
It's possible to gain information. It's not science or natural science. That's what it is. That's what we're talking about. Can you have an independent variable that you cannot manipulate?
If it's possible to gain information.
Do you have an independent variable
without?
Can something be an independent variable without manipulation? You're not fucking fuck off. You're done. We're done with you. Go back to Jose JG Retard Show with your tail between your legs. You pretend to come fuckwit. You're finished here. Bye.
Yeah.
And thanks for coming. We couldn't have exposed you without you.
You
guys hear me?
Yo, what up, man?
Yeah.
Hey, Maggie, what's happening, dude?
Nothing much, man. Dropping by at lunchtime.
Dropping by listening. You should rewind about 45 minutes ago and listen to the train wreck, the biologist over there. He's over on Jose JG Retard Show talking shit about me, right? I never even heard of this guy. He just popped on one day talking shit about me, has never spoken to me before. And then here's me. I come in and I see his name in here and I say, "Thank you, Lord." And it was.
Did you check his?
Take his wig.
No, did you check?
Torso.
Did you check his science acumen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that we just danced all over that shit. I mean, do you hear how he clearly understands the difference between science and pseudoscience, right? With experiment, but he's trying to be slimy with it and just say, "Nah, even though it's pseudoscience, I'm gonna still call it science." And we're supposed to just eat that shit. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
So you know what that means, right? That means he took his degree and he wiped his ass with it because he's religious. And so instead of answering questions directly, because he knows we're flat earthers, he has to answer questions with that in mind. You, sir, wiped your degree with your ass.
Yep.
Congratulations.
What's everybody doing?
Give me some curve, bro.
Hey, what's up? Gerard, are you still in here?
Yeah, I'm at work though, so I'm in and out.
Oh, I see. I was gonna say, damn, you've been up all night.
No.
Wow, it's quiet this morning. Where everybody at? Excuse me, not too many people in here at all. Hello, anybody?
Yeah, what do you want?
Talk about something? What's on your mind?
Well, let's talk about Ukraine and Russia. What's going on there?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to TV.
I don't watch news, so you'd have to explain.
You guys gotta pay attention to some things, man. Because I mean, shit pops off. You're gonna be you're gonna be behind.
Well, considering it's mostly bullshit, then I don't know why I'd be worried about it.
Yeah, that's why you should be worried about it, because they just cause shit just to start shit, and then we bear the brunt of it. You know what I'm saying? We just got to sit there and take it. So just get to know what these guys are, pulling off.
Well, I know last week they were saying there was an earthquake or a volcano erupted into the ocean, and there was supposed to be a tsunami, but I never seen it come. So, That's the last thing I never saw.
I mean, some little shit, but yeah, there was a that Tunga Bunga, whatever, underwater volcano that blew up.
Yeah, it must not have been that important because I didn't hear about it anywhere on the stream or anywhere else online. The only place I heard about it was on TV, which is just typical, right?
Yeah, but these situations are increasing. This isn't the. This is like what it's like. There's a lot of this shit going on. You just didn't realize it. I think it's up in there's like at least 100 this year eruptions. That's weird, right? Who would have thought?
Yeah.
In this time, in these times, I should say, it doesn't surprise me at all. I'm expecting worse, actually.
Oh yeah, it's gonna just keep getting worse. Everything's just progressive. Like, dude, today it's negative 11, 50-mile-per-hour winds. It's like where I'm at. Granted, that happens, but it's still, we got quite a bit of snow this year compared to last year, which was like mild.
You must be out here in California or sitting nearby, huh?
No, I'm not. I'm about 2 hours away from you. 2 hours difference in time, but I'm in this. I'm central, but I'm North Dakota.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I know the snowpack has been low, like in California especially. I don't know if Nevada was worse, but it hadn't really rained here in a long time, and when it did rain, it didn't rain much. So
20 years you guys have been in a drought, it seems, because I think
seems
it was
that way, huh?
In 20, that's what I said. In 2000, was the Hoover Dam? It's gone down 120 feet, bro. That's if you didn't get rain this year,
That
you
is
got
a lot. I mean,
yeah.
I
If
know
you guys
Shasta
get
Lake
rain
was
this
low, but
year,
I don't think it was that low.
no, it is. That's what I've been watching it on TV. That's why I'm telling you, you got to watch the shit, pay attention to the signs of the times, because had you not gotten any rain this year, all of your water would have been rationed. You guys would have been fucking screwed. Seriously, like that's what they were talking about doing. They were going to cut the water off for only vital cities and stuff like that. They were gonna fuck you guys big time.
They can't do that though because it's
They
illegal.
can, because, dude, it's drought. Remember, you can't even collect rainwater. Remember, in California, nowhere, any of those places you can't.
I want to know why in the hell they say that. Is it because they poison the damn sky with all
No,
this
it's
stuff
because of the drought. That this is they need that table water. They need that water down in the ground, or for agriculture and shit like that. So that comes first. Agriculture comes first. You guys are second. So they have to maintain.
Well, that makes sense, though. I mean, I really don't think they'd shut the water off. I mean,
yeah, that's
power,
what they weren't going to shut it off. They were going to basically ration it. So you were only going to be allowed to have to use a certain amount of water per day or per week, some shit like that. But anyway,
I think what would happen if they really did that is people would start breaking water lines and just making it leak everywhere. Because people aren't going to take that kind of shit. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. If they shut my water off, I'd tell them to fuck off. You know what I mean? But considering that in California it's illegal not to have water service, I doubt highly they can just shut it off.
They weren't going to shut it off.
Like,
they were going to give you
just tell you can't use so much, right? That's a bunch of crap. I got a swimming pool. What am I supposed to do? Just not fill it up?
The city distributes water, right? So that's how they do it. So
yeah, we have a water district here in the town I live in, but I know they collect water because it comes out of a mine that's up above, nearby, the town that I live in, and all the water runs down from there, and it runs down these little channels that they've made, these little tubes that come out down by the water, down by the river. So it seems to me like if we got into a drought situation, there's a lot of water built up in that mine, sleeping down in there. We could tap it out if we needed to, but I don't know. I could be wrong about that.
Well, anyway, at least
Not to mention all the water towers that are buried in the ground that are up here, like on the hills. They've got these water towers that are freaking huge. They probably hold 1 million gallons of water, and they're like empty, which is weird.
Well, just thank God it didn't happen, because we got enough. Y'all got enough rain and snow to cover this year, so that's good.
Yeah, just like in 4 or 5 days, wouldn't it?
Yeah, dude, it's just
like
freaking ridiculous.
15 feet of snow or something in some place. That's pretty crazy, though.
So drought averted for this year at least, and probably the next year. I think we got enough water for this year and next year, just about everywhere, and we're still getting hit. So that's good.
Yeah, it's good that we're getting the rain, but if it comes too quickly, then it doesn't soak in and it causes more problems. You end up with landslides and all that other stuff.
But see, like California, places like that, you guys have the mountains, and you need that snow. So that snow, comes down. It'll melt slowly. So you need all that. Colorado, they got a lot of snow too. So that's how. What I learned is that's how those states, that's where they get most of their water from. It's not rain, it's the snow. So that's like 75% of what they need to carry them through the year. So that's for here too in North Dakota. We need the snow. Like we got a shit ton. We have like our piles are like 13 feet high. You know what I'm saying? That's how much snow we got. Seriously, like everywhere. So we got plenty of water for this year and probably some for next. So the farms needed it because our lakes were drying up. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, sometimes I kind of wish it would snow here, like where I live, but it just doesn't. I mean, it froze this year and it killed a bunch of my plants. I thought someone sprayed something on them because they only died along the top, and then I figured out it was frost that did it. I was like, damn, I can't believe what frost does to some plants. It just destroys them.
Oh yeah. Certain plants, the temperature drops.
So we not only had a lot of rain, but then we had a freeze recently, which is going to cause problems with fruits and things that are starting to pollinate early in the year. There's a lot of things that sprout, before spring comes, like winter wheat and a bunch of other stuff that grows up here on the hills.
Yeah, but like I said, we got enough this year. I mean, everybody's getting hit. I mean, the East Coast, dude, they're getting fucking destroyed by snow.
Yeah, I heard about that yesterday. Somebody was talking about it. I was like, damn, really?
Because we're manipulating the air with all of our frequencies, taking it out of its natural, making it something it's not, and the Earth's trying to counterbalance the abnormality back to normal. So then we
I agree with you on that. I know for sure that they're controlling weather, manipulating it. I've seen it. I watch it over my head almost every time there's clouds. They spray stuff all back and forth across the sky, and then it all turns into a big cloud. And then they push it somehow. They push it all the way towards the East Coast. This is strange. You see all these like waves in the clouds that can't be there unless there's something pushing them, right? The wind doesn't blow a cloud into a perfect wave. You know what I'm saying? Wind comes from different directions and different angles. It would just cause it to stir it up, but it doesn't. It just kind of waves out and separates into lines. It's just really strange.
Because it's a steady perturbation, same frequency.
I think, honestly, they messed with the weather in the 50s and 40s when they first discovered they could, and they screwed it up so much that now they have to make the weather in order to keep, the Midwest wet.
No, I don't know. I'd have to think about that one.
Then again, how do we know that the weather isn't controlled by some machine that's above us in the sky? I mean, we really don't know much, do we?
Well, the way I see it, right? My speculation from my observations, not a scientific method or any sort involved. The sun, the moon, the stars, they're all producing sound. Sound is producing a wave pattern. They're cycling above us. They're producing wave patterns. All these wave patterns start different.
Some people believe there's a group of people that live in the sky and control all that stuff.
Yeah. I don't think
I know it sounds nuts, but I've seen a lot of the stuff that, like I watch a lot of these kind of things just to like learn about it, and understand what they're talking about. And I found that they've got a lot of evidence for why the sky is way different than what we really think it is, and the covering or whatever you want to call it.
So does NASA.
I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know. I think that NASA does know a lot about what the sky really does. I just don't think they tell us anything. You know, like maybe there are things up there in the sky that we can't explain, so they just don't tell us about it. But I don't know. I watched a video yesterday and it just like twisted my mind up really bad. It was like, wow, that's interesting. I wonder why that's, whoa.
Well, that's why, not getting into the religious, but that's why the Bible says that the stars are angels. The angels are on their courses, doing their thing. Stuff happening we don't know, we can't understand.
Right.
The few examples of I don't know that are acceptable. Things we're not allowed to know.
I mean, like, what if that was true? What if above us was actually like a city of people around the outside of us that were taking care of the covering over us and all that? It would just be, it would explain a lot, right? Like if that was the actually truth. You think about all the different angles there are with it, it would make a lot more sense. But I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying, you know.
Well, that'd be no different than any other religious text saying that a god is the one that controls and maintains this existence. The only thing you're doing is you're applying a different noun to who's taking care of it.
Right, but you do realize it's being taken care of, right?
Yeah.
But see, that's why
we know there are things going on in the sky that happen all the time. Like, you know, you have these different, you know, eclipses. You've got these meteor showers and things. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would make more sense that the sky was like water. You know what I'm saying? Like above us is water, and that there's a barrier of water that's over the top of us. And that might explain why the sun moves the way it does and why it doesn't seem to really be there. It just seems like a point of light. I don't know. These are all crazy ideas. I mean, they're just my ideas, but
those are
ain't
crazy.
nothing else going on here.
Yeah. Well, when you read, I like going to the Bible because that's what I like sticking to, right? That's my cup of tea. And the first verse says he created the heavens and the earth. Well, in order to create heavens, in order to have the word sky, you have to have seas, right, and water. So it says that God made in a very
the water was first.
Earth.
The water was first. The spirit of the Lord moved across the waters. So that was the first thing.
You're right. Heaven and earth, right? That's the first verse. Heavens and earth. Shemayim is waters, right? That's why he moved over the face of the deep. That's why he moved over the face of the waters, because he made earth and water. Whenever he made the firmament and he settled the firmament, right, gathered the waters underneath it into one place, and then when you read in Amos chapter 9, verse 6, the stories of heavens are founded on the earth, right? So he attached the firmament to the ground, to the earth. And then underneath, you go back into Genesis chapter 1, it says that the waters settled, right? They calmed. And then what happens when you take a bunch of different kinds of different densities of water, shake it up and put it together and then let it sit? It settles and it makes layers.
But if you go back and read Genesis, you'll understand that the firmament is actually it's what we call the atmosphere. That's what the
firmament is solid. And
no, go back and read it. Trust me, I've done this.
It's rakia, and rakia means covering.
That's what I thought. But go back and read the passage. You will see that that's what it means. You'll have to read it again. I'm telling you that it shook me. I'm not saying it's not solid, but that's what it says, right? So was pretty moved by that.
Well,
Okay,
where
so
does
in
it say in the
Exodus,
Bible? Where does it talk
hang on.
about? Oh, go ahead.
In Exodus, when it talks about Moses, Aaron, another dude, and the 70 elders sitting and eating with God on the mountain, what is God sitting on? He's sitting on something like the firmament. And Ezekiel chapter 1.
Read the scripture. Read.
I'm talking about it. Let me defend my point. When you read in Ezekiel chapter 1, when Ezekiel is talking about the thing that he sees in the vision with the throne sitting on top of it and God sitting on the throne on top of the thing, he uses the firmament to describe what he says, what he sees. And he says a solid crystal.
Yeah, but a sea of glass. There's a sea of glass.
Yeah, like crystal glass, like a
Yeah,
crystal
but
looking glass.
that's
So
not
it'd be
referring
like
to the earth. That's not what it says.
it would be like a lens.
Yeah, but
right? I'm
not
sorry,
talking
Jake.
it's not. That's not a little. That's not a little representation of what he's going through, right? That he's envisioned, right? So he's not seeing the earth as it is. He's seeing something else. He's seeing a throne,
Yes, he's seeing
and he's seeing a plaintiff.
an example.
He's seeing the defendants, right? Because Christ is our plaintiff. But no, Christ is our lawyer, basically, right? So we are before the throne of God. We are being judged, and Christ is pleading for us.
I agree with you, but we're getting away from the point. Okay, I'm talking about the thing that Ezekiel saw. The reference that he used to describe what he's seen, he said a crystal. Let me read it specifically. So we're not.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I wanted to read the actual scripture.
All right. Let's see. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 21. And then, no, let's see. Okay, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creature was as the color of the terrible crystal stretched forth over their heads above. What terrible crystal is he talking about whenever he says, with the likeness of the firmament?
Well, you're going to have to find it somewhere in the Bible, right?
Okay.
You can't just make up something. You got to find it.
Yes, we could do this.
Give the answer.
We could do this continually. I could say, well, here, I'm bringing up examples. And you're saying, well, we got to read it in Scripture. I'm reading it in Scripture. I'm finding it. I'm backing up my understanding with my Scriptures. We're both on the same team.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, as Bible believers, we can only get our answers from the Word. We can't go off into our own thought process. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I know it's not valid, but I did post the video that I watched last night. It's 2 hours long, so bear with me, but look about an hour in, and they show you something with the sky where it looks like lights are moving and then changing direction and going out away. And he was suggesting that it's a river of water above our heads that constantly flows down over us and around the rakia and then exits down at the bottom where, Sheol is. She could take a look at it. I mean, I thought it was very, very interesting. I watched like an hour and a half of it. I was like fascinated.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be.
Even though this guy has a lot of weird stuff on his web, his YouTube and all that, he's got a lot of weird stuff and crazy ideas. But this was just something that was very interesting. I thought you guys would like to take a look at it. You know, like in the Bible, it talks about that the moon and the sun go into a portal or something. Do you know where that's at? I don't remember what verse it is.
What? Are you talking about one of the Psalms where it talks about the sun comes out of its chamber? And then
Yeah, something like that. And then I think in I think it is. So one of the prophets. I don't remember if it's anyway, I'll have to find it. But doesn't the sun disappear for a short time at the end of every year or at the beginning or something like that? I don't remember what that's called, but
well, the day just gets the longest, is all. It doesn't actually disappear. And it would be based on the viewer's perspective.
yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Exodus 24, verse 10. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone, and, as it were, the body of heaven in his clearness.
That's an interesting one. It's kind of vague, but
Exodus what?
Exodus 24, verse 10. I can read it in other ways. Give me a second.
And another question I had that I heard about yesterday was, why is it nobody has a picture of the new moon? I didn't know you couldn't take a picture of the new moon. Does it disappear? Like I don't get it. I've never heard that before.
I don't know. Okay, American Standard Version. And they saw the God of Israel, and there were under his feet, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone, and as it were, the very heaven for clearness. Bible in basic
There you
English.
go.
And they saw the God
it would
of
match right up with the other one.
Yep. And under his feet there was, as it seemed, a jeweled floor, clear as the heavens. Darby's English. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, as it were, work of transparent sapphire, and as it were, the form of heaven for clearness. See.
That's
World
revealing, isn't it?
I saw the God of Israel under his feet, a paved work of sapphire stone, like the skies for clearness. Young's literal. And they see the God of Israel, and under his feet is as the white work of the sapphire, and as the substance of the heavens for purity.
Wow, that's interesting. So I have a question for you about Genesis 1. It says God created light, and then he separated light from darkness. Why would he have to do that? That's one made me wonder for so long. That's one that I've never heard anybody explain. Like, why did he separate light from darkness? Why wouldn't it have automatically done that?
Well, taking light as a as a wave, right? As a pulse perturbation. We're also in a fluid. If you apply frequency to the medium, the frequency will remain as long as you're applying the frequency. Let's say you're
right, the voice of God.
Right. You're needing the cycles, right? Because we're going to need the plants to grow, but not grow too fast. They're going to, I hate using this terminology, but the plants have to produce oxygen for other things to breathe. At night, they start producing carbon dioxide from the oxygen,
In order to help the moon, like, rot things, right? Isn't that how it works?
I don't know. I haven't studied that.
Like, I've heard that the moon's light is actually cold, and it actually causes decay.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually done any experiments on that. I've just heard it, and I haven't really tested it out.
Right, me too.
I do know that the moon's light is colder. I've tested that out. That's absolutely true. But how the moon gets its energy then, if it's not from the sun or reflecting, maybe it just charges it up and then it emits its own light. I don't know. I'm just guessing, of course, but.
Well, it says I don't know. I would say what's going on is there's the moon itself is doing its own thing. I wouldn't say that sun is causing the moon to charge. I think that the moon has its patterns. It's like stars have their patterns.
But they do cross each other a lot in the sky, right? Like at different times of the year.
Now, when going back to what we were just talking about, go and look at what sapphire stone looks like. Go and
I
look
was
that
going to
up.
say, what color is sapphire? Isn't it like a greenish color?
Oh no, go look it up. See it for yourself. I pulled it up. That'll give you a clear understanding of what they were looking at. And then it'll all make sense.
Sorry, the new moon phase is when the sun and the moon are 180 degrees.
Oh, sapphire is blue. I didn't realize that. That would explain why the sky turns blue in the daytime.
Exactly. Exactly. That shocked me too. Like, oh shit, shit's blue.
It's funny how revealing things can be and how you can learn from the craziest things. Like I understand that most people don't trust the Bible, but I've gone through the Bible quite a bit, and I've found that just about everything in there is true, like in so many ways.
What people don't want to believe in is Jesus. That's the problem people have. They don't want to believe that Jesus is who he says he is. That's what everyone wants to believe. Oh, there's a creator. There's a creator. But they don't want to believe in Jesus. That's the problem.
Indeed.
That's why we have all the dissension and division, because people don't want to accept Jesus. They don't understand, like, we were gifted a second chance. It's like we were given a second chance at life, right? At eternal life, because we screwed up. If you go with the Bible by representation of what happened, human beings screwed up, right? But we were tricked into it. That's why we were able to be redeemed, because we were duped. We were deceived, right? So had we just been like, oh, fuck God, we're going to follow this dude and eat these apples, we wouldn't be here right now. You know what I'm saying? It's just we were deceived. So God figured out a way to redeem us back to himself. So,
well, if that was true, that means we all fell, not just Satan, but we all did. We all literally fell.
We're all for the sins of our fathers, right? But given a chance, like if we were in their position, we would have done the same thing. So that's basically why we still are going through this. Because there's no man that could say, what man would leave his wife to die? You know what I'm saying? Not knowing what's going to happen. They'd never experienced anything like that before. No man's going to do that. You know what I'm saying? Every man would have probably done the same thing had his wife done something stupid like that. Like, fuck, now I I gotta follow her ass because it's ride or die, right? It's like it's shit.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, I don't know. I think the Adam and Eve story is, I don't know. I don't know how to understand it. There's so much to it, and there's so many, references that it just makes it like this cloud of like not understanding it.
That's when research and study comes in. So then you have to find out, well, where did the word come from? Okay, and you have to start from the beginning, dude. So like if like a lot of people, they don't like to believe, oh, the Bible is written by man, but the men who wrote the Bible were inspired by the Spirit. So you have to trace all of this stuff.
Has anybody paid attention to the History is Genesis series?
Right, who's making all that sound?
That's irritating.
That's his background. That's okay.
What is it? Cars driving by or something?
That or AC.
Yeah, sorry. Nah, cars, sorry.
No, so what I've done is I've been looking at the history of the Bible and how it resurfaced, right? So it came out of Germany, the Waldenses. If you go back in time, you find all these people like John Wycliffe. You have Martin Luther, not Luther King. There's a lot of people that went against the papacy, the papal Rome and their freaking craziness. So they were suppressing the word, right? So these guys took it upon themselves to reprint things, reprint the Bible, and started, get the process started again. So when you look into all of this, you understand, well, this was divinely orchestrated. This wasn't by human beings. You know what I'm saying? Because they were suppressing the Bible for reasons, just like they're suppressing flat Earth. You see what I'm saying? But it had a resurgence. You can't keep truth. You can't keep truth away from the human beings. You can't. It's impossible. We will find it. Just like what's going on now. They're trying to suppress flat Earth. Same thing they did with the Bible. They tried to suppress the Bible, but it rose up. So when these people come against it and say it was written by man, then what are you going to have? How will you know about God if you don't have the Bible?
Well, I think it's self-explanatory. If I'm here and I'm alive, somebody put me here. Something, someone created me and put me in this place. Regardless of how you look at it, that's the only thing that's logical to me. But that's based on, that we grow and we have children and our children go on. And I mean, that's based on earthly, earthbound things. But
no, man, you're
think about it, that's all we really have, right?
Random equation in a machine, according to the Globe, bro. You don't exist.
I mean, I think that's why everybody rejects the Bible, is because they want to believe the science side of it. And the funny part is that most of that science came from religious people. That's the odd part. We've always wanted to know how God did it, That's what science is about.
The religious people who were coming up with the globe was trying to find an alternative way to get the person to disbelieve what the Bible was saying, right? Because they couldn't suppress the spread, right? They had to dilute the understanding.
Redirect. They had to see, that's how Satan works, right? So like, if you go back to the Dark Ages and those times, what they were trying to do, he was trying to just kill everybody. But as he was killing them, more were popping up, because the way these people, they were martyred, but they weren't dying and screaming and flailing their arms. They were dying with their heads held high. They were proud. You know what I'm saying? So when other people saw that inspired them. Like, what man is going to stand there proud as he's being stabbed and tortured or whatever, because he knows he's going to a better place? So the Christian kept increasing. So Satan's like, all right, dude, this is not working. We have to infiltrate. So that's what they did. That's why you have the Catholic Church as it is now. They infiltrated Christianity and perverted it, and they suppressed the Bible. So if you're a Catholic believer, they don't have a Bible, dude. They don't. They go to church and they tell you what to think. Basically, you're not given the full scripture. You're given bits and pieces of, right? So they hide it from you. You're not taught to read for yourself. You're taught to go to some man and ask him to pray for you to God when he's a sinner too. What kind of craziness is that, right? So
Yeah, that is
that's
pretty
what
dumb.
Satan did then. And so now he said, well, that's not working either. Let's bring in this other false religion and call it science and call it astronomy and all of this craziness. So now everyone's minds is in outer fucking space, dude. That's where mine used to be. Outer space. That's what I believed in. I wanted to be out there. I wanted to be doing all that stuff. Oh, I can't wait to go to space and fly to different planets and all this crap. It's a load of crap. It's just, you look into it, none of it makes sense. None of it adds up. I mean, they're doing things out of order. It doesn't. There's no context. They're just. There's a car in space with a dude in it, and I mean, it's just ridiculous stuff, man. Tesla. I mean, it's just crazy when you look into it. So it just keeps getting more bonkers, man. So, but the people are swallowing it though. What now? They believe in aliens and all this crap, So what are you gonna do? You can only do so much. The word is there, so like the word is everywhere now. The Bible's everywhere, right? So it's on you. It's on the person now. Because back in the days, it wasn't everywhere. But now everybody can find a Bible on your phone, dude. Everyone. I look. I go to church. I bring my phone. I don't even bring the paperback anymore because I can make notes. I can do everything on my phone. So I mean, you can't. There's no excuse. There's no excuse for anyone anymore. But just people don't believe anymore. They don't trust the word. They don't trust the Bible. So what are you gonna do? That's why I like the flat Earth, because it's bringing a lot of people back to the word. Because a lot of people, and once they realize this, that wait a minute, you're in an enclosed environment, that speaks design to me. Somebody built this, right?
Well, like I said before, I think it's self-evident that if we're alive, then something put us here. So there has to be an answer, and that's why we all look for God. I don't think the Bible really has much to do with it on a basic level.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And they got you believing in this, in evolution, all this craziness now, that you don't even think that anymore. People.
That's the details.
Right. So people don't even think that they come from a god now. Now they believe they come from stardust. You're stardust now, bro. The universe put you here. You hear that one? Oh, the universe. That's fucking crazy. I love that one.
Yeah, it's retarded. I'm sorry. It's gay.
But it's bizarre that human beings would accept this type of it's like in the Dark Ages, they had mysticism, they had sorcery and all that stuff. So that was crazy then, that was the evolution of that time, right? People believed in witches and all the craziness, blah blah blah. They were what's the word? They were what's the word again? Superstitious. Superstition was all over the place back then. She's a witch, burn her. Just burn her. He's that, burn him, burn. Kill, burn, but that's all they did. Now is defamation of character. That's what they do now. They destroy you. They destroy your name. They destroy your business. They take you out. Like what they're doing, with doctors who are against the vaccine and all that stuff. They destroy their name. They destroy the practice. They destroy the business. They just destroy them. That's what they do. They come after them. See, with Flat Earth, we're friends. We're crazy. Oh, who cares about them? But they still suppress the information on YouTube. They won't let you get to it like they used to. But we're so kooky and wacky that people don't really take us seriously anyway. So, there's that.
Yeah, I find it odd that people don't. I mean, most people, if you talk to them about government in general, they'll say, "Oh yeah, they're lying to us." But then as soon as you bring up anything about God or science or anything, they just flip a switch. It's like they're backwards.
Right. Anything about conspiracy? Oh no, we would never do that. Oh, but I don't trust the government. Right? It's like they would.
Exactly. It's like two-faced. They two.
But then they know Vietnam was a sham and all that. They believe all that. Well, yeah, because they lived through it, right? A lot of people I know had lived through that time, But you bring up this stuff going on now. I trust them implicitly. They're infallible. It's ridiculous. The amount of power that little weasel Fauci has gained is unbelievable. You know, this guy has been around. It's just like these guys just pop up out of nowhere. You had Elon Musk just pops up out of nowhere. You have Jeff Bezos. They just keep popping up. These freaking weirdos out of nowhere.
Yeah, it is odd how the puppets come out. And you know these people aren't like really who they say they are because they act the way they act.
Of course they're
always, you know, the duper's delight all the time, and you could tell they're acting. And what's up with Biden? Do they have like 4 of him or something? Because every time I see him on TV, his eyes are different or his neck looks different. It's just strange. Do you think that maybe they finally exceeded like, you know, the amount of data they need in order to make real people look like that on TV? Or do you think they just have a bunch of guys that look similar to him and they just use them as they would? Look, I know this is a wild idea, but I'm just saying, you know.
No. These governments don't believe in God, so they'll do whatever. I mean, that's why people love those video games like, you know, Resident Evil and stuff like that, because the lore that secret bases and shit like that where they conduct experiments on human beings and all that crap. That's cool, but at the same time, it's scary. But if you realize that these people don't believe in a God, and if they have the money, they'll do whatever it takes, right? I mean, that's what the fucking Nazis were doing. Nazis were experimenting with human beings, doing all craziness. I mean, why would that stop? You know?
Well,
I mean,
the only way they were able to get that to happen was by getting the people to believe their fallacious understanding of there is no God, therefore everything is subjective.
Yeah, if there's no God, dude, you experiment on it, you do anything. I mean, come on. There's no God. There's no.
The only reason we're here is because we're the fittest of those that survived. And we need to make sure that we remain the fittest so we can continue to survive.
Well, it's more like we were preserved, right? You know, because as we believe in God, then He protects us, He keeps us, right? So,
well, I'm talking from the position of the Nazis at the time. The propaganda that they were feeding the people to let them do what they were doing.
well, the people didn't know. I mean, once Germany realized what they had done, what they had unleashed on the world, they couldn't turn back. You know, they knew they were wrong, but it was just too late. You know, now he has the power to do whatever the hell he wants. So, you know, you just have to fall in. Because remember, after
I don't believe the all that. I honestly don't. I just don't believe it. I know that a lot of people live through that and they have experiences, but I just think that that's all crap. I don't think Hitler was as evil as they try to make him out to be.
Well, I mean,
I think
put it this way. So that's what I'm saying. You have to talk to the actual survivors and children of the survivors, right? That's how you get a better understanding of what's going on. Someone who actually lived through it. So I had a Polish girlfriend for a little while there, and you know she corroborated a lot of the stuff. You know what I'm saying? So granted, to the victor go the spoils, so they can flip and spin any story they want. So what we see on World War II is what we see on World War II, right? You know, but there's a lot of, you know, if you look into the whole, was it the alien aspect or whatever, fallen angel stuff like that, you get to understand what these guys are about, you know, if you believe in that stuff. But as far as I'm concerned, you know, the guy, once you start killing people for being Jewish, I mean, for being a different race, I mean, it's not a good guy, right?
They killed him because of the typhon or typhus disease.
Yeah, but you're still taking it upon yourself to do the act of God. God alone reserves the right to do something like that, right? Not human beings. That's not our purpose. We're not supposed to be here taking each other apart. You know, we're supposed to be trying to return to.
And we're not here to answer for God. God answers himself.
Yeah, but we still have freedom of choice, freedom of will, right? So if we choose, we can choose not to do certain things, but we seem to do the opposite. I mean, throughout the Bible, dude, tribal warfare has been going on ever since the fall. You know, you had the antediluvians before the flood, right? All they did was war with each other, right? And after that, after the flood, you had Noah. They rebuilt society, and then what happened again? War again. You know what I'm saying? So it's been going on since after the fall. So it's nothing new. So whatever the story is, how many people died, who cares? But we realized that a whole nation and another nation had to come against one nation in order to stop what they were doing, right? So that part of the story is true.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So I mean, I know it's hard to actually accept.
I got a wild idea. What if we were really a child? Like, what if our universe and our place where we live, our zone, was actually in the belly of a woman? Think about that. Now in Revelation, where it talks about the bridegroom, what if we're the bridegroom? What if the whole earth is the bridegroom?
We're in the bride chamber. Right? The bridegroom in Jesus's parable was looking for wives, right? There was 10. 5 of them kept their lamps ready to be picked up so that they can go on their trip. The others, they didn't take care of their lamp, so they were low on oil. So they were like, give me oil. And they're like, no, we can't give you oil unless we run out as well. Go get some from the stores. So they went. But the bridegroom came and picked up those who were ready. Right? So we're the children of the bride chamber. We're in the chamber. We're in a woman's womb. We're growing up. We're learning so that we can be ready.
Question is, ready for what?
Coexistence. Why would you want to live with somebody who's just going to smear poop all over the walls of your house? You know, I'm getting a little bit far left on my description, but you wouldn't invite
Every
somebody into
kid
your
paints
house
the
who's
wall with
going to
his own crap,
disrespect
doesn't
it.
he?
I wouldn't invite somebody who's going to disrespect my property. I wouldn't invite anybody who's going to disrespect me.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I
I was
wouldn't
just
invite somebody who wouldn't want to be in my house. That would be forcing them against their will. You know? But
yeah,
only on flat Earth.
Will is the kicker. That's the part that makes it to where we had to be created, because without the will, our own will, like knowing what we know, learning what we learn, we still are allowed to decide for ourselves what we want to hold dear to ourselves, what we actually act on, you know? It's pretty fascinating when you think about it. Wow. Did that part of the conversation like kill it or what?
No, I'm making notes for work, so my brain isn't in the conversation anymore.
Oh, I say that's right. You told me. Well, darn it, start talking again so that way we don't end up with music.
Well,
not that I don't like the music, but you know. Yeah.
What woke you up? What made you realize you were not living in what you was told?
Well, my first experience with that, I was about 8 years old, and I went over to some people that went to the church that I went to their house, and for whatever reason, I don't remember, but they had this list of companies on the refrigerator, so I asked about it, and they were telling me that these companies supposedly blah 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 blah, you know, and then they were like, they asked me a bunch of questions, and then they told me the Earth was flat, and I sat there and I thought, well, that's what? And I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. But of course, I went home and told, you know, my parents, and they told me I was crazy and that was a stupid idea, and those people were just religious nuts and all this other stuff. And then, you know, coming down to like, you know, 3 or 4 years ago when I kind of like snapped out of it again, it was like, wow, like all this time, like I've been denying it, like completely just almost forgot about it. And it was like, so when I heard, you know, that there was people online and whatever talking about the Earth being flat, I had to go check it out. And when I saw that they weren't just crazy nuts, I was like, wow, I didn't know there was evidence to prove it. So I got excited. I'm just excited as heck. But of course, I got disappointed because I go and try to share it with everybody and nobody wants to listen. So I mean, I'm pretty sure that holds up for like spread, you know, the word spreading, you know, like you're spreading the truth. It, you know, you don't always have to spread the Bible itself. It's spreading any truth is goodness. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people get confused about it.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just agreeing with you.
No, that's fine. I'm not kind of one of those people that gets angry about stuff like that, unless I just can't talk at all. Like, you know.
Well, no, you was talking. I agreed with you. You know how conversations work, and then you just stopped. I didn't know if I caused you to stop or what.
Now, periodically, I stop just to think out what I'm going to say next, so I don't say something ignorant or whatever. You know how it is. I get kind of nervous when I'm online, so you could probably tell that. You probably noticed that by now.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm still kind of new to Discord and all that. So I don't really know all the rules, and so sometimes I make mistakes. So I'm always trying to think it out before I say it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like saying
You know, I want to change the subject a little bit. I want to talk about why would they lie? That stupid response when you tell people and they talk to them, they always ask you why would they lie? Like, what difference does it make why anybody does anything? Some people pick their nose. Some people pick their butt. You know, like some people. I mean, there's all these things. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense to me, like, why that's even a consideration. Like, well, why would they lie? Who cares if your wife cheats on you? You don't care why she did it. You just don't either want nothing to do with her or you want an explanation, right? At the least. It's just like people don't think rationally. They want to think on this flip back pattern. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like completely backwards. It's not even related to the conversation, but yet this is their answer for everything. Well, why would they lie about it? What would they? I mean, it's like, you don't think that $72 billion a year is enough, enough reason? I think it's a good enough reason, considering they probably spend not even a tenth of that on convincing the world that their space exists, right? It's just dumb. Who gives a crap why they do it? Somebody's deceiving you.
I have not seen an episode of CSI where they walk into a crime scene and was like, why did they do this? Well, they must not be dead. They usually start
Yeah,
investigating.
usually that doesn't come up till they get to court, right? When they've already got evidence. Yeah.
Break out the test kit. See if they can find any blood anywhere else. See if they can put a story together, in our perspective. Well,
Yeah, I figured out that, CSI work is pretty interesting stuff. When I got a black light and I shined it in the bathroom on the wall and I saw all the little splashes of urine, I was like, that's disgusting, bro. I've touched that wall 100 times and then touched my face. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I just think it's interesting that there's all these things. Like when Cain and Abel, remember when Cain and Abel, the story of Cain and Abel, like he murders his brother, right? And God says something about, God's answer was like, I can hear his blood crying out to me. If you think about that and you watch CSI, if you know anything about, that kind of work, you realize that that's what God's talking about. He's talking about physical evidence that you did something, right? Not necessarily that he just watched you do it, but he's talking about the evidence, like the blood. I know where his body is. I can hear him crying out to me. That's interesting. Like that, because it matches up with reality. See what I'm saying? Like it's just odd to me how the Bible makes so much sense in all these different angles, but yet people still want to deny it in every way that they can. It's almost silly. It's like, it's just a book, dude. Think about it. Like it's a book full of answers, but you have to look for them, and you got to want to believe in it at least. And like, how many people do you know that, even if you don't believe in God, how many people do you know that have experience with God and still believe in God, even though they don't really have a good reason to? It's because of all this little evidence that adds up in our lives. And we see it in reality. We see that these stories in the Bible actually have something to do with reality, even though it's supposedly 2,000-year-old book. Now, how is that possible? It's not, unless there's inspiration from something. Somebody has to be involved. Somebody's actively working it, keeping it where it's at so that it's still available to all of us, that we don't have an excuse. Think about it. Yeah. There aren't going to be people in the world that suddenly just go to heaven because they accidentally didn't hear about God, because we've all heard about him. And I'm not trying to like change the conversation to religion. I'm just defending my faith, like in a way, like so that people can see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I have I don't know how I feel about continuing the conversation with this individual, but man, this.
Are you talking? You have someone that you've been talking to, and are you talking?
Yeah, like it's a gentleman on YouTube, which that derails the whole conversation. Like, why are you arguing with somebody on YouTube? But the avoidance is real strong with this one, right? I make my claims. No one has ever detected the rotation of Earth. No one has ever given or made an example or experiment of pressure in a vacuum in a specific location and violating entropy. No one has ever measured the curvature. And then he wants to, because we're on a Christian channel, he wants to try and make it ad hom about, the Bible and then false beliefs. And I'm sitting here trying to get him to understand what his position actually is. Like, you wouldn't have this belief or understanding of atheism, and you wouldn't be a paid troll.
Right.
If
Yeah.
you sat there,
His attitude against God wouldn't exist if God really wasn't real, right? Is that what you're kind of saying? Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, like, if he could understand the truth about reality, right, he wouldn't have the question of, does God exist or does God not exist? The question would be, which God exists? And then he would have to face the facts, which is what he's always listening to whenever he goes to these Christian sites who are laying out the information bit by bit, right? We have over 5,000 documents who come from before, 1000 BC, and they're all Greek. We also have other languages other than Greek, right? But we like focusing on the Greek because it's the one we have the most evidence of. And then you have falsification of books that come after 300 AD, right? Because the Roman Catholic Church started creating extra writings. And we can tell which one's true, which one's not, because of their age and the way the timeline worked, right? Jesus died, raises from the dead, shows himself to 500 or so people, and then ascends into heaven, and then everyone is spreading the information. And this whole spread of information has them being executed, right, for what they've seen, touched, smelled, felt, their experience, right? And that's the whole thing that you get in the New Testament is the experience of God making contact with people. They can't stop the spread of it, so they start legalizing it, right? And then controlling it within their own paradigm. And then you get people waking up saying, no, everything that you're doing is wrong. And this is why it's wrong. And so here's what the Bible actually says. And so when people are like, well, Christians were killing other people, and it's like, no, you have to divide rightly. It's the Roman Catholic Church that was executing people in inquisitions, right? It wasn't Christians killing people. And then,
right, yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right, exactly.
And then people will say, well, I can't trust it because the New Testament doesn't sound like the Old Testament, right? Like, Jesus is suddenly this guy of understanding, and God in the Old Testament is just like this wrathful guy who just like destroy everything and kill everyone, right? And it's just like, no, right? Jesus makes all the same points as God did in the Old Testament, right? If you're not with me, you're against me. And then you got a revelation that was given to John, which is Revelations, and it's more bloody than every other book in the Bible, right? Because it's talking about the end of everything and the start of what was originally supposed to be, right? If Adam and Eve hadn't sinned, we would be coexisting with God right now. But because we're not coexisting with God, and we've made this legal detachment, there had to be a re-legalization or continuing to allow the lack of desire to connect with God to remain, but then eventually do away with it, right? Reclaiming authority and making a new transaction so that we can continue on into the next existence or the future of reality. I'm garbling this up. They say I can't believe God because I don't experience God, right? And reality tells me that God doesn't exist because, well, there's all this infinite nothing. Well, if you actually understood that the infinite nothing doesn't exist, you're actually within a finite existence, and he's actually closer and more interacting with you than what you believe, then you would come to the understanding of, well, there is a God. And then you would be faced with the evidence of which one is correct.
Right.
And it's just like, which linchpin do you want to pull first? They've got all this rope, and they're having fun in the field, but eventually the rope's going to get tight. And they don't want to deal with the rope getting tight. So it hinders their freedom. And then, like, conversations with other flat earthers, like, you know for a fact and with every bone in your body that the earth is flat and it's objective, but we're not going to take a moment to try and figure out which God is real. Because if you just create a God, then you're just going back into your globe belief and just creating something subjective. Right? We get people in here all the time talking about, oh, well, gravity is this way, when the people who actually designed it says opposite of what you're saying. You're taking the globe model and making it what you want to fit your belief system. Can't do that. Life is objective. Either true or it's false. You got to figure out which one's which. You have all the information available to you to figure this out. Since you woke up to the flat earth, you really know how to investigate now. You know how to spot a lie. You know how to spot something that's not true. You know when someone's playing you. Or I would assume you would, since we're here.
Oh, we got silence again.
Yeah, I'm having a brain. I gotta scan papers.
Well, do what you gotta do, bro.
I think the hardest people to talk to are the ones who don't trust anything about history.
Well, I don't know. I don't really trust anything about history necessarily, but I'm not in denial. I'm just saying, unless I see like actual physical evidence for whatever it is you're talking about, then I'm still just going to reject it. But it doesn't make me like, I don't think that makes me stupid. It just, I check everything. I want to see it, you know? Don't just tell me about it, show me.
Yeah. Well, then you're not.
I mean, every Christian, I think that anyone who believes in God has a reason why they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't have. Anyway.
There's a gentleman. Don't know his last name, but he's from Connecticut, and he goes to colleges, and he talks to college kids about God's existence using logic, right, and discerning right from wrong using the evidence that's been displayed, right. But he follows the typical globe model, like and I remember in one of his statements him being asked, well, if aliens presented themselves as real, would you believe that aliens exist? And he said, yes, because the evidence shows that if aliens are possible, because, you have all these planets and all these star systems and all this space, right? And I was just like, I listened to you to understand, logical to have a logical perspective, and you're taking the heart of the globe model and exposing it to these kids, and it's like, dang, if aliens came and was like, yo, I created you and I made you possible, I made all of this possible, then with what they've been given, there is no other alternative. Like, because the alien would be the physical thing to complete the connection into believing this thing is true. Right? Because you could finally touch it, feel it, experience it. I feel like after aliens pop up, that's going to be like the end of being able to talk to anybody about the flat Earth. be the last ditch effort of being able to convince anybody God exists, because God would just become another alien.
Yeah, you got a point. People would just say, oh, it's just another form of it. Like they're all equal or something.
And it's just a matter of which one's stronger. Not a matter of, is this true?
Right. That's why they ask why.
Uh-huh.
Why would they do it? Why would they?
Just got here, robot chicks. Is there anybody know people here?
What's up, dude? I'm not new.
My mic's all right.
Yeah, you sound good, bro.
Shockingly. Many humans continue to believe they exist on the outside of a spinning oblate spheroid zipping through nothing. Are y'all aware of this?
Clearly.
Yeah, most always.
This could be because many humans have not properly investigated the claims of the globular model. Maybe.
I agree.
Maybe because humans come from monkeys, If they think they come from monkeys, there's big trouble there.
Not that they come from monkeys, it's that they come from rocks, right? There was a rock, it existed, and then suddenly it got wet, and then it sweat because of humidity, and then we came.
And then we.
Ooh, are we humans? Are we like a byproduct of? We're not. We're not a byproduct of this idea that we're coming from rocks, mammals, monkeys.
Nope.
There's been multiple people saying that you cannot prove anything. It's kind of like this. I don't know if this is a simulation idea or whatever, but people actually kind of in their mind they entertain what they imagine so strongly that they say like, "Oh, nothing is real. You cannot prove anything," and that's kind of, I don't know how you get to that point of thinking. Like, just put, I don't know, just touch water or drink water, or drive a car. That's very real stuff. But people want to say that we kind of live in this fantasy thing in their minds.
Fantasy Island.
I don't think the simulation idea would have come about if we didn't have such influence by video games and Hollywood. I feel like no one would come to the idea that their existence was a reflection of another existence.
But I've been hearing multiple people saying, going against what we experience and our senses, and cannot taking it to that fantasy and saying, comparing the whole fantasy experience that they're having, like you're saying, in video games and movies, and trying to put that into the real experience. I'm like, I don't know how you can actually do that possibly, right? Because there is nothing. You can't make real life a movie. Like, if someone can try and try, but you can make real life like what we experience in the real thing in the first perspective. I don't know, just making it a movie or a video game. I don't think it's possible.
Uh-uh.
But people want to go against all that. People want to actually go against what we experience and what we can measure and demonstrate and verify and repeat. Building structures. I don't know, experiencing swimming or running or even even going up in a hot air balloon. Those experiences that those things that we can do. People think about that stuff in I don't know, in a subjective, abstract way. Like I think when they think about the globe, they never seen the globe, but they have it in their mind, and they're thinking about this spinning water ball. They're looking at it from the outside, right? Their mind is in space, looking at the globe, thinking that that's where they live, that's what they are. But that's not what we experience.
Yeah.
How can you possibly come to the conclusion that that's reality? Yeah, I think it's definitely the over propaganda, the overflow of bad information into the the visuals we've been given since we're young. It has an impact on the image that we put in our mind, and yeah, it definitely has. It comes out of the speech. You hear this young was talking about the globe and the gravity and all these fantasy language that is all made up. They don't actually know what it actually means, but they speak about it, and they speak this language or these ideas like they are actually factual. But they don't even know what it actually means.
Yeah, well, the reason we don't understand nothing is because nothing is actually something. Gotta create crap to understand crap. Take a turd, you paint it, you polish it. What is it?
It is something. If you grab it and you can mold it and paint it and break it and put it together apart, I mean, that is something. But when you're talking about nothing, you can't paint that.
Nope.
I think it's definitely that's why they gotta push the globe and the propaganda, because if they don't push it and they don't put it on people's faces every day, people will just figure it out and discard it eventually. That's why they have to push it. They have to put it on the children's faces and promote it and incentivize it too, because our people are incentivized to just, I mean, promote it, talk about it. There's videos and movies and news, even is in the background of any given news.
Right.
In the globe, we have a global conflict, or we have a global this and a global that. It's global news. Global finances.
Global catastrophe.
Global catastrophe. Global weather. Is that ingredient on the soup of everything that you don't need that ingredient to experience the food, but some people just think that that ingredient is there, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's been going on. I've been busy. Meeting new people. We spoke someone earlier, but he was kind of speaking, kind of like in a joke way. He was making fun of flat earthers.
Funny how? Funny ha ha? Funny.
I was like, "You guys don't believe in gravity?"
Duper's delight. He knows exactly what we're talking about.
Making fun.
This is the internet, and we're people. We do want to have fun and have a laugh and all that kind of stuff. And I find when the young people join and they have questions, and it's cool to answer. But I kind of find it amusing sometimes that they join and it's like they want to make fun of the dumb flat earthers because they're flat earthers. They're dumb. They don't know. They don't believe in gravity. They they don't believe that the earth is round. And why will NASA lie? This is very persistent, but I think Get told the guy earlier that these questions are not your questions. These questions were given to you, and you just asking these questions. Like the Flat Earth Society and that kind of information that is promoted and is debunking flat Earth videos that people find when they search flat Earth. So it's very generic for most people when they join and they ask in a way let me join this flat Earth Discord and ask them these obvious things like gravity and round Earth. They don't believe in this reality. Flat Earthers don't believe in this reality that I know is factual.
Even then, even with the Globers who come in, there's a distinction between them. Some ask you why would they lie, but some also ask why would it matter. The former has at least some chance of hope in them because to them it still matters, right? But the one who asks why would it matter, they're the criminals, I would say, because they don't care about truth. I mean, it's a subtle difference, but at least you can answer to the first one properly.
Yeah, the latter that you mentioned. So many of them say, but I don't care. But if are they lying to themselves, or maybe some people just see a link of the Flat Earth Discord and they're in their mind, since they haven't looked at it, they just want to join to troll. Let me make fun. This is a funny thing. I'm gonna go there and have make fun of Earthers.
I think quite some of them are like that, but the ones who are actually being quote unquote genuine, I think it's a form of weak or a subtle nihilism because they don't really care about truth. Like, that's what atheism and the globe does to you. Like, it makes you indifferent towards everything. It's not just about the shape of the earth, it's about all the things that surround it. Like, it's not hard to become a nihilist or atheist with the globe model. That's the whole purpose of it, if I would say. By the way, Jamsey, are you from Eastern Europe by any chance?
Jimsy's Mexican, I think. Aren't you,
Because
Jimsy?
I thought he was Eastern European because of his accent, but yeah.
No, he can speak for himself. I think he's Puerto Rican. I could be wrong. He stepped away for a second, maybe.
I thought he was Brazilian.
Hey, now your mic is like messing up a little bit. It's like crackling or something.
Mine is. I'll shut up.
Yes, no, don't shut up. It's just figure out what it is. Maybe, I don't know.
I think it might be the sensitivity of your voice input. You might be able to fix it by going into your settings. It's like a gear icon. Then you go to voice and video, and there
Yeah,
should
not
be
right
a
now. I'm
slider.
driving. It's probably because I'm driving, but I'll shut up. Y'all go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's what it is, because it happens to me a lot too. Whenever I'm like driving or something, I speak, and it happens a lot.
It's the satellite connection. It's a little loose.
Well, you're jumping towers, right? So when you're driving, you're moving through, and you change towers a lot. That's right, crackles like that.
I was on a phone call.
Ooh.
Anyways, what's going on? Flat Earth.
We were asking of your location of origin, Mr. James.
Location?
Yes. Where are you from?
My location is the northeast of the U.S. or so, New England, the New England area, Boston.
Boston.
I didn't know that. Of course,
He
I don't
really
know where
asked where
anybody
you
lives,
were
really.
born and raised at. I guess Puerto Rico. Was I right, Jimsy?
Oh yeah, I was born in Borinquen, Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Neato.
Yes, yes, yes. Have you guys spoken to Six Gorillion? What's up, Six?
Can't say that I have.
Gorillion.
Where'd he go?
Is that after what is gorillion? You got billion, trillion, quadrillion, kin what is
Pentillion.
5? Pentillion, sextillion? Gorillion.
I don't know.
Gorillion is
wrong, but I think
I never heard
religion
it
is
before.
totally made up. It's totally made up, I guess. I never heard
yeah,
of
I'm
it.
just
Maybe it's
messing
his
around.
name.
Yeah. I imagine it's made up, but I'm trying to add it to the billions and billions.
It's gorilla and lion too, mixed together, kind of. Brilliant.
Yeah,
Gorilla.
gorillion. Yeah, it's a hybrid, a chimera, a gorilla
That's
and a
interesting.
lion. Yeah. Cool, cool. He doesn't want to speak at the moment. I'll ban him because he didn't reply. Just kidding.
Well, he might
Just
be
kidding.
doing
Just
something. I think he said he was working over there, or somebody did. Just in case.
kidding.
Mess with her.
Yeah, same with me. Sometimes people say, "Hey, Jamesy," I'm like in the middle of like sometimes I'm with family or something and it's loud. I don't open the mic. So yeah, I mostly
my
do, but
daughter.
sometimes I can't.
Does your family acknowledge that the Earth is flat?
Gorillion. Isn't that a reference to how do you say it? The one happening like in the 40s? I'm not gonna name it, of course. We're on live stream, but like
Wait,
the
what?
triple.
What is the question?
Like you addressed Gorillion, right? I assume you
Oh
addressed
yeah,
it because of the user called 6Gorillion.
yeah.
He's, I would say, he's National Socialist.
He's a national socialist.
I mean, the triple
You,
parenthesis is actually a code name for Jews, let's say. And he's addressing the 6 million. Yeah.
wow, you did took it some deep levels there, and it could make sense, but who knows?
I mean, you can look it up yourself.
Right.
Like the triple parenthesis is like a hidden code language to use.
I was gonna say it
Yeah.
meant 666, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to pop off and not know what it really meant. So.
Because yeah, censorship, they couldn't just claim it outright because their accounts would be taken down. So they usually use code language, being the Black Sun, triple parenthesis, 1488, and so on.
All I know is that it's only possible on a flat Earth.
Yeah. I mean, cooking your food is only possible on a flat Earth because your room needs to be contained. Otherwise, the outside wind currents will, dim your fire.
Howdy, howdy.
And I've been wondering, like, how can the Globers believe in a non-contained Earth? Because, like, even I don't claim gravity, but even if their claim is quote-unquote true, the kinetic movement of the particles would already shoot out every single particle on Earth into the vacuum because, particles bounce against each other. So it's impossible to keep all the gas particles on Earth, even with that quote unquote gravity. So yeah, you need a container. Don't just buy helium from the supermarket without anything to contain it. Because that's just absurd.
Their generic answer will be, but if you go to space, then the laws of nature don't apply, so you can have that.
No,
So they'll take you to La La Land, and then they'll take you to La La Land, and then explain why we have a spinning globe.
The spinning globe. I guess the ones who discovered the quote-unquote globe were football fans, or soccer fans, as Americans would call it.
Nice. Tired?
Oh, I forgot to mute myself. Well, yeah, kinda.
So I figured that. That's why I said something.
But
Before you really get yourself into trouble.
Nah, I don't.
Has anybody tried to give an example of a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and not use the Earth as an example? This would be for like those who've been here forever.
Oh, well, I won't speak. I'm new.
I mean, I find it weird. Perhaps it's just American education system, but over here, like in Belgium, when they were teaching the maps about in regards of cartography, they actually did admit that when they make a globe maps, they use a projection, like various projection techniques, where they convert a flat map on a globe map, and that's why. And they also address that a globe map can't be, how do you say it, perfectly correct. Like it's either the angle between the countries that are false, either the proportions, or the distances. You can't have all three correct at the same time on a globe map. But then people take that and later on forget about all the nuances that have been given, and they form their whole globe belief. So, yeah.
What's all that about? Snapping your knee? Hi. What's up, Gabby?
Gets. Is there any meaning behind your name, by the way, Get? Like, does it stand for something?
It might.
It's so quiet in here at this hour.
Yep. No one's talking really. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. What about you guys? Like, I went out today and it's always crazy. Like, the globe model is everywhere. Like, it's hard to avoid it. You'll see it somewhere, either on an advertisement, or some billboard, or on a shop.
Maybe he's working.
Like, basically propaganda through repetition. Repeat it until people just take it. But that's what it comes down to.
Cyber blitz.
Oh yeah, they drag the globe in like every discussion they can. It's pretty sad.
And even in normal day language and terms, for example, if you want to say something that's true everywhere at the same time, all the terms are corrupted. You either say universal or global, so it's seeped into language as well.
Yeah. Well, there's one that I like that isn't used very much, but it's this plane of existence. And I don't hear it used as much, but I mean it makes sense to me.
Yeah. That's a proper term. I mean, it took some while for me to cleanse my vocabulary of those corrupted words ever since I turned to Flat Earth. Like, I don't use global anymore, I don't use universe, universal, so on. So I'm healing, basically.
Yeah.
Somebody's hot mic.
Yeah, I get burned out when like I'm watching a video or reading a book and they're like they reference the planet and it's just like we get it, like whatever you're referencing, you're saying, that you're reinforcing the globe.
Yeah.
It just gets old. They keep doing that over and over.
And this is a personal thing, but at my end, it's always funny to meet a Glober Christian because they either have to take the whole Bible as metaphorical for their whole globe model to stand, and they never can take anything literal, according to them.
Who's the anonymous researcher? Have we talked to him? Or has he just been in here?
I haven't seen him before. He must be a recent member. But he has the flat earth role, apparently.
Yeah, so I figured he might be. Listen, maybe wants to talk. Okay, maybe not. Yeah.
I think almost everyone in here is AFK. It's probably because it's pretty early in America, and most of the members are American.
Right now on the East Coast, it is 1:30. Well, 1:25 to be exact. A lot of us are at work.
West Coast, it's 10:26.
I've always wondered, like, what kind of jobs do you do that you can, like, listen in on a VC and work at the same time? Because when I was working, it was hard for me to do both. Like, I was working at a restaurant, so...
I'm working from my computer, so I'm good to go.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I work at
And I'm
gas,
just
so I've
ahead.
got all the time to listen in or have a conversation with my phone in my pocket. You know, just keep my phone, which is cool on Discord because I can turn my phone off and I can still have a conversation because it acts like a phone call. So
it's pretty handy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm on my phone too. That's why I probably just get staticky sometimes. But I'm disabled. I don't work. That's why I'm able to kind of be around whenever I want to be. So as long as there's not family or something going on in my life.
I have a question though, like, I want your guys' opinions. Like, what do you think of working for yourself? Like, not necessarily as an independent person, but just working to provide for yourself in regards of food, land, basically having some piece of land and raising chickens and sheep, stuff like that. Like, away from society.
I would like to be able to do that, honestly, but I don't have the know-how. I know I could probably research how to do all of that, right? Like make my own food, maintain my own animals, but I don't know. I don't even know how I'd start.
I was just going to ask where you were at.
I am in the southeast of the United States. I travel from Florida to Georgia to South Carolina to North Carolina. I have not gone to Alabama yet.
I'm sorry, I had to go for a sec. Someone called me.
Later.
No, I'm still here. Like, I had to, like, mute myself for a moment.
Okay.
I mean, the know-how. I mean, I would say that it's all so harder economically these days because it's funny how it's like the tables turned. Like back in the day, like a few hundred years ago, it was mostly the, let's say, the poorer people who owned these lands and farmed. But right now, it's actually more economically draining to actually buy land and start farming if you want to. So the things got twisted and turned around.
Jimmy, you're hot micing or something. Something's going on there. All right, now go ahead and speak now. Sorry about that.
I simply, long story short, back then it was easier economically to be a farmer because it would cost you less money. Usually the poorer people would be farmers, but right now it's the contrast. It's harder to buy land because of the inflation of the price to buy land, and it's much less economically draining to just have a job at some restaurant, some city job basically. I think it all started with the whole industrialization and the whole discovery of the Taylor Smith method, where they have compartments, inter-institutes, and so on.
Somebody named Rob47 came in.
Is he a new person? Let's see. Oh,
So he's a flat earther, but it doesn't say much about him.
so hello, Rob.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. What about you?
Not much, just chilling. I'm off work today.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I mean, I don't come in here very often, but just decided to hop in. I really just listen a lot, but
Yeah, like same. I usually join to listen in. It's like a podcast to me, this channel. I just come here, people have interesting topics. But
yeah,
during the
for
day
sure.
here,
Somebody
people
named Lino Tomo.
are at work.
Lino Tomo. Just came in.
Lina Tomo. Is it? Oh, it's Globerfer. So, Lina Tomo, can you go off mute for a sec, please? I have a few questions, if you don't mind. I guess not.
I noticed something. People who claim that it won't change their life any if the Earth is flat or not, they all happen to be Globers. Because, like, I've never really heard a flat earthers say anything like that. Because it does change how you see reality.
It's not going to change their life because they're the kind of people who aren't going to change their minds, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't unsee it. I mean, the moon landing hoax, like it changes a lot about your life.
Changes everything about what you thought this was.
Yeah.
They come in here day after day. It won't change anything for me. Well, why do you keep talking about it then?
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be here, like, arguing for a globe if it didn't change.
Yeah, totally. I agree. It's gnawing at them.
Yeah. And those atheist YouTuber globers that argue that flat earthers are against science, they come in here and they get destroyed, and then they don't come back. So
A pretty big blow to the ego for them. Not what they're expecting, I imagine.
yeah, it's crazy.
A blow to the ego, and it would also make them rethink their reality. And they can't come back in here and continue arguing because then it's just going to expose their twisted understanding, which is going to destroy their lifestyle.
Yeah, the more they have to double down on a dumb idea, the dumber they're going to sound.
Y'all mind if I say something about that?
Go for it.
Send it.
Yeah, so like I'm pretty open about, my view of the world at work and stuff. I'll talk to people, and I've got this one friend in particular, like it's just crazy. Like he believes everything, mainstream media puts out there and all this and we've gotten into some pretty heated like arguments about it and stuff and he'll always continue to bring it up, like he sent me like a video yesterday of like I guess Ranty Flat Earth, like he was like, this is a good video because we see a perspective of somebody who's been a flat earther, and I can tell he's really looking into it a lot. He's, I think that because I presented so much stuff to him that it has to like stick with him in a way, but like he's really into the globe and all the Elon Musk and all that stuff. But I don't know, it's just crazy because he'll continue to bring it up and he's a smart guy. Like he's pretty intelligent, but so I know things that I've told him before has to be sticking with him, and I just think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I've seen that before where they get into like defending their worldview and they just keep coming back.
Yeah, even if you don't even say anything to them, they'll they want. It's like he wants to bring it up.
Yeah, it's in the back of his head all the time. I know people like that. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
He'll come around. He's thinking about it if he keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, but it's funny. Like yesterday, he brought up. He said that science is pretty much what he's saying was science is just anytime we just gather information. And I was just like giving him like specific quotes about what science actually is, and it how the word has been used and kind of like brought into where it's just they kind of use it as this word to because people say like I'm a science denier. I'm like, no, actually I know what science is, and it's not what y'all think it is, but it's whatever.
Oh yeah, it's funny. They're like, there's not just one scientific method. I mean, and they try to act like it's anything you want it to be.
Yeah, but I was on break. I was staring out my windshield in my car on break, and I was like, so according to you, like I'm doing science right now because I'm gathering information about everything I perceive, and even though I'm not really thinking about all of it. And he's like, yeah, that's right. I said, so a bloodhound, you got a bloodhound that's trying to sniff out I don't know, some animal or something. That bloodhound's a scientist. And he pretty much said, yeah. It's just funny. It's like, it's just crazy.
These people who constantly try to back their points with quote unquote science, they just show us again and again that they don't know what that is.
Exactly. Because,
A lot of the question of what the Earth is doesn't even have to go into science. It's just geometry.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's what I was telling him. I was like, it's not a scientific inquiry about what the earth is. Yep, you're right. Thank you for, that's exactly where I was trying to go with that. I forgot.
Yeah, totally. Another one I hear a lot is flat earthers just don't understand physics. It's like, this isn't a physics question, man. It's 8th grade geometry. That's all you need to test the claims of the globe. I mean, you can go into physics on certain things, but fundamentally it's just geometry.
Yep. It's really, really simple to see it too. Once you do see it, of course, I mean, like my whole life, I'd always kind of like knew something was up with everything. Nothing just really felt right with me, even from a young age. But it's one of them, when I first like seen it, I was just like, I instantly kind of like felt inside like, yeah, this is true. And I still did, I did a lot of research after that, but I don't know. It was like, yeah, you don't ever see curvature. The horizon's flat. I mean, I always kind of wonder when I was a kid, like, all right, so I'm in a different spot today than I was yesterday. Like I'm thousands of miles away from where I actually was, like in space in the universe. And I don't know, just that was weird to me.
Yeah, that is weird.
But they do all the hula hoops and like, I don't know what they're in their mind to make them to believe that they're spinning and stuff. And the earth doesn't spin under anything. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, no one has experienced that. Even the biggest proponents of the globe model admit that they couldn't substantiate that that's happening.
Yep.
So where does that leave it? I mean, if it was happening, I mean, it would have been demonstrated and proven irrefutably. Like, it wouldn't be this big of an issue. It wouldn't be hundreds of years just trying to get the first thing about their model down pat, like curvature. But the longer they cling on to the model, the longer that's all going to go on for, because they'll never be able to prove it because it's not reality.
Yep.
Yeah.
Infinite universe, but we always have the same constellations. and the same star drills.
Well, that's just because they're really, really, really far away.
Yeah.
Right.
They're all speeding around at millions of miles per hour, but then they're like trillions of light years and stuff like this away.
Yeah, and different light years and stuff away. So it's like, but they all circle together in unison, you know? Like, it just, I don't know how people can, like, justify that in their heads.
They're pointing to everything and telling you that it's the exact opposite of what it appears to be.
Oh, yeah. And stars are balls of gas in a perfect vacuum. Yeah.
Right.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Nothing sus there.
I just can't believe how long they got away with that for. Like, I just never even really thought about that for so many years.
Yeah, neither did I. But when I'll say that to this guy, he'll talk how, like, oh, well, it's plasma. Like, it's, you know.
How does that even form in a near perfect vacuum?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah. And all of this is contingent on these stars being massive, because it doesn't work on a small scale, only on a big one. So, yeah, we can't demonstrate it, but just believe us.
Yeah, I guess that's what. I guess that's like a special pleading fallacy. Well, it's just so big, or it's yeah.
And conveniently, it's scale. All this stuff that they're talking about happens on a scale of reality that we can't directly experience or test anything on. So it's completely unfalsifiable, everything that they claim.
Yeah. I thought science was about it being falsifiable and test.
Exactly. If it's not falsifiable or verifiable, then it's not science. Conjecture, philosophy, religion, sure, but not science. Pseudoscience.
Exactly.
Yeah, well put.
And that's kind of why, like a lot of them, when they come here, yeah, it's a flat Earth server. They're not even asking about flat Earth. Like, how do you know it's flat? Blah blah. No, all they want to talk about is the sky. Like, it's like
Yeah.
And the sky is in the exact opposite direction of the thing that's actually in question here, which is the Earth. So they're really looking anywhere but the thing that we're actually talking about. Because I think if they must know on some level that if they looked at that, it wouldn't turn out to be what they're saying it is. So they gotta look at other things.
Yep.
Well, at the same time, they don't know any better because that's how they've been trained, you know. Because we were all the same way, you know. But we just realized that there's more to it than just believing narrative, right? We were able to disseminate to dissect the fact that what's actual real proof and what's real evidence. We know how to separate the two. Not everybody can, and I realize that it doesn't matter how smart somebody is. Not everybody can do that. They just really can't. It's you know, I lost a lot of friends because of it because they refuse to try and understand what evidence is and what's verifiable and stuff like that. You know,
Yep.
so I mean, their minds are in outer space, and it's hard to come out of there, man. It really is.
Fraud is also a comedian, if you didn't notice. We were never like them, and he'll take that back immediately because they are scared to death of truth, which is the impossibility for us. We couldn't have been scared of the truth. Like the guy yesterday, that Fraud was seeing right through him, that continuously was saying ridiculous things to avoid the entire conversation because he was here to prop up his ego to say, look, I went here and talked to these people and I showed them, I taught them something. That's all he was here to do. That's why he wouldn't even make his own claim, because as soon as he makes a claim, you guys are going to destroy that claim. So he was scared of his own claim and spent 2 days, almost an entire, 6 hours total, playing this ring around the rosy, touch butt game. Which is just ridiculous. And I got frustrated a couple of times because people keep falling for it, Fraud. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because the truth is they are afraid. I mean, to be honest, because if they really wanted to look at it, they could, but they're making a choice.
I'm also going to say that I don't say this one thing, just to a good point or shine a good light on the server, though. Indio, for example, one of the lead moderators would not have fallen for that. Indio approaches things in a different way and does not like to be lied to. There are certain moderators that just know when they're being lied to and would not have allowed that. It's just very simple. When somebody's coming in here and trolling so bad, they're scared of their own claim. It's just designed to cause that ruckus, to cause that dysfunction, that discord between ourselves, where people are now telling me to shut up, the guy came in admitting that he didn't want to talk to me. That should be a warning. He was scared to death of me and wanted everybody else to interrupt for a reason. You know what I mean? Like if somebody comes in and says, I don't want to talk to Fraud, I'm going to say, well, you're going to now have to talk to Fraud. That's the way I approach it. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, if somebody comes in and is scared of somebody that's obviously credible, that needs to be handled first. And until that's handled, the room is just going to be chaos.
Yeah, I agree. I was listening to that. I definitely agree.
Yeah, that's true.
Good point. Excellent.
Like you went on mute, and then exactly what you were saying happened, XO. So yeah.
I want to say one thing. A lot of it is fear, but it's also a combination of fear and just a love for this world and this. Because like my friend I talked to, like he just, it's like he loves all the things and everything he's been told, and this dreams of like having colonies on Mars. He just loves all of that stuff. So it's fear and that, and I'm sure other things as well. But it's crazy.
It's that Disney World effect, You go to Disney, you want the dream to be real. That's why people go there. They grew up watching Disney movies, and they go there, and it becomes real for them. Same with space. We grew up watching this crap on TV all the time. Star Trek, Star Wars, Babylon 5, whatever you want to, Doctor Who, all these crazy out there crazy shit. And we're thinking one day we can do that, but that's not a reality.
I mean, if someone's going to block you for showing them evidence, that speaks for itself. That's volumes. That's a concession. That's a win. That's a checkmate. That's everything. That's like going to play chess with somebody, and the first two moves, they take the chessboard and throw the whole board over. You won. Okay, it doesn't matter that you guys are trying to pick up pieces and put it back on the board and put the board back on the table as if you didn't win. That's the biggest problem I notice, Fraud, not to beat anybody up, but flat earthers, you don't know when you've won. That's the one thing I've realized, that we're so used to having to battle, and until we finish this battle, it's like going in the war and you have these objections, right? And you go, until we get these objections, sir, we're not going to stop fighting. Well, if the enemy shoots themselves all in the head, you don't have to accomplish those objections anymore. It's over, guys.
Is this about the troll of yesterday? Like the guy who pretended to be neutral?
Yes, yes, and that's a great example because he was here for so long. It literally shines so many. I mean, it just showed, and we learned a lot. I'm not the only one who knows this. A lot of people here have said it. They learned a lot from that experience because that's what we do. We become stronger. We're putting our swords in the fire. We take them out. We put them in the fire again. It's that hard, steel iron sharpens iron sort of thing. But take the lessons. Take the fact that you guys don't realize you guys are more powerful than you realize, right? You guys have all the advantages in your favor. You don't even have to use a sword. You could go up against this army with your fingernails. You don't even need to use a weapon. Their own attitude, their own approach is going to destroy them because, again, the truth does not need defended. We've already known this. All you have to do is let the truth loose, right? And it's over.
And did he get banned? Like, because I left because
No.
it got boring at the end. I don't know if it was the end, but
Oh, I know. Me and Fraud were pulling our hair out. Yeah, I mean, right. It was just the same monotonous ring around the rosy. Like it's like I'm at the Ferris wheel and the thing keeps going around and there it is again. I can't get on yet because nobody, it's literally a ring around the rosy with these people. It's this sophist approach. Again, it's an atheism approach. I was very offended when he kept saying he believes in God. He even said Abraham. You believe in God, but remember again. Fraud is my witness. The guy kept saying, "Well, I don't have to trust my senses," or "No, I don't trust my senses because what? Like, what is that? What do you mean? That's a concession. It's over." And I guess why I'm annoyed is why can't people take that as a win? And until that's discussed, until that's fixed, there is no discussion. If somebody wants to play chess with you and says, "Well, my chess pieces really aren't where we see them," it's over.
Well, yeah, I've listened to many discussions where when someone got to that point to where they can't trust their senses, the conversation's over. Like they don't continue. So I don't know what happened there.
Right. I get it. Well, obviously you believe in outer space, and the conclusion is yes, the outer space religion destroys your ability to think. Thank you for conceding. That's my point. When I talk to a flat earther, that's the whole point. I know they can trust their senses. I know they are of sound mind. They're not afraid of the topic. It's the exact opposite, titles or not.
Yeah, that guy had the dishonest position, I guess, that, well, I don't believe the globe, but I don't believe the flat earth either. So, and he's like, y'all need to convince me that it's flat.
No, exactly. And that's right. And that's it. As soon as he said that, we should tell him that welcome to flat earth. You don't have to believe in flat earth. You've already admitted that's what you experienced. It's over. I don't have to call it flat earth. You already admit that you didn't experience a globe. That's it. That's the whole point of this server, getting people to understand that they don't experience this fantasy. It's not about titles. So he admitted it, and that was it. He conceded in several ways, literally. I've never seen so many people. The guy conceded in half a dozen ways, and nobody wanted to put a stamp on it. So whatever.
Yeah.
And also he said he was neutral, but if that was true, he would be more towards flat earth, because being neutral is like accepting things as they are and as they come to you. And if you go outside, nothing shows to you as a globe. All you see is a flat horizon. Correct. So
yes,
being neutral is like literally sticking to your own senses. It's synonymous.
Right. It's not a car deal. I'm not trying to get to him to trade in his Ford Mustang for a Dodge Charger. I'm not trying to convince him of anything. There is no deal here. This overcomplicated thing is it's just going to bite you in the ass. Remember, truth is simple. And if we can't explain it in a truthful manner, just in the simplest form of breaking it down to 1 + 1 is 2, then we don't have it figured out. That's how you know. It's just like with these infanticist atheists that are evolutionists. They have to make everything foggy and indiscernible and androgynous and weird and cringy. And that's what causes confusion. So now nobody knows what's going on. That confusion causes people to go, well, I'm scared. I don't want people to think I'm stupid because I don't understand it. No, if you can't break it down, then there's no point to it. And his concession by saying, well, I don't believe in the globe earth, it's over. Then it's not about belief anyway. Exactly. You just conceded. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'll play chess with you, but we got to use D&D rules.
Right, and I'm going to now hand you your own chess. It's like you have a temper tantrum. You throw the chessboard on the ground. I'm not going to be able to now hand that person their chess pieces like they're a disabled person that needs that help. I can't now force them to play chess and say, come on, we're going to play chess. No, you need to pick up your pieces and you need to make your first move now with your knights and your whatever. I don't even play chess, whatever. Use your pieces and do. No, that's not how chess works. If they're not interested in playing, if they've already given up, it's over. Beautiful day here. Just hit noon right now, west of the Rockies, south of the 37th parallel from our judgment scar. It's raining here. God is good. I don't know about you guys, but I love this weather.
Here, here.
Yeah, I'm going through North Carolina. It's beautiful here.
Then anybody know that after that guy, we had, of course, another, magical fairy tale believer. Excuse me. What was his name? Guy? Something Guy. It was like Guy. It looked like Guy, but it was Guy. Anybody? It was last night. Can't remember.
I think I remember it. I don't remember the name
back,
either.
yeah. I said, okay.
It was.
Go ahead.
It was your care something care. Blah, blah, blah.
No. The first guy was carefree. You're thinking of the first weirdo. There was two. It's been a full moon for 3 days. If you guys haven't noticed, you could tell by the people joining the panel. Yes. Okay. The other guy was carefree.
Yeah. Oh, it was like Altel 10 or something, wasn't it?
No. That's another one.
It was Guy Jean. I wish I didn't know that. Guy Jean.
You're right. That's it. It's Guy Jean. Yeah, and it looks like Guy Jean, and you actually pronounce it Gay Jean, but he wants it pronounced Guy Jean.
Well, yeah, that says it all right there.
That's hilarious.
So
I didn't even notice.
There's been so many weirdos lately. This guy was great, and he said he did not want to discuss the shape of the Earth with me. Well, okay, that's fine. Well, you got two options. You can discuss the fact that you believe in this magical cartoon religion of outer space balls, or we can discuss the heart of the matter, the evolution magical paradigm. And he chose that. I said, great. I said, all you got to do is give me just one example. I don't even care if it's hypothetical, guys. And it's so easy, and that's why it's my favorite topic. I say, just give me it's actually worse for them as far as its evolution is concerned, because watch, all you have to do is go give me a hypothetical example. They can't do it. You see, if you ask a Glober in that argument, give me a hypothetical example of evidence for your outer space religion, all they have to do is say finding Earth curve. You're right. But in the evolution paradigm, they can't. They cannot fathom even a hypothetical example of evolution evidence. That's why they continue to use normal reproduction. So I said, just give me an example. He said, okay, I'm going to get my horse example. I'm not making this up. He comes back about 10 minutes later and gives a citation, and I'm just going to put it in here right now. This is the evidence from his website, 3 minutes after the hour right now. Just look at the bottom of the screen. That's the evidence off his citation about horse teeth becoming bigger over time, and that the average size of horse teeth is now slightly different by about 1%. That's literally the evidence, guys. Right. I'm not making this up, you see.
Horse
I'm
teeth?
not making this up. Yes. That's what he came back with. And I told the guys, just wait a minute. Just let him give a citation. I don't care what it is. Let them make a claim, and it will literally destroy themselves. And that's why I give them any claim they want. I don't make them define evolution. They can't anyway. I'll give them whatever definition they want. I'll even let them pick their definition of science. And then when it comes down to it, all you got to do is say, okay, now show me the evidence. This is what their example of evidence is a chart that looks like it was made by third graders with a couple of crayons, literally crayons.
What's Timo?
Wait, so horse
Oh,
teeth?
versus high? What does that mean?
Horse teeth proves evolution now? Is that what he's saying?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Because horse teeth are slightly bigger now, therefore horses come from non-horses. Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right.
That's what I'm telling you. It's 1,000 times more profitable to allow them to use any definition they want and then present a claim via citation. It's literally 1,000 times more damaging because every time they do, they are going to commit this sort of suicide. This mental suicide is going to occur every single time. And you can't make this up. If I would have wrote a fictional novel about evolutionists and put this in it, I would have been told, no one's going to believe that. That's ridiculous. It's not fiction. It's reality. That's what they're doing in reality now to try to justify this evolution paradigm. And they don't even have a claim. It's all made up information anyway. So watch this. Even if I give them that it's true, let's say this chart is true, 100%, that the average horse tooth is now larger, right? That's not even adaptation, let alone evolution, because by necessary antecedent, the horse still already had to have the ability to survive. This isn't even adaptation. You see, so even if I allow them to have their evolution definition, allow them to have their science definition, and then allow them to present evidence, it is actually a hairy carry to themselves. It literally just allows them to destroy themselves. And instead of making me have to debate, I don't even have to debate. It's over. They did it to themselves.
Yeah, only the strong horse takes the rider to the destination.
Right, watch this. This is how easy. All you have to do is ask them one. That's right. Ask them one question. Did the horse already have the ability to survive or not?
Yeah.
That's it. Watch this. A, yes. B is no. Both examples are not even adaptation. Your only two options are both going to disprove adaptation, let alone evolution. If the animal already had the ability to survive, it didn't adapt. If it didn't, it died. Both disprove adaptation.
You know what's funny? Because biologically, the cow, sheep, goats, horses, donkeys, they are somehow the same category of animals, but this category is called the dumb animals. And out of all these, the horse and the donkey, they are the only ones that they are not dumb. The donkeys are stubborn, that's their attribute. And it's not a bad attribute, actually. It's very pleasing attribute to God. God loves us to be stubborn in faith, in the righteous faith.
I mean,
So being an ass is not a bad thing.
biblically speaking, it makes itself very clear that some animals are to be frowned on and some are portrayed as positives. For example, wolves are always, if I'm not mistaken, as far as I know, described as bad things because, for example, wolves in sheep clothing, but lions are just depicted as positive things many times.
Yeah, but actually the lions are the ones more dangerous than the wolves. A wolf in the wild will not attack you, but a lion will kill you just from play. Just for training.
Depends.
Yeah.
There is an
Just for
example of a
training
lion doing
itself.
a bad thing.
Yeah.
And the example of the lion being a bad thing is that Satan is described as a lion roaming around seeking who he can devour. So there's one example.
Wait,
Yeah.
wasn't
yeah, it's a
Jesus
dichotomy.
wasn't Jesus called a warrior of Judah? I'm not sure.
The Lion of Judah. Yes, he's the Lion of Judah. So that would make sense that obviously Satan being the Antichrist, or the Antichrist system would be the antithesis, the bad lion, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to mimic Christ. So that makes sense. Yes. Also known as a contronym. Thanks.
Even that we so often perceive lions as negative, an animal that will kill and all that stuff. The lion is actually the true manifestation of God's anger, and his spoken words.
Well, it's kind of funny because we use sheep as like NPCs, or it's like dumb. But in the Bible, it's not really seen that way.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus also said he didn't came to bring peace, but to hand everyone a sword. Basically, to bring a sword in Matthew 10.
In the Quran?
No.
Or
Bible.
In the Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matthew 10.
Fascinating. I don't remember that. I did read the Bible from cover to cover, but yeah. It's not surprising for me. It makes sense.
Which is a really big point, though. If someone's going to come back and judge the world, don't get confused and be gullible enough to think that's a man.
Yeah. Because that double-edged sword is the mouth, the tongue.
It's in
And
10:34.
that's his almighty powerful weapon, the spoken word, what he speaks, that's it. There's no rebuttal to that. Anyone who opposes, he opposes himself existing. Yeah.
And what's interesting to me, anything that has truth is automatically gonna follow scripture. For example, even the people in Flat Earth who might not like the biblical talks, they're actually also participating in what Jesus told. Basically, I'm gonna read out. It's in Matthew 10:34-35. It says, "Think that not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law."
Yeah.
So basically, you might
If
lose
they
friends.
if they are in the lawlessness, then you should be against them. Yeah.
Basically.
It doesn't matter. It's your mother, your father, your sister, whatever.
And you will
There
lose
is
a lot
no
of
excuse. Yeah. He accepts no excuse. Yeah.
You should love him
Transgression
before.
of the law, there's no excuse for it. Yeah.
Yeah. You should love the truth more than you love your family members, basically.
Yeah. Well, you still have a duty, when you see that they are dumb, you still have to protect them, and guide them, lead them. It's your own duty to find that pleasing speech, to master the speech so that you can reach people's hearts and change them, change their minds. Because we are not born like with horse blinds, Yeah, we change every day of our lives. And I wish also to say that I don't see it as a good thing to isolate ourselves. Yeah, I know we are in 24/7 Flutter server, but this truth is so big that we cannot isolate ourselves like an echo chamber, exclusively talking about this, because this giant lie, it's about us, it's about our home, our realm, our existence, about life itself. And life includes all these things, religions, wars, economy, uh, everything that we do. Even the simple fact that you wake up and you say your prayer or you don't, and you go shopping and go work or whatever. Everything has importance, is important to be discussed. Yeah.
I think it wouldn't be inappropriate to discuss things that are related to Earth, because I think it might clear out a lot of the questions on the end of the Globers. Of like a lot of them come in here asking why would they lie. I think
Yeah.
if we would present them with all the reasons and build it up, like we wouldn't get that question as much anymore. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like because the whole topic of the world isn't just the world itself, it's things that are attached to it. Like for example,
Well, you see, when they ask that question, sorry to interrupt you. Hold your idea a little bit. I want to answer your question about why would they lie. When they ask us why would they lie, they expect us to give a foolish, silly answer, which by default they are thinking that they cannot accept it in their mind. They don't expect us, to transcend their intelligence level. They don't expect us to have more knowledge than the one who's asking that question. So it's a kind of superiority, which they pose when they ask us that question.
yeah, like a big ego,
Yeah.
I would say. But
Yeah.
usually when
Yeah.
someone with an ego comes to me and asks a certain question like that, I will just ignore the whole attempt at creating a gap in intelligence and just answer their question. And usually, after a few moments of conversation, they stop. Because I have been discussing this in servers that aren't even related to Earth before.
Yeah.
And a lot of them actually concede it. Like after a long one-on-one conversation. But it's always the prideful who want to be right who will stick with their earlier belief.
Well, the righteous will die poor in this world, and the believer will have the greatest powers of this world. He will be mastering money and businesses and everything. The one who believes.
Hey, there was a Glober yesterday that stuck out in my mind. Even Dandelion couldn't help him. He claimed that he saw Mars spinning through his telescope. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was something else. That was really something else.
Yeah.
Did he also see the Martians on Mars?
Yeah. There are no women on Mars and no men on Venus. Yeah.
They don't
We
have
know those stories.
they don't have any women rights yet on Mars.
Yeah. Martians are gay, and Venus are lesbians.
Nuts. I mean, because if we look at Mars, we don't see a spherical planet. I mean, but
Yeah,
if we look,
it's a tiny dot
yeah,
in the sky, tiny dot of light. That's all I see when I look up.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when I
But
look at
NASA tells us it's a
Mm.
spherical planet.
Yeah.
I mean,
NASA claims so much. Like, when will they stop making false claims?
Well, whenever I hear them say we're going to Mars, I hear them say we're going to war because Mars was the god of war, and we're
Yeah.
always seeing war happening around us. So I don't hear them saying we're going to go to, I don't know, we're going to go to Venus or we're going to go to an asteroid on the asteroid belt, right? They want to go to Mars. They want to go to war because war makes money.
Well, we have this air that we breathe, which is approximately 1 atmosphere, which converts to almost 14 psi. Mosquitoes, they quit. Uh, I mean, at 0.2 atmospheres, that's like 20% of the air that we breathe. At that kind of air pressures, mosquitoes still feel the air and they attempt to fly, but they are not capable to sustain flight. They make big jumps and they fall. So, no matter how hard they struggle to flap their wings, they cannot maintain flight. But at 0.1%, 0.1 of 1 atmosphere, uh, which is 10% of the air that we breathe, they don't even attempt anymore to fly because they know they cannot fly. And they are actually struggling breathing in that kind of low pressure. The problem is that NASA has a drone on Mars which is flying at inside an atmosphere of 1% of what we breathe. So 1% out of 14 psi is a lot less than 0.1 atmosphere pressure.
yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's
It's
interesting.
a huge problem, yeah. When you check those claims and you do this percentage calculus, yeah, you will get there, and you can see it with your own eyes. I've seen this video demonstration. It's a very famous YouTuber who put these mosquitoes in a vacuum chamber, and he showed on that. I don't think he showed in the video, but he told us the readings from the pressure gauge, and he said, "Yeah, I reached 0.2 atmospheres, so that's 2/10 of the air that we breathe. Is 20%. It means 20% of the air that we breathe, and 1/10 is 10%. But NASA claims they are achieving flight of a drone in 1%. Yeah.
And we don't have flying cars.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, NASA could pretty much claim anything, and people would go with it.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
question
And
what
yeah.
NASA says.
And another thing, mosquitoes, they are one of the insects which are achieving the most complex and almost perfect kind of flight, you know. Just like the bees.
Are you saying their flight is very efficient? Like they fly?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. Flying is not an effort for them. It's something normal. It's a normal state of being, you know. Yeah.
Okay.
And even their vision, um, it's almost like they predict the future. They see much faster than we do. Like for them, this world is like we are in slow motion for them.
Well, they would move faster than us. Their circuitry is a lot smaller than ours.
Yeah, yeah. To me, it's just another mind-boggling truth that life is quantum. You know, it dives into the quantum realm, which is we barely scratch it nowadays. There's a lot we do not know about this science. Quantum mechanics.
Hey, what do you think of those genetically modified mosquitoes they put out to like make mosquitoes sterile?
Hmm.
Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I did some sort of like spreading diseases and stuff like that. It's biological weapons, is it?
Well, what I heard, they were just trying to combat mosquitoes, so they created these mosquitoes that
Oh,
are
I see.
sterile.
Yeah,
So
so they eliminate the normal mosquitoes which spread diseases.
right,
Well,
yeah,
actually, those are worse, you know, because you are tampering with the workings of nature.
yeah.
Yeah, mosquitoes have their purpose in nature. They are not. If we remove them, this world will be changed so much.
Yeah, I'm from Houston, so I've dealt with a lot of mosquitoes.
Yeah. But yeah, I think in English the word mosquito is for this tiny little insect which stings you. But I think I'm referring to these flies. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that
Yeah.
fly in a vacuum chamber. The mosquito is the one that goes around, sucks the blood, makes the babies, puts them in the water.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand flies. I took a fly and I put it in the freezer and I froze it
Mhm.
for 2 months, and then I took it out and unfroze it, and it was still alive.
Yeah. Um, their body is has a different kind of construct, unlike ours. Yeah, they have to. These living beings, they have to survive. They are very, very small size, and every time winter comes, that will mean like the extinction of the whole species. You know. So yeah, even they do have water in their bodies, but when this water freezes and starts crystallizing, um, they have some sort of antifreezer in their system, you know, which you actually need, you require to freeze them at much lower temperature to kill them, actually. So freezing them in a household freezer, like -10, -20 Celsius, is something that a temperature which they can experience in nature. But if you freeze them below 60 Celsius, yeah, they will die.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Is it the same with most ants?
Yeah, and if you read, I came across some. I was reading about Antarctica, and they were explaining there how there are no ants in Antarctica, and ants actually are the most spread living beings in the world. They are everywhere except Antarctica. And in Antarctica, yeah, in winter time, um, we they say they have recorded temperatures of -80 degrees Celsius. But there's still some living beings, except the penguins, and these are some sort of ice worms. And yeah, these worms are also very fascinating. They tell a lot of stuff, you know.
Yeah, we don't really ever get this perspective, but can you imagine being a bug living in a medium that's like a semi-solid, like the soil?
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, get be good. I think I've seen a couple videos of this supposedly Antarctica area, and they
Yeah.
show the really high ice and the long ice, and what people call the ice wall or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's birds like seabirds. There's actually
Yeah.
birds
Yeah.
on those areas, so it's not just the penguins.
Yeah.
They're like seagulls
And
and that kind of stuff. There's birds.
those videos also they were made most vast majority of them in summertime.
I imagine,
And
yeah.
migrating birds, yeah, I see them like going there because yeah, there is also oceanic life, which is very distinct from the oceans that we have within our reach.
Was it? I think it was it was Witsit that mentioned that there was some type of report recently about
Yeah.
Antarctica, and in the report apparently they spoke about green vegetation and that kind of stuff. Have you guys heard that?
In
Some recent
Antarctica.
report. Yeah.
Yeah, they took ice samples.
Mm,
And in the ice samples, they found uh, frozen plant matter or
yeah. Mm.
stuff like that.
Okay.
I think it used to be like a rainforest or something.
Mm.
Maybe before the firmament was put in place, it was I don't know, a different, the medium, the gases, the pressure was different, and but who knows? Who knows?
Well, I kind of look at it like in the documentary, the Secret History of Flat Earth talks about like there being like a rotation, and most of the land that's on the Earth is actually frozen, and I guess the firmament just moves during the different cycles. And
Yeah, the sky definitely moves, and if there's a rotation, yeah, maybe there's a change of something that is of the heavens.
yeah, I mean that's what I think may be happening, but I don't know. It's just a
The thing is that
guess.
we don't even know if what they claim about Antarctica, if this whole expanse region is actually all ice. They probably just show us some images and say, yeah, Antarctica is all ice, all frozen, but who knows if that's even truth? Because
It is all frozen, right? And we got vegetation that's out there. Either it was warm at one point and there was plant vegetation, or they could have taken the vegetation out there, froze it, cut it out, and been like, oh, hey, see, we got the thing. Or the flood account could have destroyed all the vegetation, sloshed out into that section, and it froze, and it's stuck there, and they uncovered the frozen vegetation from the flood.
Or there might be a big area, or there might be a big area that is ice, and that's what they show. And then there's other area that is permanent. How they call it? Some areas of the world, permanent spring.
Yeah, hot springs.
Like there might be another area that is not a frozen area, because that's we can see that in here, like deserts, frozen areas, tundras, and that kind of stuff. And there's another region next to that that is vegetational, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I would ask a simple question.
Yeah.
When you're on the way to hell, what's the first thing that you will be experiencing?
Burning, freezing temperatures. I don't know.
Well, they describe hell to us as a burning place, hot fire, So the simple logic is the closer you get to it, the hotter will be. Correct? Logically, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I did have
we live in a state where we prefer this warmth, but people back in the days, they were much more cold resistant, tolerant. The cold was not biting them as it bites us. And I think it has to be related to the things that we are eating. And I'm thinking now that those tree stumps, the Devil's Tower or the Scottish columns, which in that documentary they say these were giant trees and they petrified. I think actually those were giant trees which were existing in a colder medium with a higher oxygen content, and they were actually growing as a stone in a crystalline fashion, you know. And their fruits were of many kinds, and they would be containing a lot of primordial minerals, which we need. But these fruits of today, they do not have that kind of mineral content, organic minerals. I think they are just dry stones right now.
Do you think the Tree of Life was something like that?
Yeah. It just flashed my mind now, Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's something interesting.
When you are like holy, you would what we call cold, it will be actually your natural medium, and that's the perfect the smallest amount of energy, you feel it very intensely, and you don't have to make such waste of resources and stuff, to achieve a little bit of warmth when you are like uh, -5 Kelvin degrees. When you experience something which is 6 Kelvin, yeah, you will feel it. It's very hot, because at 5 Kelvin, helium is boiling, and 6 Kelvin, it makes it like explosively evaporate. It will take explosively a gaseous form. So it skips the process of evaporation. Yeah. Our life lost these superconductivity properties, you know. And I've seen, for example, in the Bible, God, the angels were so worried, that, in fact, no, God, when Adam and Eve ate from the apple, the first thing God did was to put a barrier so that Adam and Eve do not reach to the water of life to drink from it and to eat from the tree of life. They could still do it at that time, because if they would have drink or eat from that tree, then they will become immortals, literally.